Well, we are live finally with the Johnny Depp case. What can I say? It's something that I have been, well, it's been a guilty pleasure of mine for quite some time now. I've been following this for over a year. Some of the most amazing channels out there. That Umbrella guy, Stevie J Raw, SEC, she's come through, and so many great solicitors out there that have, or lawyers that you would call them in America, that have helped bring people up to speed with what exactly is going on. The Andy files, what can I say? I mean, that guy has done tremendous work exposing the deceit that goes on with a lot of the so-called evidence that Amber has provided. Now then, as you can see, I'm a big Johnny Depp fan, so I'm going to be covering this trial now for the next 7 weeks. We do get a week's break, which is great, and it only runs from Monday to Thursday, which again is great because then it gives me time to do more stuff. Apparently, I'm really quiet. Let's see. Let me sort that out. 1 second. Where are we? Let's go to the mic. Let's pop that up. How is that? Hopefully that's much better. Hopefully that's much better. Right, so I do have a guest waiting. Just give me a thumbs up. Just give me a thumbs up if you think that that volume's okay, first and foremost. Is my volume good now? Do you want me nearer the microphone? I will assume that we're all right. Okay. Right, let's bring my guest in. Hey.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Granty, or rather good afternoon for you, I guess. I don't know. It's morning here. But this is exciting. It's been a long time coming. Yeah, the trial.
It is. It's in fact it got delayed, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, am I using the right microphone? That is interesting.
I don't know. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Ooh, what an interesting thing there. Let me just double check on my StreamYard. Make sure that I'm.
Do you need me to lower my mic? They say I'm very loud. Maybe that's.
No, hold on one sec. Let me check the audio. The microphone.
It's because I'm so loud all the time, Krabby. I'm just a noise box. Right. They're still saying you're very low.
How's this microphone sounding? Is this sounding much better?
Well, that sounds great in my headphones. I wonder if they can hear it. It was much clearer, much louder.
Right, hopefully that's sorted the issue out.
Oh, Krabby says you're working better.
Yeah, my mistake. I'm a terrible technician. What can I say?
I'm saying, and you have all that fancy equipment too. That wonderful mic there is so fancy. Well, it does sound good though to me. I hope it sounds just as clear out there.
Thank you. Yes. Right. Let's get into this because the trial is apparently soon to be underway. It's soon to be underway in like 30 minutes. However, I don't think we're going to get any pool coverage of that trial currently because they are selecting a jury, and obviously they have to give a lot of details, etc. You know, what some of the biases may be or not be, and I don't think they want that information floating around. So it's understandable that they might not be streaming that today, but it sure does look like tomorrow we're definitely going to get into the meats and bones of this because there's a lot to get into. Now, you've been following this for a long time and you've got a lot of information to hand. Do you want to give us a quick rundown of...
how far back you want to go? Just to the case, or do you want to go back to their sordid life? I mean, because like they were
sordidness.
Okay, to the sordidness. Well, they actually met, through mutual friends and through movies and stuff way back in 2012, I believe. They started dating. back then, and everything seemed to be fine. Now, Johnny Depp had split from a long-term partner, Vanessa Paradis, and they had been together like 14 years. And that's important to know, because during all of these allegations, it should be noted that she came forward and said not once was there ever an incident in all of the years that they had known together that it was not his temperament to be the way these allegations are playing out. Now, of course, anyone who followed my coverage knows I do not claim to be unbiased in this trial at all. I am a justice for Johnny Depp person. I do believe that he's been wrongly accused. So I want to just put that out there right away.
And
That I will try. I do also just give facts and information. Like, I'm not going to skew anything. I'm only going to tell you the real deal. That's just my personal. I can't claim to be unbiased, you know.
But can I also say, though, I also believe that the vast majority of people that have looked into this, and if you check out on YouTube and you look for a pro Amber Heard, channel, you can't find them. It's just not out there. And the same on Twitter. I mean, I do believe that if you're on Twitter, the chances are that you're not going to find very many people supporting Amber Heard. And I believe that's because the evidence that's come forth, but we'll get into that. I just wanted to make that clear, that you're not alone there. I think anybody with a sense of justice will know that the evidence is on Johnny's side.
I would say, even for me, it started before then in the way it was done, in the unfairness, of one person getting blamed like totally out, and when there are allegations without proof, and yet they were treated totally differently as far as contracts and work and everything that went on. I just thought it was a bit unfair from the start. I do believe that is an ongoing issue. And I have followed it in other trials and in other cases. So for me, it's just something that I keyed in on right away. Just how it just was. Everything is always against the person that's being accused, and you're guilty immediately in the press and in the media and everywhere before you even get a chance to defend yourself. And I don't think that's fair.
Now, Amber Heard, she sat for a deposition. Do you remember, for the UK trial?
Yes, she did.
If anybody watches that from a body language point of view, and I think it has actually been analysed by several different body language experts on YouTube, and they all came to the same conclusion, that she was lying through the vast majority of that. Yes,
she was very nervous that she was lying. They say, Ed, good morning. Good morning, Wine. That's our friend Mandy down there.
Hi, Wine.
Yeah, and she.
Can I just say a few hellos to some people in, by the way?
Go ahead.
Right. Wine is cheaper than therapy. Hello, Krabby. Good afternoon to you, Gertrude Perkins. Indeed, I have always had a soft spot for you, despite your past belief in flatism. Thank you very much. And yeah, I mean, we didn't get on too bad. I don't think we had much of a bad word. In fact, I didn't have much of a bad word with many people, to be fair. So it's nice that you stopped by and said that. Thank you. Catpaw, hello. Robski, hello. Adele _ 020, hello. Who else do we have in? Always Createful, nice to see you in. Joe Black. Standard Gert, nice to see you in. We got Culture Cats. Sorry, mate, I didn't see you in there. Hunter NG, nice to see you in. Who else do we have?
Charlie. Charlie Welch. Yeah, good morning.
Charlie Welch just popped in. Foam Swordsman, how are you doing? This is amazing. This is the start. Today is the start of my full-time YouTube journey. Now, I know it's not. People are concerned because they're saying that, I'm only at nearly 9,000 subscribers. It's not enough to go full-time. I understand that. But if I put the effort in now and I work hard at this, I'm hopeful that in time this can be something great for me, and for you, because you get the content too. So I'm putting the effort in now, and yes, it's going to be tough. It's going to be difficult, but you guys, this is what it's all about, making content for you. And this trial is for me, and I'm passionate about it, guys. And I hope that filters through to you when we get into the trial. So that's all I wanted to say.
Well, I'm so happy to be here with you, that you're so passionate about it because of your personal connection to the issues, in which I support totally. I watch your video. I supported everything you said. That story, I hear it over and over and over again. And so I definitely was 100% behind you, and being able to watch this trial and hope that people can see justice be done. There are things that need to change. I think you and I have talked about this when we had our first conversation, that there should be more safeguards against these kind of things happening unwarranted to people. But
Well,
I'm
Stevie
glad
J.
you're going to
Rowe.
go full time. Yeah, he did too. Right? Yeah.
Well, Stevie J. Rowe, he started a domestic, a shelter in. He's trying to get a shelter, the first shelter in Australia for men that have been abused. And to be fair, I cannot say how good that is, because here in the UK, there's very little support for men that have been abused. There's nowhere to really go. It's also a pride thing. You don't want to admit that you've been assaulted by your partner. And I think when Johnny Depp had his, he had his divorce and he wanted them to sign a non-disclosure agreement, I absolutely believe that he was just prepared to just, let bygones be bygones. You did what you did to me. That's how I felt. And that's how I felt in the past. Okay, you've done what you've done to me, and I'm not going to bother chasing it up. I just want to draw a line in the sand and forget about it from now on. But then, when people actually then push you, and it starts becoming a matter of pride, and they start saying lies about you, that's when things change. And I'm hoping that this trial is going to actually shine a light on abuse for men, because men do suffer it. And
they do.
And it's not all about the women. It's not always women that get abused. Don't get me wrong, women do get abused, but men do also. But we tend to not talk about it as often.
No, it happens. I know I know personally of cases. I know those. My co-host Mandy knows personally that it happens, and we have seen it and witnessed it. It's going on too much here in the United States too. There is you just don't get believed. You don't get believed, and they're just like, yeah, right, sure, it couldn't possibly be, and it's just not fair. Like for me, it's all about equality. It's all about equality across the board. It's about abuse victims in general, regardless of gender. It is, that law shouldn't have been just like a woman's thing. It was for everybody. And I'd like it to see it applied more fairly for them, because so many people don't want to speak up. You're right. You the embarrassment of it, and then on top of that, you bother to speak up and to go through and then to be not believed or just not taken seriously about it when you do get into the court system. So, it's just skewed the other way a little too much,
Foam Swordsman says, he had an ex stab him. And these things happen. They do happen.
I hope you press charge. Like, come on, that's violent. I mean, you definitely had recourse for that. I hope you did something. I hope they helped you with it. That's actual, no denying that when you got the wound, you got the hole in you, you can show them. That's I'm sorry that happened to you. I don't mean to make light. When I get nervous, I giggle a little. I laugh a lot anyway, but that's just, you need to, I hope you did something.
So what we have on the screen right now for the audience is we do have the court TV. So it's actually on now. There's no volume on, obviously, because this isn't the trial that we're actually focusing on. But the problem that we won't be getting any probably feed from the court cam today, because they're selecting for the jury. And that jury process involves people talking about some personal information. They probably don't want that showing. So they're not going to be broadcasting that, unfortunately. So the chances are that this is just going to be a discussion today, I think. And then we're going to sort of bring up to speed our audience and hopefully let them know exactly what went down. So I know I've interrupted you. So
no, that's okay.
I'm going to sit back and I'm going to let you tell us what happened.
Okay.
From the start. There we go.
Okay. So they met in 2012 and they dated on and off, and it became in 2015 they finally, after an engagement, they were married. And it seems like all of these allegations and all of the things that they're putting forward as evidence all happened after they were married. Nothing seemed to have happened before, although there seems to be some pictures that were taken in the evidence files, but they've all been corrupt. They've all got the mark on them, as we've seen come forward on Twitter and in some of the YouTube videos with the big black ban from the third party people that were documenting all of the evidence that says that there is metadata that's been corrupted, and there is third-party app metadata on almost every single piece of photographic evidence that is coming through. Now, with that being said, everything kind of stirs up after they're married. There are incidences that we've documented in Australia, in New York, in the Bahamas, all the time on vacations, and mostly these allegations come forward in their divorce trial. She does make a statement in her divorce that she needed a temporary restraining order, and she puts down in writing for the first time that she's been abused. And she makes the allegation that Johnny has thrown a cell phone at her, given her a black eye, and she's got all of these injuries. And she gives her first deposition with the actual allegations on it that happened during the divorce trial. Now, Amber is the one who filed for divorce in 2016. Johnny did leave her in 2015 after the shall we call it the poop on the bed incident? At the penthouses.
The one that the little dog was supposed to have done, but
yes,
the size of it was like a horse's. It was like a horse's crap, right?
Mm-hmm. So apparently, when the poop hit the bed, Johnny had enough. Okay, and I can't really blame him, because there are plenty of incidents documented. He's also lost the top of a finger. He's had multiple injuries himself that have been documented by photographs, by photographers, and everything, just in day-to-day courses of life, all over the internet. Wearing sunglasses, having black eyes, having burns on his face, his hands, scratches, bruises, marks. Temperament changes the whole time during the marriage. That is, plenty of witnesses are going to testify towards his complete temperament change during his association with Amber Heard.
Can I just say though, that is, I think that's that's normal for people to do that, right? So I think that every single person who's listening right now will also agree that when you change into a different relationship, given a brief amount of time, you tend to start picking up their mannerisms. Their personality starts to rub off on you a little bit. Right. You start to rub off on them, and then things start to change.
No, yeah, very much so. And Mandy is reminding me that there were 2 allegations during that divorce. Yes, they were in that temporary restraining order that she got during that divorce trial. She had said. Also, she made the deposition that during the entirety of their relationship, he was verbally and physically abusive, and that she endured excessive emotional, verbal, and physical abuse, which was angry, hostile, humiliating, threatening, whenever his authority was questioned or she disagreed with him. So she pretty much put in a nutshell that he was just the typical aggressor, that it was all about him and his machoism or something like that. She really did put the femme fatale spin on it a bit, in my humble opinion, in the allegations. But they did get documented into the divorce hearing itself. She also said that she lived in fear of Johnny, that he would return to the house unannounced and terrorize her, both physically and emotionally. So that TRO was granted during the trial, during the hearings for the divorce and during the divorce litigations going back and forth. During this time also, you remember that in 2016, there were police officers who responded to a domestic incident in a radio call on the 21st of that month and found no evidence of a crime. And that they did wear body cams.
But she didn't know that. She
didn't know that. She didn't know that at the time, but now she does. Okay, so all of this is coming forth. The poop on the bed. Johnny ends up leaving, and the divorce is gonna go through after months of contentious proceedings. They have their divorce. They do give a joint statement, and during that joint statement, it is said, both of them say, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm. At that point, Amber Heard pledges her $7 million that she receives from Johnny Depp in this astronomical amount of money that she gets so he can get away from her, in my humble opinion. He just wants to be done. This is like too much. He's already walked away from the relationship. He just wants over. And they settle on all of that. She says she's going to give the money to the American Civil Liberties and the Children's Hospital. They have.
She actually reports in. She was actually interviewed about this, and she claimed in not just interviews but also in newspapers and at the trial that she had, the other trial in the UK, that she had donated the money. She said that it had been donated, gone. It was past tense. It was already done and dusted. She'd got the 7 million. She'd given it away.
Then
But
why
guess
aren't
what?
they able to document that? Because nobody can find the receipts. No one is willing to put up the receipts because they don't have the receipt of the $7 million being donated. There were partial payments, and those receipts have been put forward. But, unfortunately, that doesn't, although it says to her character, it really doesn't say much about, anything else. Except for a presence that she will lie about anything on camera or off, in a deposition or not. I don't want to say she lies in her depositions, but having to change documentation of depositions, I think about 11 times now, to the stuff that you submit to the court willingly as your own evidence, as your own statement, as the statement of your own witnesses, and they have to be changed repeatedly during this whole trial. That I'd like you to make note of now, because that is going to be very important as we go through the trial. All of the changes to the evidence that they submitted, some of it quite ridiculous. So in 2017, the divorce is official. They are pleased to close this chapter, so to speak. Okay, what? At this point, Amber goes and makes an op-ed.
There was a condition though when they divorced. There was a condition that none of them would speak about anything about their relationship.
Right. And this is when the trouble starts. Okay. Because, all right, first, Johnny Depp, prior to Amber's big thing, Johnny Depp sues the Sun over a headline because, they had published that for their Harry Potter J.K. Rowling article, they put the headline said, "Gone potty. How can J.K. Rowling be genuinely happy casting wife-beater Johnny Depp in the new Fantastic Beasts film?" And Johnny sued them for libel because of the term wife-beater being associated with him. But there is a problem, and as you know, being in the UK, you know that the laws there are much different than they are here in the United States. So the judge does not need to be proven anything about that term wife beater. He just needs to believe whatever Amber said or not. And that was kind of the end of the case right there. He didn't even get to appeal. It was just with the magistrate, and because of the testimony there is documentation in the divorce trial that she made these claims. And apparently, because she made those claims, the Sun is perfectly capable to use those terms under law there. So he really didn't have a lot of discourse that way, the way it is written. There wasn't really much, he went through all the paces that he could. He even tried to get an appeal, but the appeal was denied. I actually watched that. I don't know if anybody else did, but I actually watched the petition for appeal process by the what do you call the magistrates there instead of attorneys, and all of the
magistrates court.
And they were all wearing their wigs and all their finery, and I was quite impressed with the whole process, and I learned a lot about English law during that. I enjoyed it. I did not enjoy the outcome because I think it was terrible to be labeled that way, because once they got away with that, even here in America, the press has always, for the longest time, been referring to him as the abuser, and all of the media was skewed this way. Okay.
And also, Judge Penny, who's actually overseeing this trial, she actually made a point of stating that Johnny didn't get a fair trial in the UK.
Yes, it wasn't because in the UK they could label him that because of the information in the divorce trial, whether it was true or not. Because she stated it and she deposed it, he could believe it. He didn't have to even question her, and that's what it came down to: the judge's perception on whether Amber was telling the truth or not. And that judge in England decided that Amber was, with no evidence, that Johnny didn't get to present anything against it. That was it. That's just the way it was. And that's not fair, the way we look at it here in America, but that's just the way it was there. Now we get to December and Amber goes and publishes her famous op-ed and tells her abuse story without naming names. Okay. Which makes it even worse for Johnny now, because he's already got the public opinion a little bit. He's having some pushback already and things are tough. But it's not, this is what bothers me about this case, because it wasn't enough that she got the divorce settlement. It's not enough that she divorced him and she got his money and that now they're separate. That's not enough. It's not enough that he lost his libel case in the UK. It's just not enough, right? She got to write an op-ed piece and put it out there and just try to blast him, like completely blast him with this horrific story.
The problem is though, and this is a big issue for her. Okay, she didn't explicitly mention him by name in the op-ed. However, there is a paper trail, or an electronic paper trail, that indicates that she was working with the ACLU actually to create this story, and they worked together and they did everything they could to make sure they tried to keep his name out of it. But what they also spoke about him.
Sweet evidence. They're all text messages with his name in it. Like, this is about Johnny. How are we going to keep them from knowing it, kind of stuff? I'm paraphrasing. Of course, that's not what it says. But you can get the inference there that absolutely evidence coming forward, like misinformation getting knocked to the side here. You don't get the claim it's not about Johnny when that's the life you were living only with Johnny, and this is absolutely what you're talking about. You don't get to say it over here and then pretend it doesn't exist over there. Like, you don't get to do that. Like, people can connect the dots. And she just thought she was going to get away with it. I actually think she wanted to hurt him. She seems quite, my opinion is that she's quite entitled, quite spiteful, and just thinks she's going to get away with everything.
Well, you could see that in her own evidence when she presented Johnny Depp, who was clearly upset and angry. He was actually in the kitchen and he's slamming some doors around in the kitchen. So he's taking it out in the kitchen. But what had happened was his mother had just died and he'd just found out that he'd lost about half of his money by bad investments from somebody on the same day, I believe it was.
Exactly.
And clearly he's in a bad mood. He's not happy. His mum's just died and he's drinking. And she's filming him and she's provoking him. And then what she does is she picks up the camera after she secretly recorded him and she laughs into the camera and runs after him, recording him still. And then she presents that as evidence to say that this is what he's like all the time. You don't turn around to the camera and laugh into it and giggle when when the guy's just mourning his mother's passing. That shows who she is.
Exactly, Ranty. That evidence right there, yes, it shows an upset man drinking, his mom, the lost investments. But what it also shows is a vindictive, very petty woman trying to get evidence against him for some reason to hurt him. That's what it showed. It showed more about her than it did about him, that particular piece of evidence when that came forward. And that when that hit social media, then things started to change. I believe there was more outcry over that clip than most things that I saw until the actual recent documentation where they actually found the corrupted metadata and can prove, that things aren't the way they appear to be.
Could I just intersect for just a second? Sophie Joyner asked a very obvious question, actually. Is the commentary going to end when the trial starts? Absolutely. when it comes down to the, I mean, we'll be listening intently and we'll be streaming that too. So you'll be hearing it, we'll be hearing it. And I don't know, maybe every 5 minutes or maybe every 10 minutes, we will intersect and say, that's great or that's not great or whatever. And then we'll go back, back to the court.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Right now, it's because we don't really have anything to show in the courtroom with the jury going on, right? Like jury selection going on, there's not going to be a live feed from that we're aware of that will show that process for the privacy of them.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. So right now, they're in court. What happens is there's obviously a panel of jurors there to choose from, and they each get basically interrogated by the both sides, by the lawyers from both teams, and eventually they'll settle on, I think it's 13 jurors, and then what happens is Team Heard and Team JD get to remove 3 each of those jurors which they do not want on the jury.
Exactly.
So they're finally left with 7, and those are the 7 that will actually do the trial. They will also have, I believe they'll have some on standby, so there will be some others that will still be jury members, but their vote may or may not count. It's just if something pops up during the trial that they have to, one of the main jurors has to step away, then somebody else will, obviously they will step in with their vote. So that's what's happening today. But they they obviously can't show that process because there's a lot of, sensitive data. You don't want to dox people too much. So it's quite clear that that's why they don't want to do that. Yeah.
Yep. So,
so
here we are.
To?
We're up to the op-ed where she has written the op-ed with the help of the ACLU. There's now been put forward through the trial disclosures for the evidence as well that there's been the correspondence, like you said, emails and text messages back and forth, that they were aware that she could have been speaking about Johnny the whole time, and that they were carefully crafting the message not to use his name or put too much in there. But they knew. And that is the important part, that she knew and they knew who she was speaking of. So that comes out. She's made an ambassador for the movement, for the Me Too movement at the time. Everybody rallies behind her. Warner Brothers gets involved with canceling contracts for Johnny, of course.
Cancel culture. Cancel culture is it's so bad. I mean, I've seen what's happened with Will Smith. And clearly what he did was bang out of order. There's no way he should have gone up onto stage and acted like that. It happened. But what's transpiring now is that you're seeing a lot of things that are also showing his personal life wasn't up to scratch. And it makes you wonder whether or not, the same sort of thing was happening with JD there.
I'm wondering if anything's going to come to light with that. It's very easy to speculate, of course, because we see unhappy people. Neither one of them look very happy to me in when they're together. I'm waiting to see, like, what do they say, the other shoe to drop? Waiting for that other shoe to drop about that whole thing going on there. But it's not fair when people I don't feel that cancel culture, the way it is, like, so unfairly, like, it's like whatever the crime or the misdemeanor is, the actual consequences seem to be so much more than what they've done. I mean, so ridiculously much more, like it's almost in trying to right a wrong, they overdo it, and they actually contribute to the wrong even more.
And the thing with one thing I will say is that regardless of what happens in this trial, regardless of who wins, and I don't know whether there's going to be a technicality that pops up that allows Amber Heard to wriggle off the hook and somehow get out of this again. Whatever happens, the court of public opinion, which is what we are going to see this. We're all going to see the evidence. We're all going to make our own minds up. So it doesn't really matter what the outcome of the trial is. And to be fair, I don't believe that Johnny Depp even cares, that even if he lost this and he had to give her 100 million, which it's not going to happen, I don't think that that bothers him, because what he's more interested in is clearing his name and showing the world that he didn't perpetrate this. So I think regardless of what happens, whatever the outcome is, this evidence that's going to be brought forth by his team is going to basically put a nail in the coffin of her career, because I don't think she can come back from the evidence that I've seen. I don't think there's a way back for her.
No, I don't, especially like I don't even know what kind of sanctions or what kind of process can be brought forth if it is put forward that all of this was falsified in some way. I mean, I know that there's definitely penalties for falsifying submissions to courts. Several things when she actually about the money. The only money that they can prove was that Johnny's 1,000, the first payment to her actually went to one of the donations, the $100,000. And then there was a large donation in her name made by Elon Musk, but not from Amber, not like stated, like the manipulation of that alone to her character. But also the video that you mentioned with the cabinet doors and all of that, that whole scene that played out with her laughing. When she submitted that video for people to see, she cropped all that up. And, as my friend Mandy is reminding me, she actually sent it to TMZ. I had forgot that she actually sent it herself to TMZ for them to try to hurt him. Like when he has defamation, he's more than the op-ed. He's got active things that she was doing to try to damage him repeatedly. So,
well, what a long journey this has been. I mean, if you remember, I was so disappointed at the last time that this trial was postponed, I have to say. And I guess that was just me being optimistic because I wanted to see some justice meted out to her back then. But to be fair, I mean, we wouldn't have had all the additional information or evidence that has popped up since then. And something that's incredibly interesting is that her own evidence that she says, this is proof that I was assaulted, right? She's got these photographs. It's quite clear. And there's so much evidence that backs this up also, that people actually saw her during those times and the days after, and have gone on record to say that her complexion was perfect. So the metadata and everything that she was supposed to hand over in November, Johnny Depp's team didn't even start getting any juicy stuff from that until early March. And there was no way they could perform the forensics on that. Then they found out that the team that she'd hired to actually supply the evidence to his forensic specialists, that her team was using outdated software, was using unlicensed programs to do all this. You couldn't make this up.
No, and they didn't even have time to go through all of it. And what they did, the most important pictures that they were pulling, they did say that they were corrupted. They do have third-party metadata or insufficient and corrupted metadata on them. So it definitely disheartening as far as the evidence report. And what you're saying about like that show that she did, the James Corden show, where her own makeup artist said that her skin was perfect that day. Yeah, it's that's pretty damning testimony. I mean, it's going to be like things, and even the pictures when you look at them, and she says that how distraught she was the very next day, but she is laughing and carrying on, and seems to be in good spirits behind stage, not on stage. Like if you're an actress, I understand you're there for an interview, you pull it together, you do what you got to do, right? But behind the scenes with everybody else, they have pictures of her carrying on, laughing, joking with everyone, pictures of her without makeup and in full makeup, and the testimony of her own makeup artist. So it's very damning. I mean, to me, that's very damning evidence,
It is. And Andrea Berkoff, she appeared on a channel yesterday. And it's really interesting that she brought up this evidence that says that Amber Heard actually had been to see a psychiatrist, basically. And yes. She was forced to go and see this psychiatrist because she claimed that she had PTSD after Johnny Depp. And it transpires that the independent psychiatrist that evaluated her and gave her a report is not on her defense team.
No, it's not.
Or
And
witness
you know,
statement.
here's the thing: the next step in, like, Johnny has filed for defamation, obviously. Well, she countersued him, and it wasn't a good move, because now that she countersued him, the only one who's ever been up on charges of abuse of a partner is Amber Heard. They have an airport scene. They have an altercation with one of her exes, and that can come in now in the suit that she filed now against him. Johnny can go after that, and also because of this evaluation, this is also now able to be put in because of her claims for PTSD, and they are on Johnny's witness list. Definitely.
Right, let's play a little bit of this court TV for just a minute, because I want to show people that basically this is the pool camera that we've got, the feed that's there currently. Unfortunately, in the Johnny Depp trial, they're not showing what's going on in the room currently, because they are selecting the jurors that are actually going to adjudicate this trial. So there's going to be doxing potential going on there that they don't want to share that information. So you're going to have to make do with, unfortunately, this other trial here. I'm not sure which one this is. Do you know what trial this one is?
This one is, they say it's a former Olympian trial that they're going on the defense. They said that Dr. Michael Hurley, I'm not sure of the name. There were two of them, and I didn't follow either one, so I'm a little confused on that one. But
let me just play it for a couple of minutes then, just so that people can understand how this is probably going to look like when the Johnny Depp trial starts.
It's closing arguments in an attempted murder, I believe.
Okay, let's play it for a few minutes. Let's have a listen.
Goes out of their way to attack them. You should question their testimony.
I think we're going to get a bit of silence in these as well.
The fact is, with regards to the state expert, Dr. Schlesinger, he spent, and I timed it, 45 minutes talking about himself and all his awards. He spent no time telling you why he disagreed with Dr. Simmering. He also testified, and I asked you to recall this point, that he only spent about an hour or so testing Michael Barrisone. That's only 15 minutes more than him talking about himself. The state's doctor, Dr. Schlesinger, said he only spent 13 hours total with Michael Barrisone.
Oh, I can't wait till this all gets started properly and we get to hear Team JD actually putting Amber Heard on the stand and presenting the evidence that they have. Because I tell you what, when they provide that body cam footage, when they provide the proof of the photographs, when all that comes out, it's just to watch her squirm on the TV, it's going to be beautiful.
Yeah, it is. I can't wait for opening statements. I'm just going to be glued to every word. Or, Johnny's new attorney, Kelleher, she's a people. I can't wait for her to go for the witnesses. And she's very dedicated, very good. So it should be great.
It will be. And
I've been waiting so long. We've been waiting, right, Randy? So long.
Well, let's not forget though. I mean, JD has a great team. He always has had a great team. And we know that Zellner did join the team for a time. Now, I'm not sure what exactly her participation is in that or how much she actually got involved with that. But it's possible that she probably maybe even just joined the team just to give her expert opinion on what they needed to do to actually win the case, because she has expertise in that, in overturning wrongful convictions in the past. So we also know that she's incredibly busy with her own trials that she's doing. So it was unlikely that she was just going to step in at such short notice and just be able to run with it. So I have a feeling that she came in as a specialist advisor just to give them the best chance of making sure that they could win this.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I mean, not that he needs a lot of help anyway. I mean, I think the good thing about this is that the jury are going to be the decider. They're going to be the one that sit there. They're going to be one that listens, that sees the evidence. I imagine most of them are probably going to be middle-aged or older, bearing in mind that you have to be available for 7 weeks. And I think in the courts over there, they give you just a very nominal fee. I think it's about $20, $25 per day for showing up. So you have to be independently sufficiently wealthy enough to actually sit through this sort of trial for that sort of length of time.
Yeah.
Which means that the chances of it being a young person or somebody, in that, that's struggling financially isn't going to actually be taking part in this, which means that you're probably going to get an older demographic of jury, which also means potentially at least that they will have the experience to weigh up things properly and to see things for what they were. And in the UK trial, it was very black and white. But here, it's about, this is the evidence of this woman, which isn't evidence. And I think people are going to see that. They're going to see through what she tried to do. They're going to see her on stand. They're going to see her squirm. I don't know how anybody who watched that that deposition that she did for the UK can sit there and say that you are looking at somebody that's telling the truth. Because it's bloody obvious, to me at least, that she's not telling the truth.
Well, I think, strategically, she's trying really, really hard to get the op-ed removed from evidence that was given, because that is pretty hard that she was trying to go against Johnny with that. And she's using Virginia's anti-SLAPP laws to do it. And that means that, you can't use something against you when it's in the public interest. So in other words, because she was speaking, this op-ed that she did, it was for the Me Too movement and the ACLA, it was part of this big thing, that it was in the public interest for her to speak out about it, and it can't be used against her. They're going to have to weigh that out in the courtroom, but the judge did allow them to present that argument from the last that I heard. So it's going to be interesting.
So, right, okay, so let's look at this from another point of view. Let's have a look at Amber Heard's side of this. Who does she have on her side? She's got Eve Barlow, who's speaking a lot of stuff on Twitter. She's like basically her mouthpiece for Twitter.
Okay.
And who else do we have? We have Io Tillett, Wright.
Yeah. Who just wiped all of his social media and Instagram and stuff because of, like that. And there's been a little bit of walk back on some of his testimony. There's been some, let's just call them, I say walk back, they say corrections, potato.
Potato, potato.
Yeah, they say corrections. There's been some corrections made in some of his testimony also.
So tell us who, of the conspirators that are in, I'm going to call them conspirators because obviously I think the body cam footage proves that a lot of what they said. I mean, get this, guys. I want my audience to understand this, right? When one of the main claims, the main incidents that they allege happened in one of JD's apartments. And it was alleged that he had trashed the apartment, broken and damaged doors and things like that, and got a giant magnum of red wine and spilled it all over the place, into the hallway, up the walls, all over the carpet, great big puddles of it everywhere. And they provided photographic footage of that. Puddles all over the hallway of red wine, broken items and things inside of the apartment. The problem was that after the UK trial, when the judge basically said that he didn't believe the police officers who said they saw nothing there, the LAPD actually dug up the body cam footage. And that body cam footage shows the police officers exiting the lift, walking through the foyer, walking through the hallways, walking up to the door, walking around the apartment and leaving. And guess what? There was no evidence of any breakages, no evidence of any red wine spilled everywhere. And yet, these conspirators who were in the flat, which were her friends, there was 3 of them, all came to the UK trial and all said the same thing, that they witnessed JD doing this. The problem is, this body cam footage clearly shows that did not happen.
Right. And that is very like that is another really solid piece of evidence in Johnny's favor. You know, these were trained officers. I mean, there's no disputing that. They knew what they were looking for, and it wasn't there. You know, there's also the testimony of the security guard. Now, granted, that is one of Johnny's security guard, but he comes into the bedroom, Amber on one side of the room screaming bloody murder as if Johnny's attacking her, and Johnny's 20 feet away on the other side of the room. And she's like yelling as if something's going on, and gets caught play acting, you know, acting this out for the ears of everybody in the apartment so that they can testify what they heard when nothing was going on. And that's also a nice piece of evidence. And granted, that is one of his security guards. They're going to try to fight that because he knows him so well. But, you know, I don't think he's going to perjure himself, you know, about what he saw, at least, you know.
Well, there's also, there's so many bodyguards that are coming forward to actually stick up, to actually vouch for Johnny Depp. And his list of witnesses is far more extensive and personal to their relationship, which is, I think it's about double. So he will have personal testimonies from people who are actually in and around those at the time. And
he's got
that. Yeah, and I think that is going to weigh heavily, because when you take her evidence, which is these conspirators that are clearly lied, and you can actually prove that they did not tell the truth about that apartment. How can you believe anything else that they said?
It's going to be hard, because when you only have their statement and you don't have any tangible physical evidence to back it up, usually with a deposition, there is some type of evidence outside the scope of that deposition that confirms it in some way. Some other visual or tangible type of evidence, you know, broken furniture, this, that, or anything. Some evidence of what they're saying actually happened. If they say a door slammed and broke, we should see a broken door. Right? Not a perfectly hanging door. Like you know, so it just takes away from those depositions strongly. It is going to also make it very interesting if they have to testify in person or get to be questioned in regards to the depositions. It's going to be
one thing with Amber Heard's evidence that I never really got. Now, either she's a lizard human being, right? Or she's a rubber human being. Right? Because she can't be a normal human being, because nobody gets a broken nose and black eyes without any swelling.
None whatsoever. And only the very tiny little dot under her eye. And I do believe Mandy and I did a presentation a couple of episodes back on my channel where we showed that there's actually pictures of her. She's had that spot under her eye. It's like a mark that she always has when she doesn't have makeup on. And it was enhanced with makeup, you know. And then it was gone the very next day, back to normal, to what is normally there. She has a little mark under that eye where she said there was, I mean, she even said she had broken ribs, and then she did a bikini shot on the beach. Was it the Bahamas? If I get it wrong, please, Mandy, don't yell too loud at me there. But she did a photo shoot in black and white while she was on vacation with Johnny the day after she supposedly had broken ribs and this nose and everything, and she looks gorgeous. She's in poses where she's stretching out completely in moves that if you had a broken rib would be quite painful, to be stretching like a cat and lounging on the beach in all of these, regular swimsuit holiday poses that you do. You know, there's no way you could do that with broken ribs. 24 hours later, no. And let us not forget that there is not one scrap of documentation from the doctor's notes. Now, don't forget, there are doctors and nurses around them. They're on medications. She has a nurse. And never once did they document these injuries in all of the nursing notes. They do document her being upset and having taken additional medications and having to be calmed down and having a doctor called in for, prescriptions, but never once about the documentation of injuries to Amber in all of those nursing notes that were provided. So, that also is, made my radar go off. Like, why wouldn't they note it? They work for her too, they're not just for Johnny. They're not going to a nurse that's not going to put her license on the line and not document stuff that's going on,
Exactly. Right, let me just announce this super chat from Bo's Nose, who says, for $1.99, congrats on moving to YouTube full time. Thank you so much. And can I just ask, I'm going to play a little clip now. I'm hoping this works. Tell me if you hear this. We just got a super chat. Now, if you just heard that where it said, we just got a super chat, then
I
it's
heard
working.
it. Did you hear that? Yeah.
So I put that on today, and hopefully I can do that anytime someone gives a super chat. So keep your ears out for that.
No.
Right. Let me just say, going back to Rubberface. Rubberface that never gets any kind of
Rubberface is such a I've heard her called quite a few things, but that's a first for me. I like it.
It's got to be Rubberface, right? It has to be, because there's no other we've had another one. Let me try again. We just got a super chat. There we go. That's a bit louder. Thank you to Halsoy. Yeah, thank you to Halsoy for how much was that? 100 knock. A little link for covering stuff that matters, not silly arguments about whose brain is bigger because of geometry. So,
I like that.
Yeah, I like that too. Thank you so much, Halsoy. So, yes, Rubberface. So Rubberface gets smacked in the face, and Rubberface never gets any swelling. And yet she always ends up with these incredibly dark bruises that, to the normal human being, you would expect some kind of like some kind of massive hematoma or something from the result of these attacks. And yet she never shows any of these injuries. Now, Johnny Depp, on the other hand, has had black eyes, and we have seen swollen imagery, swollen facial things with him. It's what happens when people get punched in the face and you get a bruise. You get a swelling. Now,
yes, normal people, yes, the everyday average person, yes, that would happen too. But the superhero and everything, like, I don't know with this one. But strangely enough, Randy, you bring that up. There are photographs of them coming back from vacation. She did a photo shoot, and yet her knuckles were all bashed up, as if she had been punching or hitting something, and she tried to hide them in some photo shoots. And my co-host Mandy had dug some of these up, and we presented that also in our playlist, some of that evidence. So she does bruise. If she hits something hard enough, she does mark up. Maybe not her face, but she was like all marked up on her hands at one point, as if she had been doing things she shouldn't do, like punching walls or people, who knows?
Walls or people, yeah. I mean, but as I say, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever that these. I mean, I'm sure they're going to get some kind of medical examiner on the stand that's going to say, is it normal for people to receive bruises that don't have any swelling, especially around the eyes and the nose and things like that? And I would expect them to say it's highly unusual for that to be the case, especially if you've had a broken nose. When does the trial begin? Right. So the trial has begun right now. So right now they are selecting the jury. There are plenty of jury options for them to choose, different people, etc. That's going to take probably the most of today. Unfortunately, that means that we don't get to see that because they don't want to provide that, courtroom shenanigans, because it could expose people to some kind of doxing or harassment. So they're not going to do that, which means that as soon as they've chose the jury, probably tomorrow, we will have the live cam feed from that courtroom. So that's where we're up to, but we are staying on the court cam in case for some unusual reason they actually run through this and get the jury picked out very quickly. It's unlikely.
It is unlikely that they'll actually go forward today. Almost everyone is reporting that tomorrow will most likely be the first actual live feed into the courtroom with everybody present.
What do you think about the JD losing part of his finger? No.
that was horrific. That was absolutely horrific, especially the way she tried to portray it, that she had all the injuries, but he's the only one in the hospital and needing surgery and everything else. And it did make for some further evidence and further testimony from carekeepers to the property, to people that were involved, to the sister. Like, people had to weigh in on this because it was such a volatile argument that they had at this time. It was such a big event that happened, and he is the one that actually gets injured. But what is very, very striking is the audio of her at the hospital apologizing and saying how
Yes.
sorry she is for what has happened to him. You know, people
Yeah.
that aren't complicit don't normally apologize for things that have happened. I mean, I granted she was upset. It's a very traumatic thing. You know, you can weigh a little on it there. But the way she's apologizing and going over and over and saying she didn't mean it. I'm so sorry. I'm
Yeah.
so sorry, Johnny. Don't be mad. Don't leave me.
Yeah, so
it was
just in answer to some of the questions, yeah. So when the trial, I'm just going to click this now so you can have a listen.
On someone different than everyone else.
So that's what it is going to be like normally, and we will be sitting in the peripherals, letting the trial take place. If we see something that, oh, hey, wait a minute, that was never disclosed before, we'll let you know. But for the most part, you're going to hear 97.99% of what goes on in the courtroom with just a little bit of commentary now and then from us. And then during the breaks and the lunch breaks and stuff like that, we can review stuff, we can go over things, we can say how we think things went, etc., etc. So, and we are going to be here for the whole 7 weeks. For the whole damn 7 weeks, every day, we're going to be here for you guys doing this. So,
this is going to be. This is exciting. It's 7 weeks.
And yeah, and you get to enjoy it with us, and you can tell that we've sort of like, you know, we've been invested in this too. You know, we've had a lot of, you know, we've done a lot of research on this ourselves. For instance, Johnny Depp's finger. He was sat on a marble chair, and she threw a bottle at his head, and it missed his head. And then she picked up another bottle, and she threw it at him again, but this time she didn't have such a good aim, and it smashed against his finger as it was resting on the arm of the chair, and it then took the top of his finger off. And then she was recorded by Johnny Depp's friend. She was recorded at the hospital admitting it and apologizing for what she had done. And then she's changed the testimony, and then some, you know, now she's saying that Johnny Depp did it to himself with a plastic phone. With a plastic phone.
With the phone. Yeah, I don't know how he did it with the phone. And then there's also the pictures and everything of the kitchen where she says it was such a mess and all of this trauma, but there's really like a fruit basket fell over. There is a little bit of glass that broke where she threw the bottle on the marble counter over there where he was at. And then, and that's about it. It's really not that much of a disarray in this kitchen for all of that she says went on. She gave quite the testimony about that one.
Oh yes, and the thing
very
is,
dramatic. Very dramatic.
A lot of her testimonies don't match up, and a lot of the witness statements that they provide from her side do not match up either. A lot of their evidence isn't actually. It couldn't have happened the way they say it was, through timelines, through video footage, through camera footage that just proves that whatever they said, and it seems like it's almost exclusively just those guys, that they never get the story right. That's how it comes across. Now, I suspect that because obviously there's been a lot of people doing sort of like, you could say, citizen journalism on this. And I'm going to go back to like the Andy files and the work that he's done. And to be honest, he had done a fantastic job on the photographs, the timelines, etc., and putting everything together. Right. And I am sure that Johnny Depp's team would have found that incredibly interesting, because if we all know that on YouTube and we can see it, we can follow the trail, we can follow the evidence, then I'm sure that once they get those witnesses on the stand for her, they are going to have a field day with them.
There he is. And that's what I'm looking forward to. All the little pieces that we have put together, that other YouTubers have put together. There's so many people are covering this in regards of trying to get justice for Johnny, just pointing out all of the discrepancies that are just blatant. I mean, it's so obvious that you can't help but say it. Oh wait, that was at the, all right. So Mandy is asking us to clarify that the recording was actually
At the hospital.
she said it was at the home in Australia, and Amber was actually the one who set up that recording, that one, because Amber didn't actually go to the hospital.
Oh,
So
no,
it was
no,
before
no,
he
no.
left for the hospital. No, this
No,
is
this
another
was-
one. This is a
Yeah.
different one, Mandy. I know which one you're talking about. In that one, yes. But he's talking about, there is a recording now that came forward from a third party that did record Amber. I don't know if it was at the hospital, though. That part could be true, if it's actually in the hospital or not. But she did admit to saying how much she's sorry. I know the one that Mandy's talking about, because I heard that one, and her voice is much farther away and she's muffled, and it's with I believe that one was with the nurse. Is that true, Mandy? You can correct me. That was like when they were talking and they were trying to calm her down and they were trying to get him help at the same time, and they hit one of the nurses involved in that. I think that's the recording we're talking about.
Well, there's plenty of recordings out there.
Yeah, there are. Yeah, and I'll try to get them
unfortunately-
both straight. Maybe I can
Yeah.
gather both of them for you so we can get the truth. I'll
Yes.
try to get that together.
Well, unfortunately, there's a lot of video evidence and audio evidence that she's provided, and Johnny Depp, both of them have provided it, and it doesn't seem to benefit her in any way. It's like, what part of this were you
Right.
listening to, Amber Heard, that you thought you could present this as evidence and it sounds good for you in any way, shape, or form? And as we were speaking before about the day that his mother died, when she recorded him, then how did she think that actually showed him in his average, everyday, normal environment? And this is her evidence. It just doesn't stack up. Nobody records somebody going through mental turmoil when their mother has just passed away. Nobody does that, and then tries to portray that this is what he's like all the time. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. No, I think you see how it is right now. It says we'll be right back. That's when you'll probably hear us doing commentary, when they take these kind of breaks in between testimony and in between the things that they're doing. Like that's right. That's when we'll be speaking more often to fill the time.
100%. And I'm absolutely looking for insight from people. So the chances are that, like on a Friday, because the trial's going to run from Monday to Thursday, which means that on a Friday, I'll probably want to do a live stream to do a roundup of the week's shenanigans and just basically go through everything to say, this is what we've learned so far. And if you want to join the panel, or if you indeed want to join us live on this stream, you can email me. I will put it's running at the bottom. There you go. You know how to contact me. ranty@flirtspective.com. Super easy. And then if you want to join the panel, we'll get you on. And you can participate too and be a part of this. And if you've got some kind of legal knowledge of the cases over there and how things work, I would appreciate that, because, as much as we know a lot about the trial, well, the evidence and how things have gone down, I don't really know too much about how the system works in America. So, yeah, so if you do have that insight, please get in touch. We really would appreciate your assistance on that. And I believe that going forward, this is going to be potentially a film down the line. I definitely, you've seen obviously the Boiler Bunny, right? You know what? You know the film I'm talking about, Fatal Attraction, Boiler Bunny.
Oh yes, with the Boiler Bunny. Yes, I do, with Glenn Close. Yes, I do.
I suspect that there's going to be like a Boiler Bunny, but if this film ever makes it to the cinemas, this will be like the next Titanic film. Everyone will be going along to watch it, because this has so much drama in it. People just don't understand the lengths that Amber Heard has gone to try and make herself something at the behest of somebody else, and what she tried to do to this man.
No, I got
So,
different.
yeah, so there we go.
No.
Right, we're
Yeah.
back on the trial screen. There we go. Look at that. So tomorrow, hopefully, we shall have some audio and visuals from JD's courtroom. As I say, currently they're picking a jury at the moment in his room. But and the good thing is this is going to be huge. I think it's all over YouTube. I think that Umbrella guy is doing a live stream about it. I think Stevie J Raw's doing it in collaboration with SEC and a few other people. I think Nerdette's Newsstand is doing it too, and probably Reiki Law. I think he's doing it.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so there's plenty of places you can go to go and listen to different people's commentary on this. But I think all in all, people sometimes like familiarity, and listening to us guys on this, if you're here for the 7 weeks, I honestly think that you'll get to get familiar with us and you'll get to know who's who. Now, my co-host for this entire time is Claire. And I'm going to put her little ticker going across the bottom so that if you ever feel you want to go and subscribe to it, because you're not far off 1,000 subscribers, right? And you stream quite a lot. Do you want to tell people about what you do on your streams?
Well, I do a variety of things. I'm kind of like a smash up commentary channel. I do. I'm doing some library chats on more serious conversations about social media and interactions, relationships, things like that. I do a series called Am I the Asshole, which we read Am I the Asshole Reddits and talk about who is the asshole. That leads to like some funny and yet some deep conversations sometimes about how people interact with each other. I also have done the Johnny Depp coverage with my friend Mandy on Wednesday nights for a while now. Back and forth. I've covered the Marilyn Manson videos, just a lot of stuff. I do a wild ball, like crazy show called Mayhem that I'm taking a little break from right now. That is a little risque. It's all adult humor and adult conversation of that nature. I also do library reads, more serious in literature, and also naughty books. Like it's all over the place what I do. But my passion is legal and crime. I read legal briefs every morning. I'm a nerd. I'm a self-proclaimed nerd. I love the law and I like while following legal cases. So I do a lot of true crime twice a week also. I'm just busy. I do panels over at Hereticals. I like having funny and intelligent conversations on the regular. So I panel a lot also. If there's a conversation, I like to have it. There's nothing I won't talk about because I like to learn and grow. I like talking. Yes. Yes, it's true. That's one of, it's a gift and it's a fault at the same time. But I do like having the conversation. Oi.
We just got a super chat. Manny Fubani for $4.99 says, don't forget Legal Bites. How could I forget? Yes, Legal Bites. She'll be covering it start to end, the same as here. She's been covering it with That Umbrella Guy and SEC. And Sarah Zinn says, can I watch it here? Absolutely. Once we get the cam feed from Johnny Depp's court, this is what we will be presenting, and we will have audio to it too. So do not worry. The moment that this cam feed switches to Johnny Depp's room, you can watch it here with us, and you'll get to hear it all uninterrupted with a bit of commentary from us if you so wish. So there you go. So yes, definitely stay tuned. Because we're going to sit tight for the next 7 weeks. You can call me Ranty, people in chat, if you want, or you could call me Shane. It just depends, whichever you feel like. Ranty's my, Ranty's my online name, and my real name is Shane. So I guess I prefer to be called Ranty. And you've got Claire here as well. So Claire.
Yeah, you could call me Claire. You can call me Bear. A lot of people just call me Bear. Well, it's like a nickname. Yeah, my name was.
What about Bear Claire?
Bear Claire with anything. Well, that, there's a big thing going on with Mayhem with that because it is a semi-nude show, but it's all avatars. So, shh, it's not real nude.
Won't say anything then. Right.
Yeah, okay. But we do avatars. My whole channel is avatar only. Everybody that comes just uses an avatar. There's no actual camera. It makes for I find more open conversation on some of the subjects that we cover. So, it makes it comfortable.
Just want to give a huge thanks to Juliana Minasian, who says, oh my God, love you both. That's so nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. This is our first time. Yeah, this is our first time together, actually, isn't it, Ranty?
Well, we did have a bit of a. We did discuss.
We've
chatted. We've
chatted
discussed before. Yeah,
this is our first time being on YouTube live together, though. Like, this is, it's a big thing for me. This trial is a big thing for me. Seeing it come up.
Imagine 7 weeks. What they're going to know about us after 7 weeks? They'll either know that
I don't know as much as.
Yeah, they could know so many secrets. I mean, you just don't know,
well,
do you?
I know, as much as I like to talk, you're going to have to rein me in a little bit, Randy. I don't want everything out there. Like 7 weeks, that's a lot.
7 weeks. You'll need lozenges. You'll need lozenges to go through all this. But quite honestly, I think that this is how it's going to go, guys. Trust me, it's going to be 90% listening to these guys chatting, right? We're in because we're going to be listening too. We're going to be wanting to be picking up on the parts where we think actually that isn't what's been being said in the past, and then we'll make some notes. And then when they have these intermittent breaks, we will then start chatting to you guys. So we're going to save our voices a little bit, but it will be the whole trial from start to finish. And I am so excited to be doing this. I have to say, this is me coming into the world of YouTube full time from now on, not just now, but in the future. So, I've got to make an impression on you guys. So hopefully you're going to enjoy seeing me on the camera and getting to know what I'm all about, as well as yourself. Hopefully we can push you to 1,000 subscribers as well, Claire. That would be nice.
Well, thank you. Well, you're such a likable guy. I can't imagine they're not gonna love being here. You're so honest and direct about it all, and with having such a strong personal connection to the outcome and to the process, I can't imagine they're not going to enjoy it. I'm so pleased to see so many people here supporting the live stream for the trial, and that they're supporting Johnny Depp at the same time. I'm really thrilled with a lot of the comments that I'm seeing in the chat that they recognize the
chat. I could just do that. I could press one and it could say, shut up, Claire.
I recommend that when we go offline today, that you really spend some time making that one. It's going to come in handy. I'm telling you. I know myself very well. I do, and I own my assholeness. I do talk too much sometimes. So get that button. I recommend you get that button. You're going to need it, Ranty. 7 weeks is a long time.
We just got a super chat. So Anikel Atney, who says, for 50 knock, just got here. Here's a replacement for the super sticker that failed to go through during the premiere of your last video. Hashtag justice for Johnny. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was a bit of a... We had a chat about that, actually. I wasn't too disappointed, but it was nice that you came back and gave a super chat. So thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. And yes, definitely justice for Johnny Depp. So yeah, I'm going to make a few... there can be the nice way, shut up, Claire, or there could be a shut the up, Claire.
Or it could be just like, breathe, Claire. No, just
breathe.
Claire. Just
take
breathe.
A breath.
Take a breath. Yeah, take a breath, Claire. We could find a way, because I'm sure you're going to need it. Yeah, I'm sure you're going to need it, because I just love to talk.
I will find the perfect intersection to stop your ramblings.
Please, I'm sure we'll find our way. I'm sure I'll get a little, also it's nerves too. I do ramble a bit more, nerves, and this is exciting for me, so it could be a little much,
we've got a question, actually. Do you want to tell this guy, Anisito Maldano?
My name is Claire. Nice to meet you, and thank you for saying I'm wonderful. I'm a bit much, but thank you for the wonderful. Thank you very much.
There we go. You're on the screen now. There you go.
Oh, there you go.
Everyone can see you now. So this is Claire's...
my sassy self.
This is Claire's view, and she has a channel on YouTube. You can go and find it, and she talks a lot of Johnny Depp. She's very invested in this, just like me. Oh God, I'm so excited for this trial. I can't wait for it to start. I have been waiting for this moment for about a year. What can I say? And people like, wow, that just dropped off. Current viewers, what happened? Everyone disappeared.
I know. They're just like,
It went zoom. Wow, how did 70 people just disappear then? I don't get that. Anyway, right, okay. Well, anyway, I forgot what I was going to say. Yes, that umbrella guy and things like that. I've learned so much from him. And don't get me wrong, I have been trying to find evidence. Oh, we just jumped back up again. 149. Must be my stream settings are going all over the place. But yeah, that umbrella guy, what a fantastic channel. Stevie J Raw, another one. I actually had him on this channel. I had him about three and a half weeks ago. He came on. We were talking about the JD stuff and listening to his passion about wanting to set up this domestic violence shelter for men was amazing. It's an absolutely fantastic thing that he's trying to set up there, because people don't understand how much men also get abused. You know,
exactly.
That's the thing. You know, men keep quiet about it. And
they do, and because it's all been slanted against them, and they don't get believed, and the embarrassment of it, the thought that you're bigger, stronger, that it couldn't happen to you. But it does. I mean, when a decent person can get attacked by an indecent person, no matter what the size or anything, it doesn't. Size doesn't matter when aggression is in play.
Yeah, there's an interesting comment here again from. Well, let me just find it. Where's it gone? There we go. From Juliana again, who says that AH needs to say sorry for what she did to JD. Now, I think that has a wider, broader thing than that. I think this trial would never have happened if she had actually just stood up and done that. If she had have stood up, apologized, walked away, sure, she would have took a small hit there, and then it would have been a small hit, but she would have recovered from it. She'd have probably gone on to star in other films. No big deal. What's happened, or what's going to happen now when this trial gets, we start to see the evidence for what it is, and we actually get to see it presented the way it should be presented rather than how it was presented in the UK. We're going to see, because all the new information's out there, we're going to see such a disaster for her unfold, because I don't believe that she will ever work in any kind of big Hollywood movie again. In fact, I would be surprised, regardless of what the result is of this actual trial, what the verdict is, I don't care about it. I think that what's going to happen is that when this is over and done with, companies like Warner Brothers, who have got her in the Aquaman 2 film, they've pushed that movie back. And I suspect that because of the negative way that she's going to be portrayed in this and shown to be portrayed in this, that they will have no option but to replace her. They will have to bring in another actress to replace her character, because otherwise they're going to lose hundreds of millions of dollars from people not watching that film. I won't watch it if she's in the film, and I know that probably by the time this is over with, I would imagine that half the country wouldn't either.
No, I agree. It's just you can even see the turn on social media when it first started happening. If you put in Johnny Depp's name, the first thing that came up was the allegations, and now with her being, the evidence coming forward and everything being questioned more and more often, the tide is turned, and there's like more positive things out there about him. He's doing a voiceover for a characterization movie, with the characters. He's got that French film that just came out just recently with the French director just this week. More positive things about him instead of the negative right away, and yet more negative press about Amber Heard. It's like the tables are turning. It's just more, is she lying about this? What about this? And what about that? More on social media that way.
Good question in the chat. It's directed at yourself. Says Claire's view: has she donated any of the $7 million settlement to the Children's Hospital yet?
Yeah, there is the documented $100,000 that Johnny sent directly from the settlement to them, and there's also a donation in her name from Elon Musk. But we have seen to date, I haven't seen, and I am still looking for any other documentation of further payment. Although she has made several statements that she has, we don't see anything.
I didn't know
as
that.
far as proof. Yeah,
I didn't know that it was Johnny Depp that handed it to the Children's Hospital before it ended up in her grubby little mitts.
I think it was part of the. I think it was part of the settlement agreement. From what I read in the notes that I have, and that Mandy confirmed with me here, and she's really good with the details. But I can go back. But I would trust her on it. If she says that the initial first 100 came from him in the settlement, it did. That was part of the settlement about the $7 million. So
here's what I know. I know that she went on record, not once, at least 2 or 3 different times, to say that she had already paid past tense, given the money away. She had donated it. It had gone. In other words,
there's no proof. There's no proof, and they've been asking for the proof. There's no proof of it. Yeah.
The CHLA, they actually put they actually emailed her and said, "Where's our money?" You know,
yeah, because she did get into a payment agreement with them for the donation, but the payments aren't being made. So yes, Gemstone, I agree. She lied about it. Definitely, I'm agreeing with you 100%. I wouldn't say she's not.
She then said that she was going to give the money, but then she knew that she was being sued by Johnny Depp, so she needed to keep the money for legal fees.
For the legal fees, right?
The problem was that this didn't all start until 2 years after the divorce. So she had that money for 2 years. She didn't know Johnny Depp was going to sue her for anything. So why didn't she give him the money?
Well, what's the term for that when you try to make the evidence match a false narrative past tense? Like there's some kind of bullshit, maybe. When you try to make it fit, like after the fact, like no. Yeah, it's not good. Not good.
Yeah, it's not a good look. And what's even more interesting is that this conspiracy between Amber Heard and the op-ed and the ACLU. So those conspiring together to create the op-ed and to actually hide Johnny Depp's name from it, and actually discussing about how they could keep his name from not appearing in the op-ed, clearly demonstrates that the op-ed was about Johnny Depp.
And how did they do that when it's clearly she's talking about a personal experience she had, and they can correlate it directly to them? Like, I don't know how they thought that was going to be possible.
It's not her story, though. It wasn't her story. She stole
not
that
all
story.
Of it. Yes, some of it. Yeah.
Yeah, she stole the story from a worker that she sat down with a worker that worked for her, and this worker outpoured all of this story, that something that happened to her. And then Amber Heard went, she's listening and she's taking it all in, and then she made that part of her victim claim. And then the worker that worked for her actually stood up and said, "Hey, she's telling my story here." And then she wrote in support of Johnny Depp to say, "Look, that story that she told is my story. I told her it, and she stole that story from me."
Like, it's not bad enough that she was, extrapolating all these lies and, exaggerating things that had happened between her and Johnny. And then she's got to add somebody else's story into it to make it better, to just make this statement out there like a personal story. I would have had more respect if she just talked about things that happened to people instead of trying to claim it all as her own, which in the end is quite offensive, don't you think? I mean, to claim yourself to be that kind of victim kind of takes it away from other victims.
Definitely.
The real stories. And she should be ashamed of herself for that part of it alone. That part really sticks with me, the way she takes it away from real victims. really gets to me.
Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard.
This is going to be one of those big trials to watch.
You have these big celebrities that are going to be testifying.
Their reputations are at stake.
Johnny Depp was not successful across the pond, but he's got a second bite of the apple, this time in the United States.
Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. Live coverage Monday through Thursday starting at 9/8 Central on Court TV.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Woohoo!
Ooh, there we go. A little teaser.
I can't wait. This is it is dramatized. Obviously, they need to ramp it up a little bit. But at the end of the day, what we have here is we have a man fighting for his reputation, and I don't think to be hit for him losing his career doesn't really matter. He's worth so much money; it makes no difference. He could live his life out drugged up to the eyeball. It's never going to run out. His money will never go away. On the other side of the coin, his reputation is being eroded away, and that's what sticks in his mouth. And it's the same with me. Mm-hmm. If somebody comes after your reputation, that is something that you just don't let go of. You have to defend that.
Mm-hmm. And he doesn't want the money. He wants justice. He wants his name cleared. He wants his reputation back. That catalog of movies that he has, that volume of work that he did, that great body, it should not be besmirched by something that's not true like this, something this dark on it. It's not fair.
Just trying to see what somebody said here. I've got an echo coming through for some reason. Is that from you?
I don't know. I didn't do anything different. Let me see.
Okay. So anyway, it doesn't matter. That night where he allegedly hit her with a phone, her friend called the cops anonymously while AH was on the phone with the divorce attorneys just after he told her that he wanted a divorce. Now, is that calculated or not? What do you think?
I would say that's calculated. I mean,
she tried to get him first, basically. He said that he wanted a divorce. She then, after the alleged incident, probably an hour or two afterwards, after he said that he was looking for a divorce, she's on the phone to her divorce attorney, obviously getting in there first. By obviously appealing for a divorce first, it makes her out to be more of the victim, right?
Exactly. Especially if she's going to be selling that story of being the abuse victim, which she went ahead and got the temporary restraining order and etc.
Mm-hmm. And as we can see on TV right now, with the jury selection begins this morning. This is Johnny Depp turning up for his trial, his big day, his hopeful vindication at the end of all of this. There's Amber Heard walking in. She looks like she's already lost the case. she looks like, oh, look at this. Oh, look, she's about to cry. Oh, what a shame. Wait till she gets on the stand. That's what I can't wait to see, when she has to answer for the lies that she's perpetrated. That will be the good stuff that's coming up.
Mm-hmm. There is a question in here from Kyle's Goldfish. Are you going to put this on the volume?
Where's that? Oh, on here?
No, I meant the feed. Are you putting that on?
Johnny Depp, the star of such blockbuster franchises like Pirates of the Caribbean.
I'm so sorry, were you still talking?
Was one of Hollywood's highest paid actors, commanding tens of millions per film.
He's exactly what you want to be if you want to be a Hollywood A-lister.
Elizabeth Wagmeister is chief correspondent at Variety magazine.
You want to be family friendly, you want to be taken seriously by the industry, and you want to have a bit of sex appeal when it comes to your personal brand. But of course, this entire trial really changed the whole face of Johnny Depp's reputation.
The trial, Depp versus Amber Heard. This once married couple has been feuding since they split in 2016, and the drama has spilled into courts in the U.S. and overseas. Here in Fairfax, Virginia, the two square off in this courthouse. Depp is suing his ex-wife Amber Heard for defamation. He claims she damaged his reputation when she wrote about domestic abuse in this op-ed that appeared in the Washington Post in December 2018. Depp wasn't named in the article, but he claims in his lawsuit that the article implied he abused her, and as a result, he has lost movie roles and faced public scorn.
Any defamation case has a difficult road to hoe, but in this one, I think it has a particularly difficult chance of success.
George Freeman was in-house counsel at the New York Times for more than 30 years and is now executive director of the Media Law Resource Center.
The first defense really is the most basic defense in libel law, which is truth.
In order for Depp to win, he not only has to prove that the allegations are false, but that Heard acted with malice or intentionally lied about the alleged abuse.
So he really has to prove that she made it up out of whole cloth. And I think that's a stretch to ask a jury with all the evidence that exists, to ask a jury to believe that she made it up and she wasn't abused at all is a very, very hard burden to meet.
Depp has already lost a similar libel case in London. He sued The Sun for calling him a, quote, wife beater. A judge there found that the newspaper had proved the article was substantially true. But the U.S. trial will be different. A jury will decide the case, not a judge, and his appeal among fans could be a factor.
He knows that he has a large fan base, even throughout this entire legal battle. So Johnny Depp could also feel empowered by knowing that he does still have a fan base behind him.
Depp's case is unusual for another reason, according to Freeman.
Johnny Depp sued Amber Heard in this case, but not the Washington Post. Generally speaking, in 9 out of 10 cases, in a libel case, you sue the media that publishes as well as the person who's making the accusation. Yet he never sued the Washington Post in this case, which leads to the conclusion that this is really, in the end, a marital fight that has now grown into the American court system.
And we, of course, will be bringing you gavel-to-gavel coverage of this trial. Chanley Painter is there, and so is this guy. Lead anchor, Court TV anchor, Vinny Politan is there. He'll be hosting his show all this week.
Right, yeah. So, I mean, the difference between the trial in the UK and the trial here in Virginia is massive. Not least because a whole treasure trove of evidence has suddenly materialized that destroys any of the summing up that the UK judge did in the UK trial. The UK judge relied heavily on the fact that Amber Heard was supposed to have donated $7 million to the Children's Hospital and the ACLU, right? He relied so heavily on that, and it's as a character witness to her benevolence and her good character. He also dismissed the evidence of the police and said that he didn't believe the police. He actually believed the testimony of her friends when they said that the place had been trashed. He didn't believe the police. He said that. And yet body cam footage has turned up that now shows that the police were right. And also the $7 million that she was supposed to have donated never actually happened. So a lot of the reasons why the judge backed Amber Heard at that time has now been totally disproven. Also, the metadata that's actually come out, all of that evidence proves that everything that she provided was either taken on the wrong date, it was run through manipulations, sort of like Photoshop. Forensics has been able to, for the limited times that they've had it, be able to establish that it's been so manipulated, it's unbelievable. Some of the metadata says it was from the 1970s. Metadata wasn't even around then. I mean, it's just incredible that they haven't spoken about this on the news or their mainstream media. But we know this. We know that the UK trial, what they relied on then, is not what we have now. It's different evidence. It's more overwhelming evidence now. Let's listen to what these guys have got to say.
Okay.
Let's face it. In Hollywood, if you are labeled along with Harvey Weinstein and others in that realm, you're not going to get work. I mean, it is hands off of someone like that. If he, even if he doesn't necessarily win over this jury, do you think part of the motivation here is to try to win over public opinion as well, to have all of this aired out, and at the end of the day, maybe he gets a second look, a second chance in his career? Is that part of this, possibly?
Mm-hmm.
It could be, but that could very well blow up in his face. Let's suppose that, because I'm taking the So let's say she starts to testify to specifically what this abuse is. I think that's going to blow up in his face. I think that's going to make things worse for him. I don't think at this point in your career, you have to decide, do I continuously want this career because I need the money or because I enjoy it? You have to decide whether or not you want to air your dirty laundry. And keep in mind, these are ex-spouses. So there's usually some other underlying things happening when you're going through a bitter, nasty divorce. And this is an extension of it. This is an extension of that divorce. They're not done tussling with each other, and they're using the judicial system to continue to air their dirty laundry. I just don't know that this is going to work out for his career if she starts to test use. I think
and it may at the end of the day,
rubbish. Absolute rubbish, of course. Listen, when she testifies that she was abused, and then all of her information is dissected, all her evidence is dissected to prove that she lied. I mean, ultimately, that's what Johnny Depp is going to have to do to prove that she maliciously lied, and that's how he's going to win the trial. So he has to prove that. He has to prove that she made it all up. So if he wins this trial, anything that was alleged at this trial by her towards him is going to have no consequences in the real world, because at the end of the day, it will have been proven that she made it all up. So that woman's talking absolute nonsense.
Absolute. She's just, because all the evidence that she submitted has already been gone before. Just because she tells a sob story, it shouldn't just be that is the evidence, just her words. You need physical documentation of things. You need other people to collaborate what's going on. It can't just be he said, she said. Although, the point of jury sympathy could be one that we must consider. We do have to consider that. It is a jury trial. It is a jury trial. And so she is, if she is speaking this and then she does present it in a certain way, it could affect the jury in a way. I just hope that they will see past just the words and look for things that, collaborate the statements. You can't just take a statement. And I'm sure that they will be given jury instructions of that nature. Usually they are here in America in a legal court. They are told how to listen to the evidence and how to take these statements into consideration. But it could be the visual of it could be, because we are talking about a subject that is very difficult for a lot of people. It is abuse on in any way. So they're going to feel a certain way either way.
I don't think anything that's going to be said in this trial can be any worse than what's already alleged, and I think JD's prepared for that. The main thing that I know is that his friends, his family, all support him. All his exes, they all know the real Johnny Depp. So I don't think he would be too worried, even if he didn't get another job in Hollywood. I don't think he would care. He would get plenty of offers worldwide. But this is more about rectifying a wrong for him. I believe that's what it is. But guess what? We just got a super chat. I support JD because Shane McGowan supports him. And that was from Mr. Malort for $1.99. Thank you so much for the super chat there. So, yeah, like I said, Johnny will get film roles wherever. I think he's going to do a film for a French film, right?
Yes, he is. It's a French director. I think it's called Montmolet. I can't even pronounce the name of the film, but it just came out this week, I believe. It just went, and he's also doing. He's also doing a voice characterization for another big film right now for a character. So he's getting some more out there, and I'm hoping that it's going to be more and more. You know, I was hoping he was going to be in the new release of Fantastic Beasts because his character, you know, when they showed what he was going to look like and all, it would have been great. You know,
my prediction is that, and I don't care what happens in the trial. I have obviously high hopes of Johnny Depp winning this case. I think that his team will have enough evidence there to disprove any claim that Amber Heard has put out. That's my personal opinion. But I'm going to make this prediction, regardless of what way this jury trial or verdict goes, Amber Heard will not be in Aquaman 2. I believe that whatever goes down in this trial, she is too damaged. There is too much going to come out in this that they cannot possibly allow her to be spearheading or co sort of like being the main character with Jason Momoa in Aquaman 2, because it will cost them too much.
With this all going back and forth and the way that she actually got them more involved than they wanted to be in the trial, I could say so. She's not making a lot of friends in her work environment right now.
So, Juliana, so obviously this is, I'm Ranty, this is my channel. And if you can look at the little top there, you might see a little justice for Johnny Depp there. And if you check me out on Twitter, you might get to see 1 or 20 tweets there of me offering my support to Johnny Depp too. So I think it's pretty obvious whose side I'm on. You know,
we don't claim to be unbiased here. We both have clearly stated, and we'll probably have to keep doing it, that we are definitely biased, based on what we've seen over the last couple of years with all of this going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people that I ran a poll on my channel, and I asked my audience, I said, how many of you know about this trial? How many of you have even looked into it? And this was around about 3 months ago. And I think it was about 50% that had never really even looked into it, and 20% had barely seen anything of it. But those that actually did know about it, so the people that were aware of the trial, and they then supported such a person or not, or supported Johnny Depp or Amber Heard. And I believe it was something like 96% of those that actually knew about this trial and had actually gone through the evidence, 96% of them believe Johnny Depp, which was massive. So just be aware, though, that even if we are being biased, that's only because I've spent the last year going through this, so I am going to be a little bit biased about this because I know the evidence that's out there. And if you're just coming to this stream because you're just wanting to have a nosy, a fair trial, you're going to see a fair trial. Absolutely, there's going to be a fair trial. I'm not going to get involved with that, but I'm going to be heavily biased because I know the proof's out there that vindicates JD, and most normal, rational people will see that too. I think when you follow this, and I will break it down because I'll be doing some breakdowns during the weekend, so that you'll actually have little snippets of what's gone on during the week. I think, you know, it will be presented in a fair way. I will try to be as unbiased as I can when I'm presenting the facts of what's gone on during the trial. But that won't change my opinion of who I think's telling the truth here. And I think everything that's gone down, every expert that's ever looked into this, whether it be for forensics, whether it be for body language, whether it be for facial expressions, whether it be for body cam footage, cameras, anything, every single expert that's looked into this has always sided with JD. Or, well, I can't say always. The vast majority have sided with Johnny Depp, right? So that's where we're at. So if you're on the fence now and you've never looked into this, you know, you will probably, by the time this trial's over with, you'll probably be the same conclusion as what we are right now. That's what I feel.
That's true.
He could be wrong. Could be wrong. I mean, it could be women, people out there, men, women, whoever, that say, "Oh no, I believe Amber Heard," and that's fair.
Well, there are some people, I see them, Instagram and a few places around, maybe Facebook. There are a few groups that just totally believe her, and based on a victim, just on her being a claimed victim. Some people don't even want to question when someone comes forward and says something like that. They want to believe no matter what. Kiki Dawn asked us a very good question here, Ranty. She wants to know, I'm curious for the panel, at what point were you sure that Johnny was innocent? Was there one thing that weighed more than the rest?
I think we all suspected that a lot of the information was tied up in, we couldn't get down to the nuts and bolts. They were like the ACLU and they were playing hardball to try and get any information out of them. And it wasn't really until the body cam footage came out, I believe, that I really started to sort of like think to myself, hang on, wait a minute, there's more to this, because that to me was, you can't deny what you see with your own eyes. And when you're presented with one argument which says this was the destruction that was left after Johnny Depp had assaulted Amber Heard, and yet this is the body cam footage of the second set of police officers that turned up that shows absolutely no damage whatsoever and a pristine apartment, right? So when you're presented with those two arguments, well, my eyes, I've got pretty good eyes. I've got 20/20 vision. I can tell you, I can see things, and there was nothing to see in that body cam footage. So it was quite clear then that there was more to look into. And then the more you started to dig, the more evidence came out, and more evidence came out. And then the court started working in Johnny Depp's favor. They started making these people that didn't want to talk actually have to present evidence. And when they actually had to start providing their evidence and their data and things like that, then everything started falling apart. You started to see the ACLU had been working in tandem with Amber Heard to actually produce the op-ed and make it and start from scratch. And then they would go through it and say, this is the draft. This is the second one. This is the third one. What do you think? Have we done enough to keep Johnny Depp out of this? All of that stuff. I mean, we wouldn't have got that.
Right.
This wasn't around at the UK trial either. That's another thing that wasn't around, that they were actually working to do this to prove that it was Johnny Depp she was going after. And
he wasn't allowed to put in a lot of evidence about that. The rules. He wasn't allowed to even disprove the claim of a wife beater, right, at all.
But it also, like I say, it all started falling apart. And then what happened was people on YouTube started to take a more of a vested interest in that. And then some rather smart people started to take apart individually the imagery that she had presented. Things like she would present images of, let's say, some domestic violence allegations in, let's say, August of, say, 2014. Let's just make that date up. I'm not going to say that's the truth, but in August 2014, she alleges that this happened, and yet then she presents this photographic footage that shows, black eyes, etc., etc. But then it turns out that other people have gone away and then seen what kind of hairstyle she had in 2014 in August, and what her eyebrows looked like at the time, because eyebrows take a long time to grow back, and they can be tweaked in all kinds of different ways. What type of what type was the sun out? Did she have more of a, was she darker of color of that time? Because she had more of a suntan and things like that. And then people started to actually work out that these dates and times didn't work out. Like, for instance, the hairstyle she had when the photographs were taken there, she couldn't have had that hairstyle because this was her hairstyle in that month. So these photographs don't make any, nothing matches up.
And there's photographic evidence where there's two sets of photographs taken by her and by somebody else, and they're different. they're different in the way they portray the evidence, and they're different in what is going on in the picture, and they're of the same exact thing. That also tells. And Mandy and I were looking at pictures the other day, and we're noticing different collars, same color shirt, same short sleeve, but like a different collar. And she's trying to say it's the same event. There's like 3 pictures, and like one of them's got a totally different collar than the others. Some stuff that she just didn't catch in her hurriedness to frame a man, so to speak.
Yeah. And also, I mean, there was just another instance was when she'd been to a premiere. She had covered herself in glitter. So she had glitter all over her chest and up her neck, right? So she was covered in this stuff. She also had a hairstyle that with a kink in it that was very prominent. She had some eyebrows that were done, and she'd been to this premiere where it, like that with the hairstyle and everything, very, very unique, let's say, to her, with all this, all these things, the same jewelry as well, the same, like 2 or 3 necklaces on, 2 or 3 earrings in. And she'd gone to the premiere, she'd been filmed out, no problems whatsoever, no bruising. And then she provided photographic evidence that showed some bruises and said that this had happened at some time, some months before or something. The problem was that in those images that she had, which she was taken from the chest up, basically, above the nipples, but chest up, it showed the same pattern of glitter going up the neck, going on the chest. It had she had the same earrings in that she had worn at the premiere. She had the same necklaces on that she had just wore at the premiere. She had the same eyebrows and the same hairstyle with the same kink, and also the same color hair, because the different colors, sometimes they fade out, sometimes it comes back, sometimes it's a different shade. It was identical. You could tell that she took that photograph after she'd been to that premiere, and yet she had black eyes.
But all of a sudden, then all of a sudden, it's something had happened. I'd say for me, I started looking at the evidence a lot different. Like Mandy, when we actually heard audio tape, what really cinched it to me was the audio tape where she's actually calling him a baby, and as Mandy says in the chat, admitting to hitting him, and telling him, go ahead and tell the world. Go ahead and tell the world that you're a victim of abuse and see who's going to believe you. Taunting him with it. I did not think that was the character of an abuse victim, taunting an abuser. It was more the other way around. The abuser actually tormenting the abused. And I really felt for him then. And I started to look at everything very, very jaded. I wasn't really on her side from the beginning because of the contract disparaging what happened to him right away economically and in the press immediately. Really left a bad taste for me. I didn't think it was fair. I didn't really weigh in on who was guilty and who was not, just that he was getting tried in the public, and I was very offended by that. I didn't really want to get into like whether she was actually abused or not. Once I started looking into the evidence and all, and these voice clips and the physical evidence came through, it became evident that she really was stacking the cards against him, and this was being done to him. Purposely.
And also for those that are sort of like tuning in that don't know anything about this trial, there is audio recordings of Amber Heard screaming at Johnny Depp, telling him, why don't you fight back with me? Why is it whenever we have these arguments, you just want to walk away and not get involved, right? So it's telling you there that he's not the sort of person that likes to stick around to have a fight or an argument with somebody. And that's been backed up by other people that have said that's just his character. That's what he does anyway. But that goes totally against her allegations that he's the one that's causing these arguments and then being violent, etc. And also, she said, I hit you. I hit you. I didn't punch you, but I hit you. And then he says, but this is what happens. You do this, you lose control, and I have to walk away. I can't be in that situation. And she's like, but you never fight me back. You never fight me back. But then she's admitting that this is what she does. And you see the damage that on his honeymoon, he had a black eye. On his honeymoon, when he had his finger chopped off, he also had cigarettes stubbed out in his face. Cigarette burns on his face. Right? Crazy stuff. But she's been done with. She was accused of this in the past. With other people have accused her of being violent in the past. She beats up her sister, and then her sister, retracted it. But it was, the allegation was out there, and she was shown to be beaten up, and it was Amber Heard that did that. There's plenty of information out there that shows that this is her character. This is what she is. She's a volatile, aggressive person. She was married to a woman in the past who alleges the same thing, that, she was a victim at her hands. And yet all of the past relationships that Johnny Depp's had, they've all come forward and said that he never laid a finger on them.
Right. And he's had long-term relationships. And, granted, when he was younger, he's never denied the fact that he was drinking and that he had the drug issues and drinking issues, and that he has destroyed hotels rooms. Even when he was with that other model, the UK, Kate Moss, they were quite volatile together. They destroyed hotel rooms and everything. But there was not, I don't believe, any allegations. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember any allegations from her. And if that would have happened, you'd think during the same environment of drinking and in a volatile situation like that, because this is, the kind of environment they were in, you think it would have been more out there. We would have heard more about it. I'm not saying, I don't know if it's true or not, but it just seems that he's very honest about, what he does get aggressive about, and that he will damage property and he'll do things, but he has not in any of his relationships had any other woman come forward and said that he hurt anybody, that he would do that.
The mirror incident where he apparently scrawled on the mirror. Now he says that he remembers writing something on the mirror, right? Okay, so I understand that. But it's also shown that the evidence proves that she had gone in there afterwards and manipulated what had been written. Now then, let's just be clear. Johnny Depp is an artist, right? That's what his passion is, and he's a very good artist. He's you should see some of his artwork. It's really good. He does excellent drawings. I'm sure if I ever got the opportunity to get a hold of one of them, I would love it. I doubt I'll get one, but it would be nice to think that I could get one at some point. Anyway, the point is that he is an artist, right? And what do artists do? Artists take out their frustrations and anger and pent-up frustrations and upset and everything like that, and they put it down on pieces of paper. They draw it, they sketch it, they do whatever. At that time, when Johnny was in the bathroom and he scrawled on that mirror, he was expressing himself the way an artist does. He was writing on the mirror just as you would expect somebody who is that type of person to behave. He doesn't turn around and become violent for that. That isn't his personality. That's never been his personality. He's an artist. So that actually shows that at the time that he did all that scribbling on the mirror, that's what he was doing. He was letting it all out on the mirror like an artist does. It didn't show that because that is out there and that's her info, that's her proof, that doesn't actually help her story. It actually supports that this is what Johnny does. Johnny, rather than being violent, actually turns to art.
It is. He would channel it, Yeah.
So as for the trial, we are waiting for the. Let's see.
Both Depp and Heard arrived this morning in Fairfax, Virginia, and now they are face-to-face in a courtroom as a jury is being picked. Testimony could begin as early as tomorrow. Also this hour, closing arguments are underway in the trial against former Olympian Michael Barrisell, the highly regarded.
Right. So the trial is underway now. It's currently underway, and they're actually picking the jurors. They're actually deciding who's going to be the ones that are going to make the final decision on what goes on. And it's obviously they've got to pick the right people from both sides. They want to take, they want to make sure they get the best jurors on there. So that's what they're doing currently. And we don't get to see that, unfortunately.
No, we don't get that process.
So as soon as we get the option to see what goes on the court, which is probably, unfortunately, likely to be tomorrow. We don't know, though. It could still happen today at some point. We'll just keep on with this in the hope that the court cam switches over to Johnny Depp's room. But as soon as that happens, you know, it's underway then. And I think it's Johnny Depp that actually has to present his evidence first. So he has to say, this is my proof as to why I was defamed. And that to me is going to be obviously pretty interesting. But even more so after that is when it comes to her, how she's going to try and put her claims across, because she alleged that she lost work through this. And she's countersuing for $100 million.
She's going to have a hard time proving that she lost work when she had contracts the whole time. And she's going to have a hard time saying that she's worth $100 million with her resume, so to speak. It's going to be rough. That's going to be rough. That's going to be rough. But what she did do is open up the countersuit for a lot of other evidence to come forward from her past. It's not exactly going to be as good for her as she thinks, because now her charges that were against her for abuse can come in. Statements from exes on her can come in. Lots of other things can be presented now that couldn't in the first case that Johnny presented. So the countersuit could be richer.
Yes. It'll be interesting to see if Elon Musk turns up. I don't know if he will, because he didn't sit for a deposition. But it would be interesting to see if he actually did turn up, what actually he had to say.
They did submit the the subpoena, the international subpoena to him, but to request him for either presence or deposition. But the deposition hasn't happened, so I don't know. He could come by video call. He could come by Zoom. He doesn't necessarily have to come to the United States. There are measures that he could do. But I can't tell by the court documents that I'm looking in. I was looking this morning. I can't see an answer there yet on whether he's going to be there or not, or whether they have anything on file for him yet.
What about James Franco? That'll be an interesting thing, because it was alleged, and I don't think there's any way to prove it unless Johnny Depp has some greater information that hasn't been made public yet. But we do know that the day after, you know, there was an incident between Johnny Depp and I think it was in the apartment, you know, the alleged incident where the police came around, that James Franco came up to her apartment, right? And they were both in the elevator together, being very coy and keeping the faces away from the camera.
They were, and it does look like they knew each other quite well. It does appear a little cozy, so to speak. I don't want to speculate too much, but I'm hoping that during the testimony, or also during the subpoena of documentation, if they can prove there was a relationship, they could get text messages or some things like that could prove some kind of ongoing relationship. It was speculated that during her marriage she was seeing him. And part of the arguments that they were having were because Amber did not like to be alone. And Johnny travels, and they didn't always travel together based on work commitments. The elevator, there's lots of footage of her in the elevator with like lots of people. I keep seeing like lots of different clips of elevator footage of people just coming and going. And not that they're all like, I'm not saying it was risque or she was doing anything. I'm just saying a lot of people coming and going like all the time. That, you know, when Johnny was not around, you know, it was a pretty popular penthouse.
So just so people know, Gaming Gem Finder asks, is this Johnny Depp trial or not? Indeed it is. What you're seeing now is you're actually seeing the court cam, but they are not showing the court cam for Johnny Depp's room currently. The reason being they're picking a jury. And once they've picked the jury, because we don't get to see that because it's privileged information, people don't want to be doxxed, they don't want to have their information out there. So once that's been concluded, then the court cam will switch over to the Johnny Depp's room. And we will listen to it. And basically we'll be like you guys, we'll be listening intently as they get to grips with the evidence. And then when they have these little breaks, yeah, that's when we'll have a bit of a chat. So just so you know what's going on. Somebody says Franco vomit. Franco and vomit.
Okay.
He was supposed to have, he was alleged anyway. Or no, it was admitted, wasn't he? Because he actually apologized to them that that he had relations with some of his students.
Did he? That's
and his career tanked because of that. So it'd be interesting to see what he actually says when he's on the stand, because if he ever wants to get back into Hollywood, I can't imagine getting up there and defending Amber Heard is the way to do it. I just don't see it.
No. I don't know. I had not got into that one with the students or anything, but I knew there were rumors about him that was going on. And there was something about him not, being a punchline of a joke now instead of a serious actor.
Well, what about Amber Heard and didn't take you long to get naked in my trailer 2 days after you broke up with Johnny Depp?
Oh.
Can you remember that?
Who said that?
I'm trying to remember his name. The guy that did Waterworld and Robin Hood. What was his name?
Kevin Costner.
Kevin Costner. Yeah, that's the one. So,
oh my gosh. Yeah. All right. So wow. Okay. So wow.
She tried to put it about. She tried to put it about with him.
Jeez. Yeah. Well. She does like famous, well-to-do men. She has a type. You need money and reputation in the industry. Yeah.
Johnny Depp, one of the wealthiest men in the world. Elon Musk, the wealthiest man in the world. Yeah, I would say that she definitely has a type. She definitely she's punching above her weight, because I'll be honest with you, I don't see her as that good looking, I have to say. I mean, I'll credit her for being, reasonably attractive, but I would definitely never say that she was like she would never be an 8+ on my scale. When I look at her, she's a 6.5 to 7 at most, and that's me being generous. So I don't know how she's managed to get into the clutches of these, or in the orbit of these men. Let's say not the clutches, just the orbit of these men, to even think about having a relationship with them. She must lay it on a plate. And like Kevin Costner says, didn't take you long to just walk into my trailer naked and what in sex, basically.
And there are actually rumors about Jason Momoa in his breakup with his wife recently. That is a co-star for Aquaman, right? And she there's no actual proof of anything out there, but she did do both movies with him and went from a very loving, like he was like crazy about his wife whenever he spoke about them and the children and everything. He seemed to be, and it just turned. And these things happen, but she's kind of getting the fall for it right now, as far as some of the slander, those magazines in the supermarkets, the supermarket thrillers, the gossip mags are kind of making it like she had a lot more to do with it than they say, because of travel time with her and being around her so much. And he actually stuck up for her about not losing the contract. He actually wanted her on the film. He didn't see any reason for her not to be on the film based on everything that was going on. So he did put statements out to her credit. So it's a little sus there, what could be going on. But I don't know. And she did meet Johnny on a film too. That's how they met, in a film in 2011.
Yeah. What do you? Hang on. Let me just get this comment up. What do you? There we go. What do you think if you was gonna be fair on this, and you was gonna say, well, okay, let's go and say what are the bad things about Johnny Depp? What things can we throw out about him? And I've been racking my brains to think, and I suppose you could turn around and say he drinks a lot. And he takes a lot of drugs. And that's about it. That's about it. Because anywhere else you go, if you ask anybody, any of his work colleagues, past relationships, people that, even friends, workers, people that work for him, security, anybody, nobody alleges any violence or him being a nasty person. In fact, they go out of the way to say what a nice, kind person he is. So if you can only ever turn around and say that, he has issues with some substances, does that necessarily make you a bad person?
I don't think so. And he even admits to other things, like being dedicated to his craft and putting a lot of focus on that and not having a lot of time for other personal relationships and giving the care that is needed. He's admitted that. People in his life have said that he tries to be conscious of it, but he does work really, really hard at his craft, and he's very dedicated and travels a lot. And but he's not unaware of it. He's not so selfish about it that he's like me. He admits to being more like that when he was younger. He's quite honest about his failings, actually, as a human being. And he does make statements about everyone having faults, and everyone is broken to some degree, in this world. It seems to be quite a thoughtful soul about this kind of stuff, actually, I can't picture him doing what they say he's done, but not with all that honesty about his own faults,
And he makes no bones about it either. I mean, he openly admits that, and it's been a thing for him for all these years. And it's interesting, he's had these problems from when he was with other exes in the past. And, through those amount of years of substance abuse, you build up a tolerance to it, and you become pretty stable, I would say, in your mentality about how you would be normally on those drugs. It's not like you're going to suddenly take these drugs and be a different person, especially if you've got some kind of tolerance to after them for so long. So I don't see how that in any way, shape or form, him taking drugs and him drinking a lot, is any indication that should change him as a person.
Especially when it was all documented. I mean, he was in the limelight the whole time. And when he had outbursts or anger issues or whatever, from, hotel rooms and stuff, it was all documented and everything. And there was nothing else to it except for what he admits to and claims to. And everybody else in the situation does also.
I forgot about this.
Yeah, I know. I was just looking at that too.
Mandy, Justice for Johnny Depp says, she hired a private investigator. This is Amber Heard. She did. She did hire a private investigator, and the guy went back to her after months and months and months of trying to dig something up. He went round hundreds of people to try and find some dirt, because that's what she wanted. She got hit. She hired him to dig up dirt on Johnny Depp, and after months of this, he says he came back to her, and it's the only person in the history of him doing this that he came back with absolutely nothing. He wasn't able to dig up a single thing on him. It's crazy.
This is the Mandy that is my co-host on Wednesday nights on my channel, doing the Johnny Depp coverage for quite a few weeks now that we have been bringing everybody up to speed. She has a lot of detail like this. She's got a mind for these details. She loves this case as much as I do and as much as you do, Renty.
It's amazing. You have so much to think about when you're here on, sort of like doing this thing. So it's nice when somebody reminds you of something and you're like, oh yes, I remember that. Yeah, that was a big thing. I mean, imagine that. Imagine her. I don't know if this guy's actually been deposed or is going to be a witness for Johnny Depp. Actually, that would be pretty cool if he is. Maybe somebody can tell me that. Is this private investigator, is he one of the people that's one of his witnesses? Because that would be incredible that she actually paid this investigator to go out and dig up dirt on him and wasn't able to find a single thing on him.
Well, that would be good if they knew it. If they knew that she hired him, I'm sure that would be really good. Just to show that there wasn't anything,
Yeah. Well, we shall see. We shall see how that goes. But yeah, she also put in a counterclaim that she got PTSD from Johnny Depp. And that little nugget, because of her saying that, kind of means that then she had to go and get evaluated by a psychiatrist. And by all accounts, that psychiatrist might not have been on her side, because guess what? That psychiatrist is now in Johnny Depp's witness list. Not Amber Heard's witness list, in Johnny Depp's witness list.
And actually Amber went and got her own counter witness to it. She got another specialist to go against it. So that kind of is telling there. Now it's going to, also we shouldn't get too excited, because when it comes to mental health, there's not so much that they're going to be able to disclose or anything like that in there. They're just going to be there's going to be a lot of back and forth on what they allow on that. I've seen that in the American court a lot, where there's going to be a lot of back and forth on what gets presented as far as those witnesses that have anything to do with mental health at all. So, but she did put herself up for it, and I'm sure it's going to come up in the other one where she's countersuing. It's going to come up again, and
see, I'd have argued that the reason that they're in court right now is actually because of Johnny Depp. And I was thinking about this. You bear my reasoning with this, right? But if he hadn't taken... Now, either this was a masterful plan by Johnny Depp all along, by the way. It could have been a masterful plan for him to go to the courts in the UK and try to sue the Sun newspaper in the UK. Now, if he hadn't have done that, they wouldn't be here in Virginia with him going after Amber Heard, because it took Amber Heard going to the UK and admitting that the op-ed was about him and she'd been abused, etc., for him to then actually take her to court in America. But if he hadn't have done that, if he hadn't have lost that trial, then he wouldn't have been able to go after her for this 50 million, because at that point, how could he go after her then? Because there's just an op-ed out there. He didn't have any other information to go on. So was him losing the trial, and then he lost his jobs after that? Was that then his suit? His suit is that he lost $50 million.
Right.
But would he have lost those Pirates of the Caribbean franchise? Would he have lost, would he have lost Grindelwald? Would he have lost that if he hadn't have actually taken the Sun to court? And I don't know if he would have done. Maybe he wouldn't. So it might have been a masterful plan all along for him to actually to lose the trial in the UK, so that he did lose his films, so that he could then drag that witch to court and expose her for what she did. Maybe that was the plan all along. It could be just like some massive conspiracy. I'm just thinking out of the box, but it just kind of it makes me wonder that if he hadn't have taken the UK, if he hadn't done the UK trial, he probably wouldn't have lost the parts that he did, right? Just thinking out of the box.
I'm looking at the actual witness testimony list that Johnny Depp has submitted from his side, and he's not on the witness list, Paul Barisi. So he's not giving video testimony or in-person testimony. But now I have to go through the evidence list to see if he actually gave a deposition or a statement, because that would be on a different thing. But the private detective's name was Paul Barisi, according to Mandy. So it gives me something to look for anyway, which is like
cool. Well, yeah, we need something to do. We need something to dig into. But it's interesting. Her witness list is very bare of anybody of any note or anything. It seems like she's going in for a total. It wasn't about Johnny thing, and she's trying to get all the evidence that implicates her and the ACLU, conspiring behind the scenes. She's trying to get that thrown out.
Right.
That was part of her plan. That's part of her plan. That's what she's trying to do.
Yeah. And unfortunately, Virginia's anti-SLAPP legislation, which means that if it was done under the guise, this statement was done under the Me Too movement for public interest, anti-SLAPP means it can't be used against them. And the judge is allowing motions on that, is allowing them to use that as a reason. And he hasn't determined whether he's going to do it or not, allow it or not allow it, but he is allowing them to present the case under anti-SLAPP for it to be removed from evidence, which...
But I don't know how that's in the public interest. I don't know how her alleging what she alleges is in the public interest at all.
It would because it was part of the movement, I guess, and because it was like for the victims in general, the statement in support, and she was an advocate at the time, remember, for the ACLU for domestic violence. So under that guise, I believe that's what it's all they're using it.
Right. Okay. So there's my little theory gone out of the way of Johnny Depp and his team being masterminds in all this. When Mandy says, actually, he was fired from Pirates of the Caribbean 2, days after the op-ed, 2 days after the op-ed. So, oh well, it was a nice theory whilst it lasted. Yeah, it would have been amazing if it had been that they'd worked all this out as a way to drag her into court over it. But oh well, yeah, it is what it is. What do you think is going to happen? Do you think Johnny will get his Pirates of the Caribbean roll back, or would he even want to do that?
Oh, so much has happened with that franchise in general. I mean, it's kind of tanked without him. He pretty much had the starring character, created that character. That whole series was known for that character. I don't know.
Captain
If I
Jack
was Johnny,
Sparrow.
I would say no. I would say I wouldn't let them have it because they've already ruined the whole series by what they did afterwards. Like, I don't think I'd give it to them. I would want them to offer it to them, so he gets the opportunity to say no. That I want them to beg him for it to come back, so he can say no because they did him wrong.
They would have to beg him, right, to come back.
Would
have to pay him a substantial amount as well, I would think.
I would, if it was me, absolutely, they wouldn't get me back after what they did. But
can you send me across the op-ed that she sent?
Did I send you the op-ed? No.
Can you send it? Can you send it me in the private chat here on StreamYards, and then I'll
Try.
present that and read it through for people that are unaware of what was actually alleged.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me find it. Okay.
Yeah, so she wrote a piece with the help of, and you could say it was a ghostwriter really, because it was actually the ACLU's brainchild, because they wanted her to spearhead the campaign for DV victims. So they contacted her to say, hey, do you want to be the face of this new movement, where we're actually pushing for domestic violence, people to come forward? And she's like, yeah, of course, yeah. And they're like, okay, then let us draft this op-ed for you, and then we'll, you can tell us whether we're right or wrong about it. And then they had this back and forth email exchange trying to change things around and try to keep Johnny Depp's name out of it and stuff, So they had this back and forth, and they clearly worked in collusion together. So definitely really interesting in that respect, because she actually said on her Instagram post, I think it was yesterday, that she wrote the op-ed. But the emails themselves show that it was the ACLU in collusion with Amber Heard that wrote it. They co-wrote it together.
Okay.
So even her Instagram post from yesterday kind of goes against the evidence of what we have. We know that she didn't write it on her own. We know it was written by somebody else.
Okay. There you go. I put it in the private chat there for you.
Okay.
There's a link to the Washington Post did this op-ed, and it's called Amber Heard, I Spoke Up Against Sexual Violence. It is from December 18th, 2018. And faced culture's wrath. That has to change. I'm trying to find the actual. Wait, I'm trying to find the actual.
Right, let me get this on screen for everyone to see.
I'm trying to get this. This is not the actual. Wait, hold on. This is another article. This isn't the actual.
Right, I've got it on screen now, so just bear with me whilst I read this. It's going to take me a couple of minutes to read through this. So this is sorry.
Oh, I'm going to mute. I need to step out.
Okay. So this is Okay, so this is opinion from Amber Heard. So this is apparently on December the 18th, 2018. So what we're looking at, we're looking 4 years ago now. Well, three and a bit years. I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. And obviously there's a picture there. Amber Heard is an actress, an ambassador on women's rights at the American Civil Liberties Union. That's the ACLU. I was exposed to abuse at a very young age. Now, that's really interesting, actually, because her father is going to, well, and has been deposed and is also going to be at the trial. And it would appear that maybe he might not be too happy with this little part here. In fact, all of his interactions with Johnny Depp, all of his, for the vast majority of times, any kind of emails or texts that they had with each other showed that they had a very close and engaging relationship with each other. So I'd be surprised if he was going to just sit back and accept this as part of the opinion that she decided to write. So I was exposed to abuse at a very young age. I knew certain things early on without ever having to be told. What would that mean? What does that mean? I knew certain things early on without ever having to be told. Now, the only thing I can think of is that you get told about the birds and the bees, right? When you're growing up. That's how I would read that. You get taught the birds and the bees because you sit down with your parents or whatever and they tell you about it. But apparently, she knew certain things early on without ever having to be told. Now, that's very cryptically saying that she was, and if you go back up here to the top, sexual violence. So it's interesting what she's trying to allege here. And it's really quite damaging to her father and family, I would think. Whether it's true or not, I have no idea. I don't know. But let's carry on. I knew that men have the power. Wow, this is such a... Wow, she wrote this, right? Okay. Physically, socially, and financially. And that a lot of institutions support that arrangement. I knew this long before I had the words to articulate it, and I bet you learned it young too. Wow, this is crazy stuff. Like many women, I had been harassed and sexually assaulted by the time I was of college age. But I kept quiet. I did not expect filing complaints to bring justice, and I didn't see myself as a victim. Wow. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing DA, domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Friends and advisors told me that I would never work again as an actress, that I would be blacklisted. A movie I was attached to was recast my role. I had just shot a 2-year campaign as the face of a global fashion brand, and the company dropped me. Questions arose as to whether I would be able to keep my role of Mira in the movies, and she did. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Imagine a powerful man has a ship like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up the holes, not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend on the enterprise. See, this is where we come into the Me Too movement. In recent years, the Me Too movement has taught us about how power like this works, not just in Hollywood, but in all kinds of institutions, workplaces, places of worship, or simply in particular communities. In every walk of life, women are confronting these men who are buoyed by social, economic, and cultural power, and these institutions are beginning to change. Well, she's really laying it on here, isn't she? We are in the transformative political movement. The president of our country has been accused by more than a dozen women of sexual misconduct, including assault and harassment. Outrage over his statements and behavior has energized a female-led opposition. #MeToo started a conversation about just how profoundly sexual violence affects women in every area of our lives. And last month, more women were elected to Congress than ever in our history, with a mandate to take women's issues seriously. Women's rage and determination to end sexual violence are turning into a political force. So, I mean, if you've ever seen Amber Heard at the deposition for the UK, you would struggle to understand how she was able to articulate this, you know, in this particular way, because she doesn't have, in my belief anyway, the capacity to speak like this. You know, it takes a certain person to actually be able to, you know, write like this, and she doesn't have that. So it's clear, you can tell that this was actually written for her by somebody else. We have an opening now to bolster and build institutions protective of women. For starters, Congress can reauthorize and strengthen the Violence Against Women's Act. First passed in 1994, the Act is one of the most effective pieces of legislation enacted to fight domestic violence and sexual assault. It creates support systems for people, blah, 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 blah. I write this as a woman who had to change my phone weekly because I was getting death threats. Really? Okay, it'd be interesting to see that because I haven't seen any of that. There's been no proof of that. For months, I rarely left my apartment, and when I did, I was pursued by camera drones and photographers on foot, on motorcycles, and in cars. Oh, not that you didn't phone them up yourself and tell them where you would be. Yeah, because that's not out there in the open now that this is what you did. You actually got in touch with the paparazzi and said, hey, guess what? I'm going to be at such a place at such a time if you want a chance to take a photograph with me. Right? Not the fact that she submitted over 50,000 photographs from her own mobile phone over a period of just like 3 or 4 years. Who takes that many photographs? Seriously. I mean, I don't know. Tabloids outlets that posted pictures of me spun them in a negative light. Really? I felt as though I was on trial in the court of public opinion. And yes, you are on trial in the court of public opinion. I'm going to go to my banner here and just have a look at this at the bottom. Where are we? This is the court. Here we go. This is the court of public opinion. This is what counts. This is about JD clearing his name, something that money cannot buy. Right. So yes, you are on trial in the court of public opinion. And my life and livelihood depending on myriad of judgments far beyond my control. I want to ensure that women who come forward to talk about violence receive more support. Blah, blah, and blah. It continues. I think I've been sent some more of that. Let's just see. All right. Cookie settings. Just 1 second, guys. Let's just get this open. See if there's any more on this over here. All right, this might be interesting. Right, let me switch screens. Just bear with me, guys. Window. Which one's this? There we go. Right, exclusive. Johnny Depp's legal battle against the ACLU heats up as emails reveal non-profit staff wrote Amber Heard's explosive domestic violence op-ed at the center of his $50 million defamation suit against his ex-wife. Right? So the emails actually prove that. Emails obtained by the Daily Mail suggest that Amber Heard, 35, had minimal input in her Washington Post op-ed on domestic abuse published in December 2018. Documents reveal the ACLU staff came up with the idea for her to write the essay now titled, I Spoke Up Against Sexual Violence and Faced Our Culture's Wrath. The op-ed went through multiple legal revisions. Indeed, it did. And the reason for that is because they needed to keep Johnny Depp's, well, his name out of the article. The reason being is that she'd signed a non-disclosure agreement after their divorce. They were not going to, or they weren't supposed to talk about anything that happened in their relationship. But her writing this, or having the ACLU write this, actually went against that particular agreement that they had after their divorce. Anyway, the op-ed went through multiple legal revisions, with Heard's lawyers anxious, yeah, I'll bet they were, not to mention Depp by name or breach the couple's non-disclosure agreement. Depp, 57, later sued Heard for libel, claiming that the article included references to their failed marriage and falsely labelled him an abuser. And that's where we are today. This is why we're here today. And tomorrow and for the next 7 weeks. We're here because Johnny Depp is trying to clear his name. Nobody wants to be called an abuser. Nobody wants that against them. Nobody, you know, for him, he would have walked away from, you know, from his career, I would imagine. No big deal to him. But you take away his reputation, that's when shit hits the fan. That's when things get, you know, serious. And this is what's happened. But the unearthed emails, which now show the ACLU had actually penned the piece, could drag the organization deeper into the toxic lawsuit. And they are going to be on trial. They are going to be on the stand. The ACLU will have to explain on the stand why they wrote this article. Who penned it? Why did they pen it? That's going to be so interesting. I can't wait for that moment when they have to do that. We've also got Warner Brothers. They've have to take the stand. Even more than that, they have to answer for 2 entire hours without saying, oh, I need a moment to think about that, and can I get back to you on that? I don't know the information right now. Anything like that they say, literally that time spent where they say that they don't want to answer that or they can't answer it or whatever, that doesn't get deducted from the 2 hours. They are there for 2 hours, 2 hours answering questions. They're not allowed to have 2 hours of umming and ahhing and refusing to speak. It's 2 hours of answering questions. So that could last days with just Warner Brothers being on the stand, being forced to speak up and say what's gone on behind the scenes. Depp's attorney, Adam Wallman, told the Daily Mail that the emails proved the ACLU wrote Heard's false op-ed for her and were co-conspirators from the start. Indeed, they were. They were co-conspirators from the start, along with her hanger-on friends that supposedly saw, you know, a damaged apartment from Johnny Depp trashing it. And yet the body cam footage proves that wasn't the case. Last week, the actor sued the ACLU to force them to reveal if Heard had ever honoured a 2016 pledge to donate half her divorce money, $3.5 million, to the non-profit. And guess what that shows? Can you imagine? Can you tell whether she paid it or not? In her own filings, Heard does not claim to be the sole author of the op-ed, stating that she wrote it with the assistance and advice of others. But that's funny, because in her Instagram post yesterday, she said that she wrote it. That's what she says. No, she wrote it with the assistance and advice of others. Yeah, she doesn't even know where her own lies start and where it ends, I'm telling you. But all this is going to come out. All going to be coming out. All of this information is going to be there for everyone to see. Right, let's put me on the big ones so that you guys can see what's right. Let's, whilst we're waiting for Claire to come back, let's see who we got in the chat. There's a lot of people that I don't actually recognise in here, funnily enough. There's a lot of names that I don't know. Can everyone tell me where they've come from? Have they come from sort of like MC Toon's channel or FTFE's channel? Or have they just found this by doing a simple search for the Johnny Depp trial? I'd be really interested to know where everyone's come from, actually. Because we've got over 200 watching, and it'd be nice to know that you guys are going to come back and listen to more of this with me, because once this trial kicks off, I'll be here for the next 7 weeks. And as I say, it's when it kicks off, it has kicked off. We're just waiting for the jury selection to actually to be finalized. Right, a simple Depp search. Right, okay. There's a lot of people turning up just from a search. That's really interesting. I wasn't expecting that, to be fair, but I'm glad to have you here, because for the next 7 weeks, you know, this is going to be my life. I'm going to be sharing this with you guys. We're going to go through it together. Let's see what's going on with let's see, Court TV. Oh no, Home tab yet. Court TV, where's that? Full camera. Court TV. Share. There we go. We'll be right back. So just waiting on them coming back, I suppose, and we'll see what's what. You know me from too many channels to name. Yes, I do know quite a lot of people. For those of you who don't know me, I did used to host a debate platform on an old channel, and I'm quite used to doing these long streams. I would do 4 or 5 hours long streams, so I've got the stamina for these, and I'm certainly looking forward to seeing what's going to happen in this. You know, this to me is this is something that I've been invested in far too much than the average person should be. I think I've got too passionate about it, and it, for me at least, this is going to be vindication for Johnny Depp. That's what I hope is going to happen anyway. Let's see. So we've done quite well. We've got 210 people watching, which is pretty amazing, actually. On my old platform, my old channel, I was getting, I think 330 was the most people I had watching a stream. I think I've had 300 watching normally would be the normal amount. So it's nice to, on my new channel here, getting this sort of numbers. Be nice to see you guys back again as well. A lot of people are nervous for Johnny, and I am too, has to be said. You know, it's one of them. You just don't know what's going to happen. It could all end on a technicality. You know, she could squirrel away out of this and not have to face, you know, financial repercussions for this. But I think the court of public opinion is going to judge her regardless. You know, that's ultimately what's going to happen. You know, that it's too late for her now. This is all going to get exposed. She's going to have to answer to this. And I think Johnny Depp doesn't care whether he makes money out of this. He's not interested in the money. He just wants his name cleared, and he wants to show that actually she was the one that was the abuser. I mean, he wants to bury her now. You can tell that. Yeah. Let's see. Chrome tab. Where are we? Yes. Very interesting indeed. Hi from Australia. Yes, I'm from the UK, and I think this being in Virginia, I think a lot of people all over the world, the time zones seem to fit in for this. It's crazy how this is all working out. You know, you could be in Australia, New Zealand, the UK, and the chances are you're going to have time to watch this. I was worried that because I hadn't checked the time zones out originally, you know, whether it was how it was going to work in the UK. I just knew I was going to be streaming it. I was prepared to be getting up at like 2 a.m. to start. So the fact that I can do this at, well, it's going to be 3 p.m. my time, and probably finishing around about midnight for me, that's great. I can do that. I can do that no problem. You know, that's just fantastic for me. So don't want that on. Who else is here? Does it start the same time every day? Yes. So it's on Monday to Thursday. It's the same time. We are waiting for the jury to finish. So we've been going for over 3 hours now. Once they've picked the jury, then we can actually get into the case, the nuts and bolts of it all. What we're all here for. It's what we're all waiting for. I think, you know, I think we're all desperate to see something something happen, something kick off. But it's just part and parcel of this case. It seems to be dragging on for so long. They've postponed it before, and because it's so close, you're sort of like, you're itching. You're waiting for that. You're waiting for it to start. You're waiting for that first opening segment for the judge to start talking, for Johnny Depp to be there on camera, for Amber Heard to be on camera, and you're just waiting for that moment to see that happen. And Johnny Depp finally get his moment in court. That's what we're all waiting for. And and that's exactly what we're all here for. So I'm as eager as you guys. As soon as this starts, we're swapping right over. Right. There we go. That's what's currently on at the moment. So we're still the former Olympian on trial. That's still what they're showing currently. We're not getting to see, unfortunately, the Johnny Depp room as yet. But as soon as it does, we shall get cracking with that. Kyle's Goldfish, do you have a playlist for your previous coverage of the case? I think the only time I've spoken about it before is when I had Stevie J. Raw came on and we discussed it between ourselves. That was a video that was done around about a month ago. Playlist, not really, because it isn't normally my topic of interest for my audience. You know, I debunk conspiracies and like to call out conspiracies and sort of like say whether right or whether wrong. I audit the absurd, and this is essentially what I'm doing here. The idea that this is a normal trial, it's absurd. Amber Heard is absurd. Absurd Amber Heard, whichever way you want to call it. And this whole farce of a thing, everything that's worked out, it's a farce. We know that. And I'm prepared to, I've told my audience for the past 2.5, 3 months that I'm going to be covering this trial. They're well prepared for it. They all know that I'm going to be doing this. And it introduces them to a whole new audience. And it's a trial that I've been covering now for over a year. You know, I've been invested in it, not covering it, but I've been invested in it. And I've been learning and watching it unfold. And I had a vested interest in this because something like this happened very similar to me. I had a very similar case, which I actually, in my last video, the last video I released, which is a 90-minute expose of something that happened to me here in the UK, I actually go through how I was able to win my case here in the UK, where the burden of proof is almost, it was like 99% chance that I would lose, because 99 out of 100 of those cases are given against the man. And I had to be, the judge had to be 100% certain that that I was absolutely true and that my accuser was lying for me to win that. And that's what evidence does. Evidence proves things. Evidence, and I had a bucket load of it. I had 120 documents of evidence that was able to vindicate me. And that's what Johnny Depp's got. So I've got faith that things can work out when you have the amount of evidence that I had. But even then, it was still tooth and nail. The judge was like, still tooth and nail. But you've got to fight your corner. You've got to stand up for what's right. You can't let people take away your credibility. As soon as you lose your honor, you no longer have that. You're stripped of it. Once you lose that, once you lose your reputation, it's gone. Nobody can rebuild that for you. So you just don't let it happen in the first place. You fight to keep it at all costs, and that's what I did. I could have taken an easy route, didn't. But an easy route in the UK would have been just to take an undertaking. An undertaking is just a promise to the court that you will not go around somebody else's house or have contact with somebody. That would have been a promise to the court There would be nothing on your record. There'd be no orders made. There would be nothing like that. I couldn't accept that because I'd done nothing wrong. I was not prepared to just stand up in court and say, I won't do that because she's dragged me to court to say that. I wasn't prepared to do that. I wanted her to face her moment in court. I wanted her to be judged on her claims. I knew I had the evidence. I knew I had the proof. I won my case. 99 out of 100 don't win those cases. I was the exception to the rule, but it only because of the amount of evidence that I brought to the table. That's what got me invested in this case here, because it was not long after my court case that I found out about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Then I started seeing the similarities between what happened to me and what was happening to Johnny Depp. And I was like, man, this is like, it's so identical almost. My exes came out of the woodwork to defend me. My exes, exactly like Johnny Depp. I didn't have to go through that. I didn't have to put myself through that. I didn't have to go to them and say, these are accusations made against me. And I didn't have to spend months and months worrying about this and providing all this proof and evidence to take to court, when I could have just simply stood up in court and gone, right, I promise not to go anywhere near her. I promise not to say anything. Bye-bye. That would have been the easy route. That would have been the easy route, but that would have given her satisfaction for me standing up and saying that. I wasn't prepared to do that. And I put myself through months of hardship and, sleepless nights over this. I can imagine exactly what Johnny Depp's gone through. That's why he's fighting his case. That's why I'm on his side. Men are victims. There are women out there that can be just as nasty as men can be just as nasty. But, so to just blame it all on men, it's just wrong. So I fought my corner and I kept my integrity. I kept my honor, so to speak. And that's what Johnny Depp's doing. And I wish him well. I hope he succeeds in this. I've got every faith in the jury to do the right thing. So yes, this is what we're seeing currently. As soon as we get to switch on over, it all kicks off. Can't wait. Nasty Yoda says she already got domestic violence on her record. Why Johnny didn't? Exactly. Yes, she already did, and she's got a DV. A DUI. She's got a DUI conviction. She's already been done for violence. She's known for this. She beats up her sister as well. There's a video out there, of people saying, hey, your sister did that. And she's like, I don't want to talk about it, and she's all beat up. Talking about Amber. She said, Amber did that. Crazy times. Tell you, we just got a super chat. Hey, I love pressing that button. Fade1231 says, let me just bring that up onto the comments, actually. Bring that up so you guys can see that. Something like that also happened to me. My ex accused me of all kinds of crazy things when it was her doing it. My other exes also came out to defend me. I think it is more common than people think. Couldn't agree more. The thing is, one thing I've learned in this life, I'm older than I look, right? I'm 47 years of age. I know. I only look about 25. I know that. I understand that. Listen, I've led a charmed life, plenty of cream and all to make me look younger. But yeah, I'm 47 and I've lived a life. And I've had girlfriends in the past. And every single time you have a relationship with someone, it breaks down and you move on to the next one. It feels like you're starting over again. It feels like you've had another life, but you take away things from that. You learn things. And one thing I've learned is that it does happen more often than you think. That is one thing I can say. This isn't unnormal to be like this, but it's also not unnormal when people try to get a non-molestation order against you, that the courts actually almost exclusively would err on the side of caution and issue a non-molestation order against you. That's what they do. Because if something happened to the person. Let's say they didn't. This woman came to court and said, "Oh, this man, this, that, and the other," and they didn't award a non-molestation order against them. Then it would be the judge that would be on the hook for that, because then they themselves are responsible for not listening to that woman. So the judge has to be 100% sure that nothing ever happened, nothing was likely to happen, etc., etc. I've never been in trouble with the law, luckily enough. So just like Johnny Depp, I mean, I don't know whether Johnny Depp's had issues with the law in the past. I don't think he had. I don't think much has transpired, if anything, very little. But me personally, I've never had anything, you know, I've never been accused of anything, done anything. I had my exes come out of the woodwork. I had all the evidence that proved why she was making this allegation up, this one allegation of assault. But I was able to defend myself, you know, and that's what Johnny Depp's doing. Right, we have another. Hang on, here we go. We just got a super chat. Yes, we've got another super chat. This time from Anakai Atne. Oh, I hope I didn't said that right. Right, let me try that again. Aninkel Atnell. There you go. Your optimism is nice. I feel more hopeful now. Indeed. I've given up my job to cover this trial. I've sacrificed that so that I can cover this trial. What I've done. I'm doing YouTube now full time. This is the start of my full-time career. This is what I want to do. I want to build this channel up. I want to be a voice of reason. I want to say, this is absurd. To believe in this is absurd. To believe in this is absurd. And to believe that Amber Heard was abused by Johnny Depp, that's absurd too. This is the start of my YouTube progression. And I gave up a job to do this. I have my own business, painting and decorating. It's just coming up to summertime now, the time that I should be making the most money. But this is when the trial started. And this is when I decided this was the time. This was the time to cover something like this because I'm passionate about it. I want to see justice done, regardless of whether or not I have to sacrifice personally for it, financially. I don't care. I see somebody's been wronged, and I've followed this for such a long time. And actually, having this to look back on over the past year has actually helped me recover from my own demons of that accusation against me, because I had to go through that myself. But then to actually see somebody else go through it, I was reliving it, but in a more passionate way, because I've been there and I understood it. So me covering this now, it's important for me, and I don't care what the cost is. I just want to do it, and we'll see where I end up. You know, I would like to think that people enjoy my commentary on this. I'd like to think that people would enjoy my other videos that I'll also be releasing at the same time. So there'll be other videos coming out if you're interested in conspiracies or how people debunk conspiracies and things like that. I'm also a bit of a comedian at times as well. You know, I can be quite funny when I want to be. So you'll see a lot of funny things going on, entertaining. I hope you enjoy it. It's not just about this type of this coverage of trials and stuff. Claire, she's the one. Claire Bear, she's the one that does all those different trials and things like that. She's the one you would be subscribing to. Let me put her banner up so that you guys can go and follow her if you want to. So that's Claire there. So if you wanted to go and find Claire on YouTube, you can do. She's into all that. Here we go. Got another. Hang on. Here we go. We just got a super chat. That's never going to get old. So thank you, My Mum Bakes Cakes, who says for $5 Australian. Well done, Ranty. You won. Sleepy lost. That's another YouTuber called Sleeping Warrior. Flurf's lie. That's flat earthers lie, cheat, and cherry pick. Indeed. Now, if you believe the earth is flat, more power to you, right? More power to you. If you want to believe the earth is flat, that's great. Unfortunately, the earth isn't flat, but a lot of people do believe in it. So, you know, being able to take apart their belief system and say, oh, you believe this, right? Okay, well, unfortunately, this disproves your claim. that's part of what I do here. And the community for this is massive. I mean, Simon Dan, he has close to 500,000 subscribers. Me and him are pretty close. We do lots of work together. Conspiracy Cats, combined on 2 of his channels, he has over 100,000 subscribers. I mean, in this community, it's massive. So if you're interested in different personalities and sort of like debunkings of conspiracies and stuff like that, I highly recommend checking those channels out. Creaky Blinder is another one. I hope to one day be as good as him. His way of presenting is fantastic. So if you really want to have a bit of fun and watch somebody take apart an argument, but in a very funny, subtle way, you have to go and watch Creaky Blinder. He's amazing. So yeah, I mean, this is what we do. But I'm the only person in this community actually that's covering this trial. So hopefully, off the back of that, I could get close to somewhere where those guys are on subscriber counts. That would be nice. Don't think I will. They've like 50,000 subscribers. I mean, I don't think I'm going to get that many. But it would be nice to think that in time that could happen, and I could grow too. Seen it with other channels. That Umbrella guy, look how big he's got. I mean, he's doing amazing work over there. All of the guys covering this trial are doing great, and great coverage too. So, well happy with everybody. Kyle Wilson says that, oh, Culture Cats is here. He's got a new channel. That's Culture Cats. So, Conspiracy Cats, Baldy Cats, there's his 200,000 subscriber channels. He's started a new one called Culture Cats. And he's only put 4 videos out. He's already got 2,500 subscribers, which isn't bad from 4 videos. You can see him in the chat there in blue. There's another one. Kyle Wilson says, just noticed on your channel description, there's a typo. Shirley, not Shirley. Right, I get that. I'll change it at some point. God, I can't wait for this to start. Pick the jurors, for crying out loud. Let's just roll on with it. I wonder if Amber Heard instructed her counsel to spend 7 weeks picking jurors. I wonder if that could happen. And then it would run out of time and she wouldn't have to face the consequences because they couldn't pick the jury. That would be pretty awesome. Wouldn't surprise me, though. I mean, all the delaying tactics that she's done. Can you imagine a court order? They gave a court order that she turn over all her devices and all her photographs of her supposed injuries by November of last year. By November. So that Johnny Depp could forensically pay a forensic specialist to go through them all to determine things like metadata inconsistencies and the place and time where these photographs were taken and whether or not they'd been put through any kind of filters and the like. Unfortunately, time ticked on. November didn't arrive. December, they didn't get the evidence. January, February, coming into March, and a little bit of a trickle here and there. Then it finds out that the company that she used was using outdated software and unregistered software as well. Unbelievable. Anyone would think that she deliberately did it on purpose to hide, to not allow Johnny Depp to forensically analyze her evidence. I wonder why that was. Oh, listen, we just got a super chat. But that's never going to get old, right? From Mr. Atney. We just got a super chat. Thank you for the 20 knocks. I will, I promise, go away and try to learn your name. Anin Kai. There we go. I've got it. Anin Kai. I've remembered it now. Yeah. Tug is doing a great work on coverage, but also other ones like CGS, CES, Stevie, etc. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I mean, there are so many great channels out there. I've learned most of what I know now from those guys, and I'm not going to make I'm not going to hide that. Those guys were instrumental in my knowledge of everything that's come out, especially that Umbrella guy. I don't think I've missed a single video of his covering this case. Stevie J. Raw, I think I've seen the vast majority of his coverage. SEC, I only found her recently. I only found SEC about a month and a half ago. So I have been keeping up to date with her. She was covering the Andy Files. The Andy Files is great. If you don't know, what the Andy Files are, if you've never looked into them, go and watch it on the SEC channel, all capital letters, SEC. She has all the good stuff over there. Really good. Well, this is what citizen journalists do. If you go to the mainstream, if you listen to the mainstream coverage of this, it's all been Amber Heard. And if there hadn't been YouTube and there hadn't been citizen journalists, and I'm just a coverage of this because I didn't get my fingers dirty in this. I never actually did any digging or delving. I actually went to other channels and they had dug up that information for me and provided it to me. So in a lot of ways, everything I'm talking about is based upon what they investigatively found. So I don't have any ownership of this. I'm just a commentator on this. But I learn, and it's important. It's important to learn from other people, and those guys have done excellent coverage, and their channels have grown on the back of that because they've done such dedicated work. But the Andy Files, he breaks it down in minute detail from bit to bit to bit. It's absolutely fantastic. What's that on screen? Laurie Daybell is now competent stat. Let me just put up.
If that's the case and the courts have deemed that she does, then she can go to trial and be found guilty or not guilty, or heaven forbid, a mistrial. Going now back to New Jersey, the court is trying to determine, or the jury is trying to determine.
Well, it's all kicking off over there. I mean, I don't know these are the trials in America. I mean, I guess people like Rakia Law, they would be the ones that have probably covered this quite a lot. I know that he was having some trouble with some of the coverage that he'd done. Apparently, it was supposedly copyrighted, etc., and he was threatened with. Well, they threatened to take his to sort of like copyright strike him and take his channel down. But I think Tug stood up for him, and a few other channels did too. And they pretty much rescinded all their claims over it. So it kind of worked out all right for Rakia Law over there. Be nice to get him on at some point if he would ever come over to this channel. I think Andrea Burkow, she's doing a fantastic job going from channel to channel, giving a legal analysis on this. I have got a lawyer coming on here. She's an Australian lawyer though. But she will be coming on at some point. I meant to speak to her today, but never got the opportunity. So she will be coming on to give her opinion of this. I know what her verdict is from the evidence that she's seen. I'll let her say that though, but you can probably guess where it's going to go. But from her own observations of the of the evidence and weighing it all up, bearing in mind that she's actually she would be a criminal prosecutor over there. She actually, she can actually see the evidence for what it is too. And it's amazing how many lawyers are actually coming out and saying that they see it the same way as we are, for the vast majority here, that it is Johnny Depp's trial to win, basically. Does anybody know of any lawyers out there that are actually, apart from the ones that are paid to defend Amber Heard, are there any independent lawyers out there that are saying that Amber Heard is going to win this? Because I cannot see that. I've not seen any law firm or lawyers or whatever going on different channels and saying, no, I believe in Amber Heard, she's going to win this, blah, blah, and blah. But on the other side of the coin, there are at least half a dozen lawyers and more openly telling everybody that Johnny Depp's going to win this. That's what I find interesting. We just got a super chat. Hey! From the Triggered Limey, £5. Thank you very much. Will you be consulting Sleeping Warrior on legal matters? So I'll get into that in a minute. Mandy Justice for Lawyer, Justice for Johnny Depp says, Laurie and her husband Chad allegedly unalive their children, right? Okay. Audio of the depositions while waiting. One of them is eating Oreos and probably. Yeah, I'll have a look for them in a minute. Just a second. Sorry, that was from Kyle's. The Triggered Limey. So, will you be consulting Sleeping Warrior on legal matters? Now, Sleeping Warrior, if you don't know who he is a member of the Flat Earth, and he is apparently a legal eagle. Apparently, he's been to university. He's got his full honors degree, and he's gone past that, and he's got some kind of higher qualification than that too. And he advises all things Flat Earth to the minions over there about his legal prowess. Unfortunately, I think his record currently stands at 12 trials that he's taken people to court for, 12 losses. So I don't think we'll be going to Sleeping Warrior for any kind of legal matters, especially when his favorite tool to bring to a court is a dictionary on the terminology of words. Yes, that's what he takes most of his people to court for, is a sentence there or a word here or something like that, which when read verbatim from the dictionary, what it means, not taken into context. And that's why he's lost every single claim. Oh, there you go. Right. Okay. So where's my Claire? Are you still there or are you still on mute? Let's see if she's around. She's my go-fetcherer. So she will have all the sound bites and everything there. Hopefully she'll be back at some point very soon. But we're still waiting for Johnny Depp to for his trial to actually be shown on court TV, because unfortunately they're still picking the jury. As soon as that's oh, we are back. Claire. I did. You're a bit low. Nah, maybe it's me.
Nope. There we go. I got it.
There we go.
Is that better? Is it too loud? Let me know in the chat, or if that's too loud, I don't want to overpower too much.
Right. We have a request. Can you play some of the audio of their depositions whilst we're waiting?
The audio of the depositions. I'd have to find it. Do you know? Okay, hold on. Audio depositions. Hold on. Mm-hmm.
No problem.
You caught me.
I did.
Now I know I gotta really be. I thought I was prepared with my timeline and all, but you really put me through my paces. Okay.
Well, I mean, that's what it's all about. I've got to keep you on your toes. You got 7 weeks of this.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Let's see. All right, hold on. Where are they listing these? There's plenty of YouTube videos that have them.
Krabby says, a good thing you're experienced at just sitting and talking. Can't hear Claire at all. Yeah, I mean, Claire had to dip out for a moment. And as I say, I used to host my own debate platform, and I'm used to talking like this.
Yeah, I apologize, but I did have a Zoom call. I couldn't get out of it, reschedule, and it took like 35 minutes. That's why you didn't hear me at all. I was just sitting there. It was just, I was completely muted.
No worries.
And Renty was in the middle of a great discussion, and I didn't want to I was trying not to butt in to tell him it was time. So,
yeah, I mean, I'm just waiting for this trial to kick off. I'm like everybody else right now that's waiting for this. I'm as eager as you guys. Trust me. I cannot wait for the opening of this to start, because as everything, my brain works in a very unique way, I should think, which is that when people start talking about stuff that I've heard in the past and researched, I don't remember it right now, but once they start talking about it, it all floods back. And I can remember the lies or the truth of whatever they've said. So if they say something different than something that I've heard before and seen before, I'll know exactly if they've fudged things or tried to about face on things.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't wait for that. I mean, that's just how my brain works. I know it I'll lose information for a time until it's brought back. And as soon as I see something, I can just bring it back.
I'm looking. I'm trying to find links to the actual audios. But,
okay.
I am not finding them.
Do you want to tell our audience about the events at what? Oh, hang on. What's here? What?
Hard and repeatedly.
Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard.
This is going to be one of those big trials to watch.
You have these big celebrities that are going to be testifying.
Their reputations are at stake.
Johnny Depp was not successful across the pond, but he's got a second bite of the apple, this time in the United States.
Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. Live coverage Monday through Thursday starting at 9/8 Central on Court TV.
Mm-hmm.
What y'all watching? Whatever you like. Hello, somebody. Okay.
That's the only channel comes in clear around here.
That show is still on? We're on season 49.
Shocking, yet exhilarating.
Look at God. Won't he do it? Yes, it will.
It's time to see the bigger picture, widen the lens, narrow the divide. It's time to ask, why? Introducing a new point of view. Yours. Newsy. Watch free 24/7.
Mm-hmm.
Call now.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grant. Let's go back to New Jersey together now. We're seeing the state wrapping up its final arguments before the jury gets the case against Olympic equestrian Michael Barrisone.
Something, and the defendant had helped her like he had helped all those other people along the way. Now, on the afternoon of August 7th, 2019, at that farm, a DCP&P caseworker pulls onto the driveway. She pulls up the driveway. She goes past the farmhouse on the left. She goes up over the rise and pulls down into the parking lot.
Sorry about that, guys. I needed the loo. What can I say?
All right. Okay, Ranty, on the bottom of this article I'm posting here, there is the actual, not the deposition, but the actual, what they put into evidence, the screen leak, the full leaked audio recording of Amber telling, recounting the trauma, and Johnny tells the story of the vodka bottle thing. It is at the bottom of this article here. There's an actual little mini YouTube clip that can be played. I don't know if you can do that, but I'm not finding a separate audio link that I can just Charlie, okay. I want to get you. I'm going to get you, Charlie. Don't stop. You see?
Right. Let me pop that on then. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. You'll see the article, right? And then down the bottom, there's a clip. There's like a YouTube clip that says it's the audio.
Yeah. Yeah. Got it. There we
see,
go.
I found audio. It might not be exactly the audio you wanted, but I might keep my co-host spot just a day more.
Right. Let's play this. Here we go. Oh, that's a long one. That's a 46-minute video. Wow. Okay.
I don't know. Do you want to spot through?
Yeah, I'd have to find the exact part where she says what she says. But here we go. Trying to find out where it's starting off at.
Is it okay to post the link for that account that's asking for it, or should? Or no, they don't see what we're talking about here. I don't think. I don't know. It's kind of long. I don't think it would post anyway, actually.
Yeah, I mean, we could probably search actually inside of that. If I watch it on YouTube, what I can actually do then is I can search for certain words inside of it. So So which one's this? Is this the one where where she turns around and says, "I didn't hit you" or something like that?
I do believe. Is that the one, Kyle's Goldfish? Is this the one that we're looking at? I think it is. It's about the story of the vodka bottle meets finger. So it's a pretty long story. You know, that was supposed to be a very traumatic event that lasted like so long. You know.
Okay, so let me just check in here. So I'm going to look for something like when Johnny Depp says, "You throw pots and pans." So just bear with me.
There you go.
So let's just find that. Throw pots. There we go. So that's at 13. Right, okay, so let's go to that. And then I'll switch screens again. Sorry, guys, just bear with me. Let's bring this one up again. So, we heard arguing with Johnny Depp. Full video share. So,
oh wait.
Just because I've thrown pots and pans does not mean that you come and knock on the door. Just because there are vases does not mean that you come and knock on the door.
Really, I should just let you throw.
I'm not saying that. You're saying that. You're putting words in my mouth and then making non sequiturs.
I'm giving you a situation.
No, you're trying to justify how you don't or do come to the door.
No,
based
I'm
on whether I throw pots and pans. It's irrelevant.
No, I'm justifying how you seem to think that there's this cowardice in me that runs away and I don't fight for you.
And you're justifying that by saying I throw pots and pans? Okay, cool. Let's talk about everything you do wrong.
I'm not the one who fucking did that. I didn't.
So that makes sense. That's clear. Yeah.
The only time I ever threw anything at you was when you fucking threw the cans at me in Australia.
Why are you trying to justify who throws things based on whether or not you come knocking on the door?
Because that is a fucking irrational and violent fucking maneuver. So a man would want to get out of that area so that he doesn't get so fucking angry that he actually does pop the fucking wife.
How does one inform the other?
Oh man. Go home and listen to the tape. Please. That's what they're for.
Yes. You listen to the fucking tape.
Oh, I'm gonna.
I'm not going to sit here and promise you I'll never get mad at you or that you'll never fuck up. I know you want to live in a world where everyone just says yes to you and doesn't question you or criticize you ever.
Don't insult me like that, please.
But that's not the case. It's not why you're with me. I am honest with you. I'm sorry. You don't want to.
Just going to verbalize this for anybody that's just popping in right now. The trial itself is underway. We don't have the audio or video footage yet because they aren't showing it to us or anybody. They're picking the jurors currently. And once they've done that, then that will be open for everybody to actually start streaming and showing you that. So what we're doing is we're just passing some time in the meantime to keep you up to date with what's been going on.
Okay, I'm trying to get this link to open up. I do have the YouTube video that is the Amber Heard's 2016 deposition against Johnny Depp.
Oh,
yes. A lovely account just sent it to me. That found it first, which I just love the way everybody cooperates to get the information out here.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just, I'm so grateful. So as soon as I can get this to open, my system is just being a little, because I have so many search windows open. Yes. Thank you, Kyle's Goldfish. I did just check the.
So yes, in answer to Tyler Sonsmer's question, I believe it's 7 jurors and 4 alternates. Yes, that's exactly what it is. So it shouldn't take more than the first day to actually go through and pick up the jury. And once that's actually in place, then we can actually crack on with this. Right.
All right, I'm going to post it in. I got the link. I'm posting it right here in chat for you. This one's only 1:16. It's YouTube video.
Okay.
And I'm going to put that also in the chat for them. Those that can play that can't see that person. There you go.
Right. Let's bring this up then. Share screens with this tab. which is Amber Heard's deposition. There we go. Right, here we go, guys. Have a listen to this. Tell us what you think.
Did you ever tell any officers at your house on May 21, 2016, that Johnny Depp had ever done anything wrong to you that night or before?
You're asking me if I've told them.
If you told
that
them on May
he-
21, yes.
Again, I said to them, I decline to give any statement at this time as per the advice of my counsel.
Did the
They
police
did make a comment to me about it seeming unsafe. That's why they needed to check the apartment. They made a gesture to my face. They said that I looked hurt. Also pulled me aside and said, look, just say a statement. We can make sure you're safe. Just say a statement or give us a statement and we'll go get the guy. And they said the exact same thing to Josh.
is it your testimony that a police officer on May 21 told you that it appeared you looked hurt?
He or she gestured, I can't remember which one, to my face and said, we can tell you've been hurt or you don't look good or something to that effect, but I don't remember the exact words they used.
But something to that effect?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I know.
Police officers
Was that
don't
good?
just gesture. Yes, police officers just don't gesture to you. If, I mean, come on. If you're hurt, do you know what they'll do? They'll phone for an ambulance or they'll check you over. They'll write it down in their little pad. They'll make sure that they document everything. And then what they'll do is they'll go and find the perpetrator. That's exactly what they would do. It wouldn't just gesture. They gestured to my face like they thought that they could see that I was potentially maybe in a very slight way injured.
Yes, absolutely ridiculous. I yeah, that's a clip. That's a clip. Yeah.
Let's
All
listen
right.
to that bit again. Let's listen to that bit again.
Say a statement. We can make sure you're safe. Just say a statement or give us a statement and we'll go get the guy. And they said the exact same thing to Josh.
Is it your testimony that a police officer on May 21 told you that it appeared you looked hurt?
He or she gestured, I can't remember which one, to my face and said, we can tell you've been hurt or you don't look good or something to that effect, but I don't remember the exact words they used.
But something to that effect?
Yeah.
Sounds about right. Yeah. Wonderful. What can I say? Right. So now that this police officer appears to not look good or maybe injured or maybe there's a toenail that's been stubbed. I don't know. But she's definitely making that up, right? I think this has been analysed anyway. We've had, not me personally, but I've seen analysis of this body language, and it doesn't take even somebody that doesn't specialize in body language to know that she isn't telling the truth here. I could play this without any audio and just leave it running, and you can tell that oh my goodness, look at the state of that. Dear me. Yeah, I mean, let's put that on full screen for you guys to see there. Look at this. Just look at this face. This isn't even in slow motion. This is like deadly. Look at it.
Oh my goodness. It's just
the double eye blink. I never noticed that before.
Yes.
There's a double eye blink. Now I've read about that before. A double eye. Let me put it on slow, so that you can see that in slow motion. But I've heard that a double eye blink is a characteristic of somebody with some kind of mental health problem. I'm not sure what it was. Maybe somebody can correct me on that or tell me what it was. But I'm sure a double eye blink is not normal. Let's just see. There you go. There's the double eye blink. Yeah. Never saw that before. Blink, blink. There we go. Blink, blink.
Mm-hmm.
Blink, blink. Yeah, the double eye blink. There's something about that. maybe somebody in the chat can inform us of what that is. Now, I don't know whether that's true or not from Pro Bono Gino that says double eye blink equals a psycho. I really don't know if that's the case, but I'm sure there was something out there somewhere. I think it was to do with Harold Shipman. I think Harold Shipman double eye blinked, and there was a documentary on that, and somebody analysed his own interviews on the BBC or ITV, and he was doing a lot of this double eye blink, and the person that was doing the analysis said that there was something about this double eye blinking. I know it was.
Yeah. I'll just put another clip in the private chat here. This one is from the Daily Mail. You'll open it. It's an article, but there's a video clip on there that has Amber Heard seen smiling and admitting to clocking Johnny Depp. That's how they are. That's the heading on it.
Oh, a lot of this is going to get played in the courts, I'm pretty sure, once this actually gets underway. But see all this gesturing that she's doing with her hands.
Yes.
You know, this is too over the top. You know, this isn't how, you know, look how she's trying to act this out as well. She doesn't even let her lips come together. It's weird. This is so unnatural. This really is so unnatural. Anyway, I've seen enough of her on screen for now. You know, I've seen enough of her on screen for right now. Let's go back to the court and see what's going on there. Right, let's bring those guys back up. Get that off. So how many have we got watching currently? We've got 216 people watching that right now, which is absolutely
really?
fantastic.
I don't see the numbers because I'm only in the StreamYards with the chat up, you know, so that there's no reverb or anything back and forth. But that's nice. And they all seem to be Johnny supporters, most and very interested in what has happened, and getting more of the evidence out and hearing about it. Very good.
Can you press in the chat? If you're a Johnny Depp supporter, press 1. And if you're an Amber Heard supporter, press 2. And don't be fearful of pressing 2 if you are an Amber Heard supporter, because I will make sure that my mods keep it clean and civil, because we're not going to have that here. So press 1 if you're a Johnny Depp supporter, press 2 if you support Amber Heard. Very interesting to see what the demographics are for this. So, wow, there's a lot of ones. A lot of ones. In fact, have we seen a 2 yet? We haven't seen a 2 yet. This is pretty damning for Amber Heard right now. Well, right. I wasn't unexpected, though, to be fair. I mean, I wasn't expecting a lot of Amber Heard supporters to be around, actually. It's just not that they weren't showing up. This might actually be a proper, you know, I mean, I did a poll, and 96% of people that had actually seen the evidence and stuff believed in Johnny Depp. So it doesn't surprise me that this is the current state of affairs right now. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Wow, look at that.
That's an incredible amount of support for Johnny, which
I
think it just bears from what I'm actually the research I've actually been doing in this time and telling people that Johnny Depp was wrongly accused, etc. And my community, for the vast part, those that did know about it supported Johnny, but most of my subscribers aren't really interested in celebrity, that kind of thing. You know, they enjoy the debunking of things and things like that. And this, in a way, is debunking of Amber Heard's claims. But ultimately, you know, they were sort of like in the dark about this, about how this is all transpired and etc. They don't know the nuts and bolts of what's been going on. They don't know how shady this is. You know, this is going to be something that's talked about for many years, I believe, after the fact. There are probably going to be books written about this, I would think. There's probably going to be psychological studies in how somebody was able to manipulate like she was and convince the world that she was the victim. I can imagine there's going to be a big rush for books like that comes out after this. Because I'm very hopeful that Johnny Depp's going to win this trial. And that's what I suspect will happen. There will be books written by people, psychological studies, you know, it's all going to come out.
It is. I have another clip here. I'm trying to get. Do you remember Johnny Depp admitting that he was covered up about his finger to protect her?
Yes, he said that. Yeah, because ultimately, listen, when you're in love with somebody, when you're in a relationship, you want to believe that things are going to get better. You want to sort of like believe the best in people. You know, you're with somebody, you're with them for a reason. You're trying to make things work. And she's gone out of her way to explain how she went specifically to go and hunt for Johnny Depp. She made no bones about it. She was targeting him. She was the one that was pushing for a marriage. She was the one that was pushing for a relationship and all that stuff. Johnny Depp was more of the, you know, what will be, will be. Didn't really want to be pushed into stuff, but she was the driving force behind them getting married. And it all makes sense now. You know, she had, in my opinion anyway, an agenda. You know, Johnny Depp wasn't bothered. As far as he was concerned, he could have any woman he wanted.
Exactly.
And you know, she was a nobody. She's not that, you know, she's not all that to look at either. And I'm going to say that with the nicest intentions to people. But if you're being critical, and I'm a man here, and I'm looking at that woman, and I don't see her being very good looking. She's just not my type. She might be somebody else's type, but she's not mine. So I feel that he could have had anybody and probably picked far better. But who knows what was going on in his life? Maybe the amount of drugs he was taking clouded his judgment. Maybe he's just that type of person that is susceptible to being manipulated and pushed into one direction, etc. Because, you know, some people can be like that. Robski, not to be confused with Thora Heard. Last of the Summer Wine, right? The same, yeah. Wasn't the same without her, yeah. Thora Heard. Good old British sitcoms and comedy. What can I say? Last of the Summer Wine, yeah, good stuff. Yeah, and as I say, so anyway, but Johnny Depp though, he was a bit like me, I suppose. I mean, I'm a trusting person, and I'm very loyal and want to give people the benefit of the doubt in every relationship. You know, that's how I work, and I can imagine that's what Johnny did too. But everything that's coming out, I mean, she was the driving force of them getting married. She wanted it. She made it happen. But whenever she decides something, she goes for it, and that was evidence no more so than when that incident took place at the apartments. She was on the phone to the solicitors after he'd said that he wanted to get a divorce. So he said he wanted to get a divorce to her. Then they phoned the police on him and alleged that the apartment had been trashed, which it hadn't been. And at the same time that she was phoning the police, she was on the phone to her attorney seeking a divorce from him. So she was getting in there first.
Yeah.
That's what she does. She wants something, she sees it, she knows that it's all going to unravel if she does this, but she hasn't got a very good brain. She doesn't remember her lies. And she was as much a druggie as he is.
I said, someone just sent me a clip from Crime Talk. That is Amber Heard reacting to Amber Heard's deposition. about hitting Johnny Depp. It's about 11 minutes long. I just put it in the bottom of the private chat. It's a YouTube video.
Okay, that might be interesting.
Yeah, it might be.
Okay, so
It's
let's give
Crime Talk. It's from
Crime
Crime
Talk
Talk,
again.
which is
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I imagine it's probably free use, which is fine.
It should be. If we're doing commentary, it should be okay. It's pretty short from it.
Okay, share this tab instead. There we go. Woohoo! Here we go. Right, guys, let's have a listen to this instead. Let's see what Amber Heard. I've not seen this one, so this will be new to me as well. So
I don't think I saw it either. Yeah.
So we're going to be reacting like you guys now to Amber Heard reacting to Johnny Depp's audio from the 2016 deposition. Right, let's have a go. Let's have a listen. No. Wait a minute. No, she's already. Do you know what this is? She's already expecting what the answer, the question is. She's already expecting, in her mind, she's answering the question, did you strike Johnny Depp? That's because that's what was asked before. So the solicitor, the interrogator, whichever way, the person doing the deposition, that is the person saying to her, did you, before 2016, ever strike Johnny Depp? And then they turn around and say, do you understand what I'm saying to you? But she's not listening to that because she's thinking in her mind, I just need to answer no, look calm. Right, she's asked me the question, no. And then it's like, what? Oh, right. Oh, damn it, no audio. Right, hang on. No worries, guys. Hold on. I will sort that out right now. No, we don't want to do an invite. We want to share the screen. My bad. Apparently, when you switch screens from one to the other by doing it that way, it doesn't bring over the audio either. So, right. So, we're all good now, guys. You'll be able to hear this, so no big deal. I'm going to play it back from when we start. So, listen to this.
Just a clarification, we're not going to invoke the Fifth Amendment privilege, so you can re-ask that question if you like.
Which question?
Did you commit domestic violence against Johnny Depp?
Anytime prior to May 22nd, 2016, did you ever commit an act of domestic violence against Johnny Depp?
Calls for a legal conclusion and irrelevant. Go ahead.
Do you understand what I'm asking you?
No.
No?
She is so busted there. That is so perfect because her own attorney or whatever jumps in and stops her from answering the question, and then she's expecting the next question to be a repeat of the same question, not asking her did she understand the question. So she's answering no to that. That's crazy.
Kyle's is saying they didn't hear it, but I guess you fixed that part. I guess now they can hear. Everybody can hear it now, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yes. There we go. Let's try that again.
May 22nd, 2016, did you ever commit an act of domestic violence against Johnny Depp?
Calls for a legal conclusion and irrelevant. Go ahead.
Do you understand what I'm asking you?
No.
No?
Yes, I understand what you're asking.
So busted.
And prior to May 21, 2016, or May 22, 2016, is it your testimony that you never committed any act of what would be considered domestic violence against Mr. Depp?
Calls for a legal conclusion and irrelevant to these proceedings.
I did my best to defend myself and not get seriously hurt or be.
No, I did myself to defend myself and not get seriously hurt. So that was a response to, did you assault Johnny Depp or attack him? Interesting, that.
A doormat to whom this happens to all the time.
Oh, what's this about a
Isn't
doormat?
Not get seriously hurt or be a doormat to whom this happens to all the time.
Isn't it true, Ms. Heard, that you previously confessed and apologized to Johnny Depp for committing domestic violence against him?
I'm going to object. Calls for legal conclusion, argumentative, harassing.
Isn't it true that you had previously told Johnny Depp that you had hit him?
I'm going to object. It's a different question. It's vague and ambiguous, vague as to time.
I object. Why do you object? Because this line of inquiry is devastating to my case. So I object.
Many times when we fought, well, not many times, he hit me for a very long time before I ever
I'm going to
picked up my
object as
arms.
non-responsive and move to strike. Ms. Heard, I'd like you to listen to what I'm about to play. Would you do that?
I don't even know the question. I mean, I might have said like, what the, whatever. That he's been in the head of the corner of the door.
Oh boy.
I mean, that stuff.
Do you recognize the voices on that tape? And who are the people on that tape?
It's Johnny and I.
Okay. And is Johnny describing an act where you made a door go into his head?
Objection, harassing, argumentative, vague.
What?
Vague? That was pretty precise question. What do they mean vague?
Argumentative, irritating, and vague. What? That wasn't the case. That was pretty succinct. It was a very clear and concise question. What's this? What is this? Oh, right. Listen, here we go.
Describing an act where you made a door go into his head?
Objection, harassing, argumentative, vague.
Harassing? Argumentative? Why is it harassing? She's at a deposition. What do they think? Do they think it's not harassing to be at a deposition? Of course it's harassing. They want to find out some truths. So they are going to question you in an abrupt or whatever kind of way. They're not going to just sit there and just be, all casual with you. They want to find out whether you're telling the truth or not. Jeez Louise.
I was trying to escape from a room where Johnny was attacking me. And in order to
Right, let me just stop this there, because she says she's trying to escape from a room where Johnny was attacking her. But that wasn't the case. Johnny Depp was in the lavatory. He was in the lavatory. And she was coming into his room. She wasn't trying to escape. You don't exit the apartment through the lavatory. What planet is she on?
escape, I was trying to get onto the other side of the door, attempting to close the door, and he was attempting to get in despite my attempts to try and escape an assault.
Isn't it true that on this tape that was just played, you tell Johnny Depp you're sorry?
Yes.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing.
Did you just tell Johnny Depp in that recording that I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing?
Yes, as he was trying to get into the door, into the room, I was trying to escape in. He pushed the door into me, and I was trying to hit him by getting him out of the door to stay in the room.
And you told him in that tape recording that you hit him, correct?
I don't know what words I used in that. You can play it back if you want, but I don't remember exactly how long.
If you wouldn't mind, if you'll continue to listen.
Okay.
I don't remember. Well, she thinks she's at school.
I know.
I think she's at school. I don't remember. I really don't remember what I said. You're at a deposition, darling.
That was not very clear at all. She's definitely wavering there.
Tripping over her words. You know, please get me out of this. I don't want to say anymore. I'll just mumble and pretend and say, just play it again so that I don't have to answer that. I don't want to look at you whilst I have to be on camera lying because I'm a crap actress and cannot lie.
Sorry about hitting you with the door and hitting your head.
Okay.
Did you tell Johnny Depp at that time you were speaking to him that you were really sorry for hitting him with the door, hitting him?
I think in that recording I made it very clear that I was sorry that the door hit him while he was trying to get into the room.
She's very sorry that the door hit him. Oh, I'm so sorry that the door hit you. It's the door's fault. Yes, let's blame the door. Yeah, I'm sorry that the door hit you. I'm sorry that my fist made contact with your face. Yes, that's my fist's fault. It's not me. It's my fist's fault. Very naughty fist. How dare you? No, naughty fist.
Oh my. She's not looking good here at all, Randy. She's not looking good.
Naughty door. Naughty door. How dare you smack him in the mouth? Naughty door. Let's listen to more.
He's escaping or attempting to escape into.
I will mark, excuse me. I'd like you to listen to the following tape. This is punched. We need to have.
Are they being marked as exhibits?
Yeah, mark as exhibit.
We just marked P as the one we just played,
Okay.
correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And I have
Marking the next thing that I'm going to play to you as Q. Would you listen to this, please? This is punching. I skip one. Where's the disc?
You just kept going. Try to close the door 3 times. Please, just don't, and then wait, and then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scratched your toes. I didn't mean to do that. I bent down. You either pushed or you kicked the door.
I'm sorry about the poor audio, guys, currently, because this is just a recording of a recording. So they're listening to a recording in the deposition, and we're just getting a bit of sort of like crappy feedback at the minute. But what we're listening to is Johnny Depp explaining his side of the argument here. What he's saying is that actually, no, she was trying to barge in the door. She tried to get in 3 times, etc., etc. You know, she was obviously angry, which is totally different to her side of the discussion here, because let's guess she doesn't, her testimony doesn't add up to where the assault actually took place, because it happened in the bathroom, right? Johnny Depp was in the bathroom. That's where this took place. So we know that she's not telling the truth.
But I did not. I did not do anything to her. I did not kick at the door or push the door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear to God. I mean, that did not. It was not my intention. I think I remember.
I did not. It was not my intention. I didn't kick the door in. I did not. I mean, it wasn't my intention. It was the door's intention, not mine. Okay.
Okay. So you told him in that excerpt that you hit him with the door, but did not intend to hit him, correct?
Recording speaks for itself.
Did you say that?
I said whatever I said in that recording. I
Okay.
don't. When you play it for me, it's hard for me to remember every single.
And that's a recording marked as exhibit the punching.
Q. It was
Q.
just played.
Q. Would you continue to listen to exhibit Q?
Are these from the same day?
I reacted, but this whole the door thing, I remember, I never did that. That wasn't on purpose. I might have done it on accident.
Okay. Let's say that was an accident. I then stood up. I don't even know if I said, I might have said, like, what the, whatever. Because I just been hit in the head with the corner of the door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. And then you clocked.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing.
Exactly what I just told her.
I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You don't need to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember. I did mean to hit you.
Was it that you didn't mean?
Oh God, the stuff that's falling out of her mouth. I mean, normally it comes out of the other end, right? I do things like this, and then I have to wipe myself afterwards. But she is talking a lot of it right now.
Yeah, she really is.
No, God, no. Okay, I'm sorry.
So on the tape, you tell Johnny Depp that you did mean to hit him.
Objection. That's argumentative, and it misstates what the recording was.
And it also misrepresents what actually happened, which is him trying to get into a room I'm trying to keep him out of. And then he runs the door over my toes, trying to get into the room. I try to push him out of it, which is what the hit is referred to. And Johnny, whenever he was injured or touched at all, always referred to it in these ways of punching or clocked or whatever. And whether you didn't discuss it with him or not, the last thing you do in talking to him afterwards or trying to reconcile with him is to get into what the definition of those words mean to him.
Just say what
So I
happened.
out of it, which is
So basically what she's done there is she's redefining what his words mean. And she's trying to say that when Johnny Depp says that he was, let's say, punched in the face, what he actually meant was that he just ordered a Chinese takeaway.
Yeah, okay. Of course. That's how it always happens.
Yeah, and when he says that, she kicked the door in his face, it meant that he just ordered a beer from the bar downstairs.
Exactly. There's something else.
So as
Just
long as
their own language, right?
yeah, it's his own language. He talks in non-English language. You can't take what he says as being punched, kicked, or bitten, or whatever as being actually the truth. It means something else. Let's have a listen again.
I'm trying to keep him out of. And then he runs the door over my toes, trying to get into the room. I try to push him out of it, which is what the hit is referred to. And Johnny, whenever he was injured or touched at all, always referred to it in these ways of punching or clocked or whatever. And whether you didn't discuss it with him or not, the last thing you do in talking to him afterwards or trying to reconcile with him is to get into what the definition of those words mean to him.
Just say what
So
happened.
I never even addressed it. He would, if he was ever pushed, it was a cold. He called it a cold clock. I mean, it was just very dramatic.
Isn't it true, Ms. Hurd, that in September of 2015, you punched Johnny Depp in the face with a closed fist?
That's when she's stuffing her face, right? So those guys that haven't actually seen the deposition, they provided a bowl in front of her with munchies, right? With munchies, right?
Wow.
And the idea was that when she got a tricky question, she could unwrap her sweet or whatever, stick it in her gob, and then she could have 10, 15 seconds of chewing it while she's trying to think of what to say, turn into her attorney, and attorney's actually whispering to her in her ear. Now, that's exactly what you hear right now. If I play that back, you'll hear the question, the unwrapping of the sweet, the chewing, and then you'll hear that her solicitor try to tell her what to say. So it gets her out of this one question, which is, did you, when you punched Johnny Depp in the face? Right?
Oh my God. Exactly.
Here we go.
Very dramatic.
Isn't it true, Ms. Heard, that in September of 2015, you punched Johnny Depp in the face with a closed fist?
Yeah.
Here we go.
I hit Johnny one time when he. Sorry. Oh, wait.
No, you can't.
Can you hear that solicitor whispering in her ear?
Yeah, because she's eating Oreos. Yeah.
You can hear that solicitor feeding her what she's got to say. And she isn't prepared to talk very openly about this, but the solicitor knows to keep her from saying too much. Very interesting.
I hit Johnny one time when he. Sorry. Oh, wait.
No, you answer the question. Please stop whispering because it's distracting over here.
It's your team. No, I was referring
No, these
to
two.
this actually.
I can't hear them. I hear them. So please answer the question.
Yes or no, did you ever
No.
punch Johnny Depp with a closed fist in the history of your relationship with Johnny?
Answer it however you feel you wish to.
One time, Johnny was hitting me, and he was hitting me hard and repeatedly. And
his head ran into my fist.
Of course. Yeah. Like, that's how it happened. It's all Johnny's fault. He did it. It's like, you know.
He was abusing me, and his head ran into my fist. I'm expecting that. Here we go.
I was screaming. Security walks in, and they don't do anything about it. And he makes this motion when Jerry Judge yells "boss" or Sean. I can't remember who it was. And all we had was a little bit of separation, and my sister runs down the stairs. We're on a landing in between two flights of stairs.
Ms. Heard, I must interrupt you
can't.
because I've
You
asked
can't.
you a yes
Then
or no question.
withdraw your question then because
Ms.
she's
Heard.
answering.
What? Hold on, wait a minute. Why does she have to withdraw her question? Oh, because the solicitor is finding out that she's not answering the question. Her solicitor then says, well, withdraw the question then, because my client needs to talk about the moon landings first. And then talk about when she was born and her first birthday and her second birthday and what she had for Christmas Day on her 18th birthday. Yeah. Right. Let's listen to that again. So this is hilarious listening back. I mean, I've not listened to this for such a long time, but wow, she waffles on and her solicitor's like, well, withdraw the question then, because my client's stalling. And because my client's stalling, I can now say that, we need to withdraw the question. That's how this works.
All we had was a little bit of separation, and my sister runs down the stairs. We're on a landing in between two flights of stairs.
Ms. Heard, I must interrupt you
You can't.
because
You
I've
can't.
asked you a yes
Then
or no question.
withdraw your question then because
Ms.
she's
Heard,
answering.
prior to today's date, have you ever hit Johnny Depp?
Answer it however you wish. You've already asked and she's already answered and you interrupted her.
Ms. Heard, have you ever hit Johnny Depp prior to today?
Objection, Vegas to time.
Hey, everyone on this side of the room, please.
Good
Objection,
God.
352. It's not relevant to the domestic violence proceeding.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Answer it however you want to, including the way you were just. If
I'm
you
asking
wish.
for a yes or no answer.
You don't have to answer it the way she wants you to answer it.
This is like trying to find out or get a flat earther to answer a question. This is exactly what it's like. Just answer a straight question. No, we can't do that.
He was about to push my sister down the stairs. She was attempting to break us up. I am protective over my baby sister. When he laid hands on her, I don't know what I did, but I know I jumped in between the actions that I saw could lead to a fatal injury to my sister. She was standing on the top of a flight of the stairs, and she has never hurt anyone in her life, and she does not deserve to be pushed down the flight of stairs. And it looked like she was about to be. And I would have done what anybody who has a child or a sister would have done. I acted defensively in her life. I saw her standing on top of a flight of stairs and trying to interrupt a fight in between him and I. I don't know what part of my body I put in between me and him and her, but I would have done anything. I would have done anything to prevent her from being pushed down a flight of stairs.
Oh, blimey. Right, well, guess that answers that then, you know. Except it wasn't the way it transpired, right? Because that didn't happen, did it? That was all a lie as well. Are you familiar with that, Claire?
Yes, I am very. It's just like not really. It's distressing for me actually. It kind of takes my breath away, to tell you the truth, Randy, because it's like I want to laugh and yet I don't, because it's like the way she is just making it more and more that no matter what he said or did, she's going to make fun of it. She's going to make it like he had no reason. She says things like he was traumatic, you know, walking into a door. These are abusive statements. I'm getting offended. I don't know about you. But, even listening to this, I'm hearing abusive language, and I'm trying not to judge too hard, although I'm not an Amber fan. Oh no, but I'm hearing language I'm really taking exception to. Her making excuses for it and still trying to put the blame all on him for everything.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. She's trying to turn it around. The problem is she's not a very good actress, right?
It's like she's saying, well, if I hit him, it's his fault. And isn't that what abusers say? Like, isn't that what people that are you know, and she is a bad actress. I agree. She really is. And
she's a terrible actress, and none more so in this deposition. I mean, obviously we're just seeing a still shot of the deposition, but if you actually watch the deposition, it's the worst acting job. And it's quite clear that she, you know, if she hasn't got a script to go by, she can't do it. And I'm going to say, when she gets on the stand, she's going to have a tough time unless she's spent the last couple of years preparing for this, knowing where she went wrong originally. It will be interesting to compare side by sides, actually, about how she acts in this trial, you know, to how she did in the deposition from 2016, to see whether or not she's learned from her mistakes, because it's quite clear to me when I watched it and everyone else that she was lying through her back teeth.
Absolutely.
You don't even need to see the visuals, to just listen to the audio and know she's lying.
It is. That's what I'm going to see. What it's going to be, if she's going to take the stand. Like, I don't know if she's going to take the witness stand, if they're going to be able to question her, if she's going to give a statement here.
Well, let's finish up with the last 20 seconds on this, and then
and then I have some surprises for you when you're done.
Oh, do you? Oh, well, that's it. It's over now anyway. Right.
Okay. Well, I have two things. There's a couple of things that happened on Twitter that I'd like to read to you.
Okay.
The podcast for On the Road to Fairfax, that's done by Laura. She was been posting, because she has some audio feed into the actual what's going on in the courtroom right now, and there's some statements that she's made on Twitter. Can I read them to you? They are about the jury selection. Some things the juries are actually saying. She says, the real Laura B. She is one of the creators of the podcast that we had posted before for the Road to Fairfax. How we got here is a great podcast as far as all the details of how we got here to this lawsuit. But anyway, the real Laura B. is saying, oh, one other funny moment. One of the jurors didn't know who the defendant is. I don't know her name, they said. Oh, he didn't know the name of the uber famous $100 million cross-referenced actress. Like these are the comments like under there. All right. So then Laura B posts again. She's right there at the court. Mandy says she's right there in the courtroom, so she's hearing the jurors going back and forth. She says, lunch break, like sticking pins under my nails. It's so boring. And some of the jurors won't speak in the microphone, only to the judge. But one juror actually read his wife's text that Amber is psychotic and he could form his own opinion. I thought she'd like that one, especially. So these are questions from Johnny Depp's lawyer. Do you know of Mr. Johnny Depp? The juror says, well, of course. Johnny Depp's lawyer. And can you name any of his films? The juror. Yes, there are many I can name. Amber Heard's lawyer. Know of Miss Amber Heard? The juror says, who? Amber Heard's lawyer. Could you name any of her films? Sorry, you'll have to point her out. I thought you would like that. See? Yeah. Thank you so much. Mandy was on Twitter and she actually forwarded these to me to read to you because they're just rich. Mandy, you're right. And actually, Laura from the podcast, they are actually at the courthouse inside so they can get this kind of information. I hope they don't get in trouble, but it was cute. Just cute, harmless, no names, but that was pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, if she's worth if she can get 100 million for being that well known.
And they don't know who she is in court. They're like, who? Who is that? What $100 million actress was that? Like who? Like what? Yeah. What film?
And also, I guarantee if Johnny Depp picks him though, because this is how it works, right? They I think they pick 13 jurors, 17 jurors, I think it is in total, and I think they put 4 to one side, 4 go to one side, but there's 13 left, so the 4 are like reserves, in case something happens to the main 7. So there's 13 to choose from, and then Johnny Depp's team gets 3 red cards. Amber Heard's team gets 3 red cards, and they get to boot off 3 of the jurors that they don't like. So guarantee that if Johnny Depp picks that juror to say, yeah, I kind of want him on my, I want him to be a part of the jury. He's getting the boot, mate. He's getting the boot. Amber Heard's up like,
they're going to be, what do you mean? With her ego and that entitlement? What do you mean you don't know me? That one's out. Like, what do you mean you don't know who I am? But also
I'm
there's
Mirror. Who?
I know. Mirror.
I'm Mirror. Who's that?
Was that one of the big movies? I don't know. There's another link.
You know what? Johnny Depp's team should have turned around to Johnny Depp's team should have turned around to juror and said, "Don't worry, you'll know all about her in about 7 weeks' time. She'll be front page news."
Yes, absolutely. And all during this trial, too. It's going to be back and forth. It's going to be a frenzy. It really is. So many people are interested in it. If you'd like to listen to actually Johnny Depp's deposition now, that link is also in the private chat, a short video for you down below that someone sent. Yeah.
Is that at 6:23? The one that, do you send that to me at 6:23?
Probably. It's down here. It's down at the bottom.
One? The last
it's
one?
the very last. Yeah, right above it. I said Depo audio. Right. Yes, that last one.
I'm going to play this. I'm going to play this because I want people. Well, you haven't actually seen her reaction to this, but I want you to take note of the reaction of Johnny Depp and how he isn't being advised by his solicitors what to say. He's not eating food. He's not being stopped from saying something. He's just talking like you'd expect normal people to do when they haven't got something to hide. Totally different to her deposition. Let's have a look at this. Johnny Depp deposition. Here we go. Watch this, guys.
Basically, I had a pretty nasty injury. That I actually, I had to protect her at the time. And so I said that it was caught in the door, these huge accordion doors at this house. That wasn't the case at all. She smashed she threw a vodka bottle at me, and my hand was resting on the marble of the bar like that, and the first bottle went just past my ear, and the second one was a larger bottle, and she threw it from about this distance. It smashed into the bar, which and this finger, who I now call Little Richard, was the tip of the finger was severed, and all the bone in here was completely shattered. I mean, it looked like Vesuvius. And then I got.
And to me, at least, you know, hearing him speak like this, it's very fluid. With, if you've seen any of his other interviews, if you watch how he speaks in general, this is just typical of how he portrays himself, how he speaks, how he reacts, how he moves. There's a lot of details that go into this, which is typical of somebody that's remembering and recounting something that actually happened to them. They will often remember little things, little details, distances, you know, what things were looking like, you know, where the hands were, all this kind of stuff. And he's remembering all of them. If you remember what Amber Heard says, she said that, oh, I can't remember. Oh, you know, can you help me out, solicitor? What do I need to say here? He's just recounting it as it happened. And don't forget, there's audio recordings of her actually agreeing and apologizing for doing this. That's all changed now. She doesn't want to accept that, but it was definitely, and that will appear in the trial. I am sure of it. Let's continue.
Got infections. I ended up with MRSA twice, so it's very complicated. I was trying to just get the finger back, you know, and deal with the insanity of having had my finger chopped off by this woman that I was married to. I don't recall any of that stuff. When I was down, or when the film was, or when I was off, not being able to work because of the severity of the injury, I had to go back to Los Angeles and have surgery. So most of the time, what I was dealing with was just recuperating, you know, or just, you know, I didn't want to lose the finger because MRSA, the MRSA.
What's also interesting is he's obviously concerned about his finger, but have you noticed that he doesn't really make too much noise about it being, it was Amber that did it, which is, you know, in a lot of ways, because this is in 2018, and, you know, it's not long after they divorced. I mean, it took me 2 years to talk about what happened to me. This is about 2 years after what happened to him. So it's highly likely too that he's also still trying to shake off the demons of that event, you know. So rather than just say, oh, she did it, this happened, that happened, you know, it can be quite traumatic to talk about that. But you will definitely go into details about the event, what happened, etc. But pinning the blame on somebody and things, totally different to how Amber Heard is. Amber Heard's still, oh, he's this, he's that, with no evidence. Johnny Depp's like, I've got the evidence, but I'm still not going to throw her totally under the bus. You know,
it's talking like somebody who was in a relationship who actually might have cared about somebody. Even when things go bad, you still really don't want to hurt them. At least I'm that way. This sounds more reasonable and believable.
And this reaction from him is just what you'd expect from every single person that's ever written anything about him that knows him personally. They all say he's the nicest, sweetest, most genuine, kind, generous person that they know. And when you're listening to him talk, he's mild-mannered, he's talking nicely, he's just explaining the situation about he was more concerned about his finger and he was recuperating and all that. There's none of this blame, because that isn't his personality. And this is just totally in keeping with who he is as a human being. Interesting to see him on the stand as well and see whether or not the jurors get the same feel that I do when I listen to him.
infection is really
Ooh.
quite evil. And I ended up with it twice, so I was really just worried about losing a finger or an arm or.
Story about the bottle, and then Amber apparently created some story about you punching a wall or something like that.
She says that I did it myself, yeah, by punching a wall.
Just another way to hurt you.
That's it. I'd like to see reactions from scientists. I mean, and physicians who are familiar with kind of this sort of trauma, this sort of thing, because I'd love to see her explain how someone hits a wall, and if they put their fist through it, that means that it's drywall or something. It's not.
Well, if you're going to go Barnaby Jones on me, I may go back at you with Quincy.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting difference. No, there's no lawyer there telling him what to say. And I think that's how it's going to play out this time. I think Amber Heard is going to be protected quite a lot on the stand by her own, counsel. I think they'll be intersecting quite a lot. And I don't think you'll get as much of that when Johnny's on the stand. I think they'll just let him talk and do his thing, what he does, which is just tell the truth. You don't need to be lying.
Right.
That's why, and I don't think he has to lie. I think the evidence is all on his side. So really interesting. Yeah.
Very, very different styles, completely different styles in just giving the evidence, in just talking to them about the evidence. She was like you said about the body language, leaning forward, anticipating the questions, deflecting, misdirecting. And he's just casual. open, and, not worried about the words he's using, trying to be a little cautious in protecting her, but not actually worried about much of what he's saying.
Yeah. And I think Johnny Depp maybe did care for her quite a bit. I don't think she cared for him one bit. I think she was just using him as a stepping stone.
Yeah.
And I suspect she probably was thinking she would get more money from him in the end. But she didn't. She wasn't married to him for that long, was she? So
no, not really. And apparently documenting everything all along the way. Who does that? Like, why do you got to document like that the whole time? It's strange, very, very strange. The whole situation. Yeah. Do you see in the article what they're saying about Court TV? This is distressing.
What's that?
Playing clips of evidence that are 2 or 3 minutes long, but only playing a few seconds of it to make it look like misdirection.
Who's saying that?
There was something here in the chat about it, and they said the Umbrella Guy is actually talking about it right now on his channel. That how dare they try and deny this? That mainstream media is still pumping out more of the Amber Heard excuses by manipulating evidence. Something about taking a 2.3 minute video of evidence and shortening it to 6 seconds, trying to make it look like Johnny Depp is attacking her.
Right. Well, Court TV did say that they would be impartial in this. That's what they actually said. So I'm sure if they're not, then they will be taken to court afterwards also, because this is supposed to be this is a trial that should be for the public as well. It shouldn't be for them to decide, sort of like judge, jury, and executioner about what gets played and what doesn't. They're there just as a like a fly on the wall, and we should have that fly on the wall as well. I think what we need to do, we need to get a hold of all the evidence ourselves, and then we shall have it ready. And whenever they decide to just play a few seconds of it, I think we'll just have to play the rest of it. What do you think?
I don't know where we go. Okay, that's a big one. Well, we could try. We could definitely try, but we don't know when they're going to present it or how they're going. But we can definitely do our best to pull it up because it is all out there. It is everywhere. So,
right,
we can do our best. Yeah, debunk as much as we can. There was a channel mentioned by Letitia up a little bit called Incredibly Average Channel that has debunked every bit of evidence, like every single piece. one by one on that channel. So we'll probably find a lot of it there.
Incredibly average. Yeah, he's a good channel.
Yes.
There's a
Mhm.
lot of good channels out there. There's a whole bunch. I've got a lot of my information from that.
There's
I mean-
someone else who's at the courthouse now, and his name is Nick Wallace. I followed him for the UK coverage, and he does a really good summary that I shared with you of the Sun libel suit. And he's also there. Yeah.
He's coming on this channel at the weekend, I believe.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was speaking to him earlier, and I said, how good would it be for you to come on my channel and tell my audience what it's actually like to be in the courtroom, and to give your opinion, you know, sort of like say, you know, the atmosphere in there felt like this or that, the other, and just to give his opinion of how he feels things are going down there. And yeah, he's. I'm hopeful that he's coming on this weekend.
You know, I could give you another video, which is the full, unedited, uncut versions of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp's depositions. But that depends on how much time you have and how much time you want to fill in, because this one's kind of long. This one, pretty long.
Well, what are we on about now? Coming up to well, it's over 4 hours, isn't it? We've been going over for over 4 hours. I think what we'll do there. Oh, hang on, what's happening here?
Hard and repeatedly.
Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard.
This is going to be one of those big trials to watch.
You have these big celebrities that are going to be testifying.
Their reputations are at stake.
Johnny Depp was not successful across the pond, but he's got a second bite of the apple, this time in the United States.
Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. Live coverage Monday through Thursday starting at 9/8 Central on Court TV.
Free Movie Channel has something for everyone.
Just another plug for the coverage there, but yeah, we can't wait for this to get underway. We cannot wait, guys, for this to get underway. This is going to be an exceptional trial. Believe you me. Once this jury selection is sorted out, we're all over this like a rash. And I know that other channels are doing it too. It's going to be a wonderful time, because I think YouTube is going to blow up for the amount of coverage on this. And just being a part of that is going to be, it's going to be amazing. What can I say?
I mislabeled that clip. It's not their depositions. It's just them, their recordings of each other back and forth. You know, all the ones they're submitting about what this one did this and this one did this, the little videos. That's what it is. It's not the depositions. It's not the unedited. It's just the videos back and forth that they each made on each other.
I see.
And I got to thank Kyle's Goldfish. He's been helping sort a lot of these through Google and through through my DMs to help get it here for you quicker, because my system is not acting very good right now.
Right. Well, as I say, I'm hoping to get Nick Wallace on this weekend, so that will be fantastic to actually get a reporter that's in the court right now listening to this. And it's going to be. I think he did a GoFundMe on his Twitter, and he got the money very quickly to actually fly out over there and participate. And he was there first thing this morning.
Yeah.
And that's when I was speaking to him. So he's coming over, and then I've got a lawyer.
You can have a wonderful take on it. Like, it'll be a good bird's eye view. You know, like a good perspective. Definitely.
And he can give us an idea of how the atmosphere feels in there, whether it's more positive for Johnny Depp or more positive for Amber Heard. He'll get to see that, because he can see what we don't get to see, because the pool cameras only show you so much. So it'd be nice to get a first-hand accounting of that. And also, I've got a lawyer coming on probably quite often, actually, and she has been following this trial, but she's from Australia, so it's probably different rules, but she's still one of these people that knows. She's a prosecutor, you know, so she knows.
Oh, so she's going to know. Yeah.
She'll know exactly what the deal is with this. So I'm hoping that, you know, this is going to be a nice little channel to come to for you guys that have just stopped by. I think I've put on 100 subscribers today, which is absolutely fantastic. I can't believe
That
it.
is wonderful. Congratulations.
Amazing.
Yeah, that is wonderful. You got a compliment in the chat too, that someone prefers us as talking heads compared to the Court TV talking heads. Like, we're better talking heads. That's nice.
Oh,
That's a compliment.
Where's that comment? I need to find that.
It says Krabby. She says, yes, I prefer you two as talking heads than the talking heads on Court TV.
Right.
It's somewhere between
I see
Danielle
it.
and Prono.
I see it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to show that. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, and send a few subs over to Claire as well. Claire, my co-host today. If you look at the bottom of the screen, it'll say there, Claire View. That's her channel name. Claire View on YouTube is my co-host, and you are very close to 1,000 subscribers yourself. So.
Yeah,
1,000. You can get monetized. You're always putting content out. You're always talking about some fascinating stuff. You do live streams pretty much every day, and you've got great guests on as well. And you're a very undersubscribed channel for the quality content that you put out.
Well, thank you for the compliment. Thank you very much. I just like it. I do it, because I like to be out here and have the conversations. I'm enjoying it very much. I like paneling.
Yeah.
I like the people I meet, the creators I meet. So many interesting people, interesting conversations, great subjects, especially like this. Like this is one of my most favorite things to do is legal, anything. I'm not a lawyer and I'm not a para-lawyer. I'm just a legal nerd. Like I just eat it up. And I literally read briefs with my coffee in the morning. Like that's how I start my day. Reading about court cases. I'm following quite a few of the live ones now, like the Barry Morphew case, the Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, Letitia Storch, Marilyn Manson, all of them, the civil cases against each other, and even Danny Masterson in Scientology, like all of those. And the Scientology one, there's something every day because Scientology and with their lawyers and the paperwork, I mean, they're killing the legal system here in America just in paper. They're just killing them with stuff every day, like 5, 6, 7 drops a day. It's ridiculous, but I like it.
Yeah, and I'll just plug my channel too about what I generally do on this channel. I debunk conspiracies and things like that. And I'm not going to say that that Bigfoot isn't real. I don't know whether Bigfoot is real, let's say. I have no idea. It's possible in the outer realm somewhere there could be some kind of large ape that is still undiscovered that could be interpreted as Bigfoot. I accept that. But I'll give you an idea. This guy, I'd recently put a video out saying, is Bigfoot in Colorado? And I take to task this guy's evidence, and I show things about how he staged his evidence to make it out that he tried to prove that Bigfoot was in the area. And I was able to, through his own imagery, dissect that he was telling little porky pies. And that's what I do. So I do that with so this sort of trial thing for me, again, it's dissecting the lies. So it's right up my street. So if you're interested in, obviously if this sort of interests you, this type of content with what we're doing with the Johnny Depp trial, you'll really enjoy my debunking of conspiracies because I'm fun, I'm engaging, I think, and I'm going to be doing it full time. So you're going to get lots of content, guys. I mean, this is my first full day on YouTube.
I would say you're pretty engaging. We've been here for 4.5 hours and not that many people left. So I would say you're right there with the engaging part. And I'm not easily amused and I'm entertained. So, I'm liking it. So there you go. But
meow.
Maybe you could debunk on whether I'm really a bear or not. We could have, by the time the 7 weeks are done,
I think so. Well, maybe we'll get you on camera before the 7 weeks are up. You never know.
No, that is not going to happen. No, that is not going to happen. I built my whole channel on the whole premise of the conversation. Mystery. No, not the mystery. The conversation, the words that I say, the things that I'm saying, and not what I look like. It's all about that. And I'm going to stay that way for as long as I can. As long as I can. But I'm not a bear. I'm definitely, bears don't talk. I mean, I got that,
Right.
But anyway, the link is somebody asked in the chat for the link. The link is in the description. Ranty was kind enough to put my link down there also in the description. But you should subscribe to Ranty. He deserves to be much bigger than he is with the amount of content he's putting out. He's going to be a full-time YouTuber. And we want to get him up bigger to do more content like this for everybody, especially to keep him here for the 7 weeks. You know, because
Oh,
I don't want. We want to finish this all the way to the end. Like we need to see justice done. Like
we will be
we
here
need-
to the end, to the bitter end, and I promise you that I will be streaming. Well, at least unless I get an internet connection fail, I will be streaming this every single day. You will hear my dulcet tones for the next 7 weeks, should you choose to tune in again. And if that terrifies you, then
well, you know, but that's the thing is because it is serious and we do give a lot of information, it is important to balance it with the humor and a little bit of personality and getting to know everybody too, and letting people talk in the chat and all. I think that's what makes it much more enjoyable. And I think that's why they're saying they like this a little bit better than that straight at you stuff that they're doing on some of the other channels. But hopefully they will enjoy it and come back. Hopefully we'll see you all back here tomorrow when it's really live, you know, like when stuff really starts happening, you know.
When it comes tomorrow, I mean, I'll be sat here. I'm expecting Johnny Depp to call Amber Heard to the stand, or you know, his counsel to call her to the stand. I mean, I will be holding my breath here, gritting my teeth, chomping.
We're gonna have to mute. You know that Ranty's gonna have to get muted while she's talking, right? Because he's not gonna be able to contain himself just from the little clips that we just did. There's no way. Like it's gonna be rough. We'll have to do a playback for you so that you can voice over it.
I have it ready.
Yeah? Look, duct tape. I know it. Somehow,
ow.
Charlie's pulling out one of my favorite funnies from when I first met him, Chernobyl Wookie. Oh my gosh. I actually memed that for him because I couldn't get it out of my head. But Charlie, you just like picking on me today, but thank you. You're keeping the humor up. I appreciate it.
I'm gonna save these chipsticks for when Amber Heard's on, right? For when
yes,
Amber Heard's on.
you're going to crunch in between all her words. You're going to be crunching when she's serious.
I'm going to mute myself, like. So yeah, you're just in that, right? So I've got a little button here that I can mute myself on. So I'm going to mute myself, and then I'm going to stuff my face with crisps because I'll be not tempted to speak them.
Because it's going to be so especially you know the kind of ludicrous stuff she's going to say, trying to blame everything, you know, and twist it just like she did in the deposition. It's going to be like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, everyone. Well, I can already tell that the chat right now, I would say that the vast majority of them, at least 80% of them, already know all of this, what we're talking about, and they've already followed it. I'm pretty sure of that. I would be
they seem
amazed
well educated. Yeah, they seem well educated on the issue. Absolutely. Yeah.
So I can see this chat being lit. It's gonna be like whoosh. I'll put slow mode on whoosh when Amber Heard's on here, because you know, I'll put a community post out. I'll get a few other people to put community posts out in my community and say Amber Heard is taking the stand. Everyone's gonna pile over here. It's going to be packed. that I'll have to get slow mode on. It's just one of them, but it's going to be entertaining, enjoyable. And after that, after she's taken the stand, you know what I'm going to do? I don't care what time of night it is. If it's midnight, 1 o'clock a.m. in the morning for me, I really don't care. I'm going to then, obviously, we'll round up the day, the normal stream, and then I'm going to go back immediately to her actual sort of like answering of questions. Her on the stand. We're going to go into a deep dive on that.
Yeah, you definitely need to clip her and analyze her statements for sure. I can't wait for that. God, this is so exciting. Like I have goosebumps still since this morning. Like they haven't gone away. And the child, like we're not even in the courtroom yet. I did see pictures of the courtroom empty this morning, and they had the plaintiff and they had the angle and where the jury was, and just that whole vision in my head of like, it's actually gonna happen now. We're actually gonna start seeing the live play-by-play of the testimony in the courtroom, of the lawyers actually doing their opening statements, you know, laying the groundwork for how the case is going to go, because those opening statements are very important. Very important. They're going to actually lay out what they're going to present for the whole time. They paint the story for you of what they're going to actually prove. And so I can't wait to hear that.
So I want to ask this audience that now that I've got them, press 1 if you are what you would class pretty much up to speed with what's going on in this trial. Well, or what's going to be going on in the trial. And press 2 if you're pretty much of a noob, you're stopping by, you're interested, you just want to see where this goes. I really would be interested in that. 1 if you're sort of like a mini expert, and 2 if you're pretty much a noob. Plenty of ones there. Wow, this is amazing. So this is going to be really easy for me because I know. Oh, there we go. Spare Room Music and Basic Trig, Richard Walker. They don't know too much about it, which is interesting. But I'm currently seeing around about probably 80% to about 80%.
Wow.
I would say,
yeah.
That do know, which is going to be great because that means that when the trial starts and we don't pick up on something, somebody in the chat's going to say, and I'm going to go, oh, yes, that's true. And then I'm going to be like, yes, amazing.
Wow.
Zachariah Hooper, once auditing the absurd stopped being different, I immediately subscribed. Thank you.
Okay. It's cool.
So
I like that. I don't know what that means, but that sounds great. I don't know what that means, but that's wonderful.
So George is a 3. George is like, I don't know, maybe he just fell on the stream and he's just like, what's all this about? Well, this is about a man trying to clear his name, somebody who has been accused of some of the most awful things imaginable. And, the evidence would suggest strongly that he has been wrongly vilified and wrongly accused. So here he is trying to clear his name, and hopefully this will elicit some greater talk down the line about the abuses that often happen to men that don't go reported. So this is going to be a great thing regardless for the future of this type of argument, and also to raise awareness of this very tricky subject, because quite often men don't want to talk about it. They're a little bit embarrassed about it. They feel that they'll be less of a man if they talk about it or admit to that, so they suffer in silence. I think that what Johnny Depp's doing is amazing. I think anybody that stands up and says that I was a victim as a man and actually holds a hand up and admits that, they are doing great things for the whole of humanity, because it isn't 99% men attacking women. It's closer to 50-50. It's just that there's not that many reports of the men. That's how I feel.
No, there's not. They don't come forward as much, or they're dismissed earlier. And that's unfortunate. Like I said, it's a little unfair. It is happening just as much, especially in today's society. Women are just as aggressive in many cases as men. Society pressures, everything that's going on, the same. I think it's much more prevalent than we see, and a little unfair. There is another link down there in the private chat for you. It just happens to be the body cam footage.
You're too good to me. You're too good to me.
I cannot take full credit. You must thank the fish in the chat. Thank Kyle's Goldfish for doing a lot of searching and just bam, 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 sending everything they can to me. That sounds juicy, and I truly appreciate it. And it's making you really happy. Making me really happy. Thank you very much.
You are just too kind to me. This is amazing, right? So
we have good friends. We have good friends that love legal and really like to get this justice for Johnny Depp and just get this out there.
Oh, this is going good, guys. This is great. So bearing it right, let's set up the. I wish I had the photographs of her alleged damage that was done to show as well. So if anybody's got the.
I do not think I do. Let me go look on Laura's Twitter real quick.
Okay, so I'll mute you for a couple of minutes then whilst you do that, because you're doing a lot of clicking. So I'll just mute you. I'll bring you back in a minute.
Yeah.
I think I muted her before she was ready then. But this was great. This is what made me a believer in this. The body cam footage, right? Amber Heard said that Johnny Depp had trashed the place. The police turned up. They saw this evidence of foul play going on everywhere, and that it was quite obvious that Amber Heard had been assaulted, etc., etc., etc. There was wine all over the place, up the walls, on the floors. There was broken this, broken that, broken bottles here, there, and everywhere. Everything trashed, right? This is the body cam footage, the new body cam footage that they dug out. They found it. The LAPD weren't happy with the UK judge turning around and saying, do you know what? 4 police officers versus 3 of Amber Heard's witnesses and Amber Heard herself. I'm going to believe the witnesses and not believe the police. So they weren't very happy with the judge. And they went away and they said, you know what? Let's dig up some body cam footage. And guess what it shows? Well, I'm about to show you. It shows bugger all. There's nothing there. Have a look at this, guys. Oh, have we got audio with it? Should have. I think the audio starts in a moment. So here we go. So they are being let up into the apartment. So they have to go up by a private elevator. Dun, 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 dun. Now, bearing in mind, we're expecting to see an area that's completely trashed. This area is supposed to be filthy with debris and broken this and that and wine.
Burning up. We're in round 10 out 3.
Here we go. Now this is the area, this flooring here, this area, this carpeted area. This is the area that had the red wine on it, right? This is the area that's supposed to have the red wine, and it was all up the walls as well. In her footage that she supplied, in her photographic evidence, she provided evidence that there was red wine everywhere. Let's see if I bring Claire back, see if she's back yet. Are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm just looking. I'm looking through presentations.
Oh, okay, no problem. I'll put you back on mute then.
Because I'm trying to. Yeah. Well, you know what? I'll mute when I'm done.
All right. You mute yourself then. You mute yourself. Right. So here we go. So look at this footage, guys. This is the area. This hallway area was the area that was supposed to be swimming in red wine. So that's the walk through the hallway, right? And as you can see on the body cam footage, there's not a speck of red wine to be seen anywhere. Nowhere. And this is really interesting too. Look how this guy's dressed, right? Apparently this apartment's all been trashed. There's supposed to be glass everywhere. He's got some pretty flimsy shoes on there, right? I think the slippers. Interesting. The dogs are going to be running around as well in a minute in the trashed area. Oh, and the aisle in the kitchen is supposed to have been absolutely smashed up, according to her photographs.
You guys had somebody come out here earlier? Yeah, we did. Okay. I can't remember the names offhand. The card is science, maybe? Yeah, we got another call. I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again. We just need to check. One of you guys know someone in New York or something? Yeah, she probably called twice. Okay. Yeah.
It's also interesting that he is trying to keep the police out, and the police are like, you know, we need to stay a little bit long. We need to investigate. We need to come in. And he's like, you know, maybe not. We've already had police officers here. Anything to try and stop them looking around. Oh.
I need to talk to your wife to make sure. Oh, it's not violent. Okay. Different conversation. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, whoever it is, get the business card from the cops. I don't know. This is we got another call and we came.
So just responding to Nasty Yoda, who says a UK judge saw this and said, nah, she innocent. No, the UK judge did not see this because the body cam footage was not found until after the UK trial. But the UK judge believed this dosseria, right, with these stripy shoes on or whatever the hell it is, and the other people in the apartment. The police officer the judge believed these goons are not the police officers that attended. These 2 officers here and the 2 officers that attended before. So 4 officers turned up. This dickhead here and his mates, right? And the judge believed them, but they didn't have the body cam footage. This wasn't available for the UK trial. And I just want to say, we just got a super chat. Well, almost. Richard Walker, thank you very much for becoming a flat stomper. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Right, let's see what this apartment looked like.
Please, back up. We'll just come in and just check. We need to make sure everybody in here is
Immaculate. And the candelabra, yes.
Okay, and Johnny is.
That's right. The candelabra that was trashed is miraculously healed itself here. For some reason in America, I don't know what it is with the candelabras over there, but if Amber Heard has purchased them, guaranteed that they can metamorphosize into themselves again once they have been broken, because that's what you'd have to believe Amber Heard's story.
Definitely not here. Not here? Okay. Probably like 2 hours. Okay. Yeah. All right, cool. Everything about good then? All right. If you guys need anything else, just call us back.
And it has to be said, there's actually both of these police officers are wearing body cam footage. So this is just the body cam footage from one of the officers. The other officer also has his own body cam footage too. So there's 2 sets of body cam footage. Somebody also mentions the wicker basket. Indeed, the wicker basket is still on the side, undamaged, with fruit in it. And the thing is, she provided photographic evidence of fruit on the floor, the wicker basket on the floor. Apparently, he had smashed the bottle into the wicker basket and sent the fruit flying everywhere. But as you can tell, the fruit didn't go very far. It looked like it had just been emptied out onto the floor. But it's interesting that if that was the case and they had cleared up after the incident, why would they have then picked up the fruit that was on the damn floor and put it back in the wicker basket on the side to eat again?
Exactly.
That makes no sense. And also, the fruit didn't get damaged when it fell on the floor. Didn't get damaged, no. So it's good enough to go back into the bowl. A wicker basket that would get trashed if you got a big bottle and smashed it against it. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Nothing makes sense. And there's another video of this body cam footage out there too, somewhere. So this is going to destroy her and her co-conspirators when this goes to the jury. When the jury see this, this is going to be one of the most devastating arguments for Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp's going to eat this up in court, and rightly so, because the UK judge tried to tell everybody that he believed that dosser that was stood at the door and the couple of mates that were sat on the couch, rather than the trained police officers that are trained to spot for things like assault, things like things being trashed. They remember everything, because when they go away, they have to write it down in a book, what they saw, who they spoke to, what they did. They have to remember that. That's what they're trained to do. Not these dossers, these layabouts that just turned up and decided to commandeer Johnny Depp's apartment, because that's essentially what they did. Anyway, that's me rambling. I'm sorry, I get a little bit passionate.
I wouldn't. I mean, the pictures that I'm finding, all of the deposition, all of the presentations I did with Mandy, they're all on her face and the photos. Like I found all of those, and I'm looking through all to try to find the. I remember seeing a picture of the fruit on the floor, like you said, but it was in a color picture. It wasn't in black and white like these are.
Maybe a quick Google foo search. Let's have a look. What would you call it? Amber Heard, broken candelabra. Let's have a look if we can get anything like that, because there might be just a selection of images there.
Yeah, that's what I am. I'm just like I keep.
We will need to get a little more organized for tomorrow. I think we'll have to do a little.
I think we will. We're going to find out what we actually want, and then we'll be, because we can find anything. It's just a matter of having it all like right there.
Well,
Mandy, he's looking for the pictures of the apartment that go along with this body cam footage to show the comparisons of what she tried to say. It was looking like, and so I'm looking for, I guess, the bed picture. I think I
saw it on SEC. I'm sure I saw it on the SEC channel.
Yeah, I have a picture of like the corner of the bed, that she said was busted. I had those. I'm just going through and finding them
now. Anyway, let's see how the trial's going. Let's have a quick look over there, see if they're back on. Let's see what's going on over there. No, nothing happening yet.
Nope, it doesn't look like it's going to by the end of the day. I'm just hoping that they do get more on the jurors, like they do actually select the jurors so that the trial starts tomorrow. Yeah, that would be very good. What do you think? You think if his wife called Amber a psychotic, that they're going to let that one go? What do you think? I don't think calling the plaintiff psychotic is going to get you on the jury. I don't think so. I don't think so. But yeah.
Yeah, definitely not.
Oh, wait, she says they are on Incredibly Average's YouTube. Mandy said the ones we're looking for.
Okay.
So there you go. Thank you so much, Mandy. Yeah, we have good friends in the chat here. Thank you so much.
I'll show you what's going off with the.
She said that's where we pulled them from last time. So there you go.
Right. Okay. So this is what's currently happening at the moment. So they're still talking about this doctor accused of killing 14 patients with overdoses, etc., etc. And they keep going back to the other trial that they're summing up there. So I don't know whether we're going to get any kind of action from the Johnny Depp trial, today. It doesn't appear so. I wouldn't think so. It doesn't appear that way. So
I got them.
You've got them. Right,
I've got 2 pictures of the bed. I've got a picture of this Mandy.
Have you got the hallway? Have you got the hallway images?
I do not have the hallway. That's on his website. I have these ones where the 2 pictures are different from what her friend posted and she posted on the bed. Johnny's
oh no, not the
not that one. No, not the poop. No, no, just the bed railing and the bed, the different colors of the the different color of the what you call the futon, the coverlet, and then the differences in the hair. And I remember from the room, from the altercation. So let me just.
Okay.
Okay, so share screen first. This one is remember she said he pulled her hair, right?
Yeah. Are you sharing your screen or is it?
Yep, I'm getting there right now, so you can put it
Oh,
up.
right. Okay.
Okay. So we could see the discrepancies in the amount of the hair and what was there.
Ah, yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So they were showing me that one. And then there was.
But the vast majority of this evidence that she's brought out, I mean, I said the vast majority, I think almost all of it, almost all of it, I can't think of anything that's been validated, but almost all of it will just say, has been gone over by citizen journalists like ourselves, the Andy Files, for instance. He did a credible job actually tearing all of this apart, you know, and this is what's going to add to the conspiracy about how they went about trying to do this. You know, how they tried to fool the world. That's exactly what they tried to do. And she got away with it for years, right?
Yeah, she is. Just back and forth. She absolutely did. Okay.
What we're looking at here. So this is the bed.
That is the actual bed. Do you see the railing there? Do you see the
oh yes, broken at the bottom. Yeah.
All right.
Let me,
so
just put that on full screen. One sec. There we go.
Okay. And then they gave me one more to compare it to.
Oh no, that's been chipped off. That's not been. That's on the floor. So that's been chipped off.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
top
but
rail.
She said that actually was her head did that. I believe in the
head did
testimony.
that?
Am I correct, Mandy, where she said that like her body or something did that, and that's why they're showing us this picture that could not possibly be.
Her
Okay.
head,
And
hang
then,
on, hold on. Before we go any further, her head did that. Now,
well, I
remember
think
earlier,
it was her
remember
head. It
earlier
was
when I
a
was
part
saying-
of her body. It was a part of her body. I'm trying to be specific,
Right.
but
Well, remember
it
before
definitely
when I
was her
said to
body.
you that she was Rubber Woman.
Yeah, you said she
Right.
was rubber face. Like she definitely rubber woman if it was her head. Okay. And I also I have one more, and then I did just drop the video in there for hold on one second. The video from Umbrella Guy that debunks all of that information is right in there, that has all of the pictures in it. Kyle's Goldfish has just sent that also over for us. All right, so I showed you the one of the bed. All right, now here's the other one of the bed. Look at the difference in the cover. You can, and you can see the close up there. That couldn't have been done by a body part hitting it. There's no way. When you look at that, do you see what I mean?
Yeah. Listen, I'm a worker. I work with my hands a lot. I've often come into using wood quite a lot, and believe you me, the effort that would take. It looks to me like the only way that could have possibly happened was if it was like if you had a pair of boots on or something and you kicked it off the edge on that edge. That is the sort of splintering that you would get in that particular fashion, but it wouldn't happen with the body part. I'm sorry, it wouldn't happen with an elbow or a knee or anything like that. It would need to be something substantially.
And you did want to see the hallway, right? Her evidence pictures of the hallway.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, I kind of have those too for you.
Oh,
you're going to be very happy now. Yeah,
that's what
you're
I
happy.
like. I am happy now. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mandy. So my friends here, Mandy and Kyle, Kyle's Goldfish are making you very happy, you know. Okay. Yay. So I have 5 more pictures to show you.
Okay.
I'll share my screen here again. Let's just in this one. And start to put them up there in, you can see what they are by the order that they come up. I'll put them one at a time.
Yeah, if you want to send these to me as well, I can actually have them in ready to go.
I will drop them in your Discord tonight. All of this. Okay, so here's the frames that they were talking about in the position. You just tell me when you want the next one, and I'll just pop it.
Yeah. Okay. So let's just get this clear. So this was the incident where the body cam footage.
It's the
Right?
body cam footage, right? This is where they said there was a big mess. This is supposedly the huge mess in the bedroom.
Now then, just to be clear, the first police officers that turned up did a full sweep of the apartment. So they went through all of these rooms, right? So they checked everything out, and they saw no evidence of any kind of violence or anything was wrong with the apartment, right? So that's what the first police officer said. We don't have the body cam footage for them. However, the second body cam footage, which does, shows a completely pristine apartment, right? And we do have photographic evidence from her that she provided that shows those same areas all being damaged, much like this. So when we're seeing this as evidence of damage to something that happened in the bedroom, we also have to take it into, we have to assume that the original police officer that turned up told the truth, because the body cam footage of the second police officers validates everything that they said and disproves everything that Amber Heard said. So what we're seeing here, which is broken photograph frames with glass on the bed, is made up.
It actually was either staged at another date or happened well after they all left and they took pictures of it. They just, you know what I mean? Like they didn't have time to create the scene before the police arrived. But like they said that they did make some excuse about cleaning up some of the glass in between officers 1 and officers 2. But not like this. Like, you can see that's pretty messy there. All right, so I'll get rid of that one.
The
this
thing
next
is, just let me respond to Kyle's goldfish there, because I believe that I am not 100% certain on this, but I believe that there was a 20-minute gap between the first officers arriving and the second officers arriving. That's what I believe to be the truth. I could be. I'll stand here to be corrected if I'm wrong on that. But if that's the case, because he says that in the transcript that there was the broken glass had all been cleaned up, etc., in between the times of the police officers arriving the first time, then them taking photographs of it all, blah, 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 blah. Then they happen to clean everything up, and then the next police officers arrive. That's just almost impossible to believe, as is the fact that the wine stains validate the fact that that's all total crap, because the wine stains in the hallway was so substantial that they would have showed up on the body cam footage. Simple as that.
Exactly. All right. So this next one shows some.
Oh yes, the broken bottle with the with the red wine on here, right?
Which the officers never saw, which I don't understand.
Yeah.
Like when these pictures are taken, if the officers never saw them, like it's very confusing. Like it's all like a time warp, yeah? Do you think there's like a time warp going on here? Okay, so we got that one.
Okay.
And it gets better.
Yep.
We go to the next one here.
There's the one with sort of like where the wine comes up to the rug and then the rug's pulled back, where you can actually see the line where it.
I don't see
the rug.
I do have this one. I don't have one where they pull it back. But
yes,
you got that one. Is that the one? Yeah.
Yes, this is the one that I'm especially interested in. This is because when I said to you, check out the carpet, look when the officers are walking through the hallway, you can see that they walk through the entirety of the hallway. The amount, look at this. This is not something that the body cam footage would not have picked up. Firstly, and I'll tell you for why, there are so many lights in the hallway that as you walk down that hallway, any liquid that's on the carpet would be reflective. It would show up, as evidenced as in the smack center of this image right now. You have a area that's very well lit and bright, and that's because that is also red wine, but you can't see the redness on it because it's reflecting the light above it. Now, as the police officers walked through that hallway, what you'd have seen if this was red wine on the floor, as you would have been approaching the area, you'd have seen bright spots, huge bright spots on the floor. And then as the police officers walked almost over it, then you'd have caught glimpses of the red wine like we're seeing here. But you would absolutely have seen this reflection first that would have been brightened in the camera. We don't see that ever. It was not there when those police officers turned up. And I'm sorry, but the police officers turn up 20 minutes late. They've got 20 minutes now before the next police officers turn up.
And that was an accident.
Up the hallway.
Yeah.
They've cleaned up the hallway, got rid of all the red wine. They've cleaned up an apartment. They put the dog back on the floor. These guys wouldn't get off their arse and clean the carpet up. Firstly, it's not their carpet. It's Johnny Depp's carpet. They just said, screw that, leave it as it is. We'll get a cleaner in or get some new carpets in tomorrow. He can pay for that. We're not going to get down on our hands and knees and scrub it clean for Johnny Depp. They would not have done that.
And also, let's remember that the second set of cops were by accident. They didn't mean to call them in. Okay, so they didn't even know that they were coming. So it's not like they could. They were taken up there at times. They had no time to chuck the wine and the fruit and do all of that stuff. They didn't do it because they didn't even know they were coming. You know what I mean? Like they had no idea. They said that was by accident. They didn't mean to call the second set in. So there's one more picture, which is it's like it looks like stairs. Let me hold on one second. I'll show you these. But I sent all these to your Discord so that you have them.
Yeah. I mean, this is just so damning for her. You know, you can clearly see that those police officers, that body cam footage shows that area did not have that damage done to it whilst they were there. And as somebody has said in the chat before, they're a professional cleaner. There's no way they could have cleaned that up in that time. And I fully agree. Carpets like that, you wouldn't have got that stain up. You wouldn't have been able to dry it out in that time. Just the area that would have been wet would have been reflective. It's totally been staged after the police officers have been there.
And then I'm not sure what exactly this one is depicting, except for some damage that she's saying was done from him going, all over, which they didn't see that either. It looks like the rail there, or the rail of the stair or something is damaged. But
yeah, this is. I remember watching this at some point. It's some.
It was from the umbrella guy. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's other photos of this same area with different broken glass that don't appear to be in the same spot, and there's also some doubt as to whether or not it's actually in a location of that apartment. It could be another block or something, or another part of the area. I think that's what it was. I could be wrong again. Hopefully somebody could correct me, but this isn't, for me, this isn't as I'm sure it'll be used in the trial, but I'm sure that the most damning would be the liquid on the carpets.
But yeah, so those I sent to your Discord. You try to send the others,
yeah, no worries.
I have quite a few presentations I did in Canva that have all the facial evidence that she submitted, and that it was debunked, and like how it looked one way and then the other. Mandy is telling us that glass on the stairs that magically moved from one picture to another. Yeah, that's like you said, in every different frame of the picture she submitted, it was in a different location. Yeah, she's just confirming.
So we'll just show you what's going on with the court TV currently, because we're still waiting for this to. We're still waiting for Johnny Depp to choose his jury, and it's just not happening at the moment. So I think what we'll do another 15 minutes, and then we'll wrap up. I think because.
Isabel asked a good question, like why wouldn't the police officers take any pictures? Let us remember that one of the sets of those police officers were trained in domestic violence. That's who they sent out first. And surely if they saw anything, they would have taken pictures. They would have interviewed her more extensively if they thought she was in danger or saw any evidence at all of her being injured in any way.
100%.
They were trained. They were trained for these. These are not just, they did have education and training in dealing with these kind of situations. So it's a good question. Like, why weren't pictures taken? Because nothing was there to take a picture of. I mean, that's the simplest answer. And usually sometimes the simplest answer is the truest one. There just wasn't anything to take it of.
Well, we shall be doing this now for the next 7 weeks. We will be here. We will be covering every moment of this trial. The moment that Johnny Depp and this trial goes live, I think it was pretty much guaranteed that it probably wasn't going to be today. I think that was the indications that we got from Court TV earlier on as well. So we hung out in the hope that we could maybe get something done today, but I don't think we are. That's not to say that we won't be back again tomorrow, because we will. We love this stuff, and I want to see this through to the conclusion.
And we will talk and try to get ourselves a little more present. I'm so grateful for the help from my friends in the chat who are helping us get these links all up together, and we'll try to do a better job getting them all in one place for Ranty. So to keep you more entertained. I think by flying by the seat of the pants, I think we did a fairly good job there, Ranty. You did a great job keeping them entertained and keeping them here and amused. Do we know what time they'll be wrapping up every day? I mean, I believe they said that the court itself would start at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yes.
And that's because Fairfax County, Virginia is where the trial is being held. And that's on Eastern Standard Time here in the US. And so I know it's going to start at 10 a.m. and they said only Monday through Thursdays, which means they don't have a live feed on Fridays. No court on Fridays or the weekends.
No courts on Friday. Yeah. So
I know they probably break for lunch, right? And they probably finish around 4 or 5. I mean, does court really go that long?
Yeah, it might be till 4 o'clock, I think.
I think in America, we call that banker hours. Start late and finish early. Instead of 9 to 5, it's 10 to 4. Yeah,
seems about right. Aaron Reese says, I'd get on ahead of time each day and do a summary from the day before, which is exactly what I intend to do. And yes, it would be nice to get a few people in, expecting to see this type of fantastic content from these wonderful people here that have kept you entertained for the past 5.5 hours. And yeah, we've done that just with our dulcet tones.
Do you see Aaron's comment there for us?
Yes.
No, I mean the one for you, not
for me.
Yeah. See, below Kyle. Yeah.
Oh, can you just read it? Clairview, my favorite is AH. Go on then. You read it.
No. For us to get on ahead of time each day to try to do a summary of the day before, if there's been anything that happened, so it can build up your viewer count before the festivities and get everybody excited. It's not a bad recommendation. Yeah.
Yeah. So tomorrow, what I'll do is I'll probably start at the same time. I'll start half an hour before the trial is due to start, and then after tomorrow's fantastic video footage that we're going to get from Court TV, we shall then the next day probably start an hour before, which gives us a whole hour to go over all the juicy stuff that's happening tomorrow. So that'll be the plan. And I mean, it's been such a long time waiting for this. It's I guess the good things come to those that wait, right? And even though we've been waiting all day,
Well, it is important that they get a good jury. Like the longer they take getting the best jury that they can, the better for the trial, actually. So especially with some of the comments that they were saying, like her being psychotic and who is she? Like if it's going like that, it may take a little longer. We may have to give them a little longer and be a little patient because that seems quite funny. I hope that Laura does a little mini podcast on the things that she heard, because it sounds like it was a hoot, or Nick or someone who was there, so that we know what was going on during jury selection. It'll be interesting. Well, but this is so much.
Right. So yeah, I think we're gonna wrap up now, guys. We're not gonna see anything from the trial today, and I think we've gone through as much as we can do for today, because talking like this all day, it does take it out of you. Because tomorrow, if the trial's kicking off and we're actually seeing stuff, we won't be talking anywhere near as much as this. So we're gonna have a lot more energy. But to be honest, I'm getting a bit tired from all this talking.
Yeah.
So.
You've been up a long time. It's late for you too, isn't it? It's late.
It's not that late now. It's tea time though. What time is it now? Yeah, it's like 10 to 8. Oh, it's later than I thought. So I want to thank everybody that stopped by today and everybody that subscribed. Thank you so much. I do hope to see you later on in the trial, whether you come back to this channel tomorrow or in a few days' time and you go somewhere else tomorrow. That's all great. But I would love to have you back and experience this with us. And yeah, hope us all grow. And hopefully, this is going to be the redemption that Johnny Depp so badly needs.
Mm.
Yes.
No, yeah. And thank you for everybody keeping it interesting in the chat. Your contributions help make it fun and help make it keep it going. And the mods, thank you for keeping the humor up, Charlie.
MC Toon in the house.
Oh, hey,
MC Toon in the house. Big channel coming to this little channel over here. MC Toon's the man. Nice to see you in. Nice to see you in. If you like good content, he's the guy that'll. He's like a. He's like, what would you call him? Like a private investigator of all things, and he will dig up anything. He has a library of information. This guy's amazing. Definitely go over there and give him a subscription if you are interested in that kind of thing.
I am a subscriber. I watch that channel. Like that Discord. It's very interesting. I recommend. I recommend. Yeah, right. There's always something going on. There's always something going on. There's always something to debunk, take apart. Yeah.
Flattery will get me nowhere. Flattery will get me nowhere. MC Toon says, right? Okay,
not even if it's both of us at the same time. Come on, just a little bit. Just a little bit.
I'll demod him for that. He's coming off mod now.
Oh, okay.
I'm only joking.
Don't do that. I wouldn't do that. You're going to need mods. The more people come, you're going to need mods.
I'm hoping to have 1,000 people. I'm hoping to have 1,000 people watching this stream when Amber Heard takes the stand. That would be
amazing. That would be absolutely amazing. But we're going to have to duct tape you. I know it. We're going to have to duct tape you.
I've got it ready. I've got it ready. Trust me. We're going
to have to be like, shh. Okay, and then let you go. And then as soon as she's done, we'll just let you rip. We'll just let you rip for like an hour.
I'll probably end up just wrapping it around my entire face. You know, I mean, I don't even want to see it.
That sounds painful. I hope not.
Just let me hear it, and I'll be like,
I don't know. Maybe the crisps and the muting. Maybe that it sounds a little less violent. We don't want you to hurt yourself. Not over Amber. She's not worth it.
I'll just buy a GIMP mask and stick that on instead.
There you go. Now you're correct. Now I know I'm tired because oh man. It's going to turn into a giggle fest now. It's like
yes, definitely time to wrap it up. Right, thank you so much, guys. Thank you everyone that supported the show with a super chat. I think we got 2 new channel members as well, which is absolutely fantastic. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Please leave a thumbs up or a thumbs down, however you decided to enjoy or not enjoy this stream. And if you would so wish, please leave a comment after the stream is finished, just so that we know where we went right or went wrong and what we can do to improve the show going forward. So thank you so much. That's Claire's Bear. Go and subscribe to her, and we will be back tomorrow.
I'll be back
tomorrow.
It does sound funny, doesn't it, Aaron, for me to say crisp with this New Jersey accent? Yeah, well, they are crisps. They're crisps. I'm sorry. That's what they are. So, anyway.
Right. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Come back again. See you later.
Have a great one. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.